'Twas the day of the finals where we will crown a winning team.
Tonight, you will witness someone emerge from the scheme.
And while we may joke and we may meme,
It's time to make someone reality turn into a dream that becomes reality. Yeah, we'll get there. We got there. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the final day of the first major of the Wild Rift North American Series presented by Riot Games and Wisdom Gaming. I'm Degon. That's Rafa. That's Smacks. Guys, thank you for playing along with that one. How you doing, Rafa?
Doing great, man. I did not know which rhyme you were pulling out this time, and I had just pulled up Rhyme Zone. I'm thinking, okay, which one is he going to do? And it wasn't that one, so I was like,
Rhyme Zone.
oh. I was
cheating.
prepping.
It's cheating.
No, I didn't pull it up. I pulled it up beforehand. I was trying to prep myself, you know?
Oh.
Smacks, how are you, brother?
I'm great. I can't wait to see some more gameplay of these top four teams. I've seen some really solid looks from all of them. Definitely got my favorite to win today. But yeah, we've got some really, really competitive games ahead of us.
Yeah, again, first major of the year here for the Wild Rift North American Series as we take a look at what's on the line. $15,000 total prize pool with $6,000 going to first place and cascading down, as well as something super cool here, Rafa. We got some side prizes for some deserving players.
That's right. There's going to be a ton of really cracked players that have shown a lot of progression since year zero, and even though they didn't make it all the way to our top four today, we still wanted to give them a little shout out.
And for the Most Improved Player Awards, we're going to be awarding those just before the Grand Finals tonight, and the MVP is going to be just after the Grand Finals, so you're not going to want to miss that.
Oh yeah, definitely. As we take a look at how we got to this point here in day number 2, we had our double elimination bracket with the 8 best teams from North American Wild Rift. They went through the qualifiers, Qualifier 1 and Qualifier 2, and we had some surprises. A Cloud9 not having the best day, getting knocked out early. But our top 4 teams, as we see furthest on the right, number 1 seed Immortals, number 2 seed Sentinels, number 3 seed Tribe, and the surprise, number 5 seed, now the number 4 team in North America, No More Ego, down on the lower side of the bracket there, Smacks.
You're dooming them to a 4th place finish already, Degon? They've got their match against Tribe still to see if they can push for even more than that.
They're the 4th seed for today. All right, well, let's dive into today's match as we are on the way to crowning our first champion of Major number 1. Our first match, it's Tribe versus No More Egos. We take a look at the roster here for Tribe Gaming. The representatives of North America from the Horizon Cup. It's Chuck T Tigers. It stands for terrifying, if you didn't know. Starting D'Enzio and Max Green at the support role here, Rafa.
And for Tribe, this is a roster that crowned themselves as the kings of North America all throughout year 0. Winning every single major that they attended and the regional championships. But coming into Major 1, they're starting out on the lower bracket because not only were they sent here early on in this major tournament, but also, if you didn't see their qualifier match against Sentinels, they got swept. I don't know if it's Tribe that is underperforming, but I'm pretty damn sure the rest of the competition has leveled up. So Tribe, they have to step up their game if they want to keep their chances alive.
Some beautiful smiles in those pictures, and some of these as well for No More Ego. But there's not going to be any smiles on the Rift until the series is over. I'm sure both of these teams did not picture themselves fighting it out to see who will advance and who will actually make it in 4th place in this major.
I like that, Smacks. They didn't picture themselves. Nice. Alui, Time, Truth, Jackie, and Yikes comprised this squad of No More Ego that completed the upset earlier against Cloud9, who was the team that knocked them out of Qualifier 1. So cool little revenge story there for No More Ego. And a lot of the focus is going to be on the bottom side of the map, specifically at the support role with Max Green and Yikes, Rafa.
This is a battle between 2 different playstyles. Max Green made a name for himself as probably the best support in North America all during year 0, mainly famous for things like the Janna, the Nami, any type of disengage or traditional utility support. But Yikes Yikes comes in as someone that roll swap between two roles, both support for Immortals and jungle, before being released and coming to No More Ego. Back on the support role, he's playing things like the Set, the Garen as well. I wouldn't be surprised if he pulls out any other Juggernauts, because it kind of reminds him of how, hey, in the jungle, I'm playing these bruisers, I'm the ones threatening the backline and diving in.
And that one thing that I think we talked about before when we're looking at that specific matchup, it was the engaged champions of Yikes against the disengaged champions of Max Green. The Gragas being used to perfection there. And so all that's left is prediction time, y'all. Where are we going? Who is going where? I'm always picking Tribe, and it's Rafa! Rafa going with No More Ego. Explain yourself, Rafa.
Listen, I think Tribe, in some of their losses yesterday, they're still an outlier on the top side of the map. I mean, Tribe is one of the few teams that teams are allowing the set to go through, because Chuck hasn't really shown a great performance on it. So a Louis or Luan DJ might have their way with them. And of course, Tybe from Enemy has been an absolute monster. He is a man on a mission ever since the offseason, where he's had some really, low performances from what we expected from him from year zero. He's coming back to make a name for himself in season 1.
Max?
I don't know, Rafa. I'm going with the consistency of Tribe. I think their baseline is still really high. And even though this is a bit of a wake-up call for these two teams and for fans of last year's Wild Rift gameplay North America as well, I think Tribe has still got it in the bag, and I think their tournament does not.
Yeah, and Dienzio. Because in his interview, he said we didn't talk about him on the broadcast, so that was me literally talking about him on the broadcast. All right, time to go. Draft time is ready for the first match of the day, the lower bracket semifinals. I'm going to say quarterfinals. Semifinals here between Tribe and No More Ego underway.
Well, we can talk about Dienzio if he wants us to talk about Dienzio, Smacks. I mean, Dienzio used to be on this team for No More Ego before coming back to his old org for Tribe that he used to play for back in other previous MOBAs. This is a team, or these two teams have a lot of history between each other. The fact that they were at the top of the standings for a majority of the year zero of Wild Rift Esports, and we have just blazed through the pick and ban phase right now. Ziggs is the opener for Tribe.
Yeah, specifically Dienzio, like you mentioned him here, because he is playing against a lot of his former teammates. A Louis, Type, Truth. These all were members of that enemy squad with Dienzio in that duo lane just last year, when these were sort of the two top dogs in North American Wild Rift. So for Dienzio, he's got a lot on the line here, seeing and showing that both teams, we'll see who the better player is at the end of the day. He's going to be going back to that Ziggs that he played quite a few times yesterday.
Yeah, Dienzio being one of our bot laners that really pushed forward a mage meta, and now that kind of just seems standard across the board, because if you're not getting Varus, then there's not really any other marksman that just matches the team fighting power and overall safety and damage that a Ziggs, a Brand, a Morgana can output.
The safety is the big thing there. It's really difficult to actually engage onto these champions. You're going to see that in this game, with both lanes being heralded by these mages. Both Ziggs and Brand have that at their disposal. They've got some crowd control. They can throw out directly in front of them and throw all of their skills, and then just kind of walk away and let the burn damage do its thing here, as we already have some really solid front lines being selected here. Renekton for Chuck, you already mentioned that his set performance hasn't quite been up to par, so that champion completely through the draft.
No team has actually opted in for it. Now, we've seen Enemy be one of the few teams that has flexed set to the support role, which is something that both you and I were really pushing for after the initial certain nerfs that were trying to push him out of the jungle and maybe making him weaker in certain Baron lane matchups. The Renekton might be something that is a little bit more troublesome now for the set, but I still think if you are able to combo set with other champions that have a lot of crowd control and engage, set is a fantastic choice to have.
Do you remember when Jace first released and we were seeing Tribe play a lot of tournaments, and any single time that starting got Jace, you might as well have just FF'd because he was dealing so much damage? That is the kind of performance that I'm really excited to see if he can actually pop off, because we've seen a lot of the members of Tribe not quite up to the challenge from taking down the new Titans that have risen up in the offseason in Immortals and Sentinels. I still do have a lot of faith in starting. Specifically, his mechanics have always been completely stellar. Even at the international stage, he was showing that NA does have a lot of mechanical skill. Jace is the perfect one.
The answer into the Jace more than likely is going to be Truth Diana, right? Now, if we see Tribe pull a 180 and swap this Jace into the jungle role, that'd be cool. Some of the recent nerfs, though, yeah, I mean, I think Jace jungle is still viable. It's probably not the strongest option. In fact, when we're looking at jungle options, Camille being taken off the table, Olaf early onto the ban phase, Tybe is the one that dips for the Kha'Zix first, and we've talked a lot about this before the start of the show today, that Kha'Zix, while it's a great snowball champion, it's volatile in itself, and if you don't find the picks early on after your first spike, then this Kha'Zix is pretty useless afterwards.
Yeah. Champion has been rising in popularity around the world as well as one of the top tier junglers. But I'm not gonna like put the wool over your eyes, everybody. If you saw the games yesterday, you'll know that Kha'Zix didn't quite have a great day then. For Tybe, he's gonna have to show that this champion is worth that being a top tier around the world. He's gonna have to do it against Vi. This is the specific champion that T-Tigers played the most at Horizon Cup, and was the one that I thought was the biggest factor in Tribe having strong early game.
The guaranteed point-and-click ulti of Assault and Battery allows you to lock down one priority target. The rest of Tribe...
Or on mobile, Rafa, it's point and tap.
point and tap. You're right. Now, this is what we were talking about before. Yikes likes to play the Juggernaut supports. The Garen being, made famous at Horizon Cup thanks to Dakun Gaming's emo in the support role. But that flavor has bled back over into the North American scene. A lot of supports have dipped into Garen. We've seen Muno's support as well. And when you're looking at the state of the compositions right now, both have similar ideas, right? You have a huge backline mage in the Ziggs and the Brand that just wants to throw out their full spell rotation as soon as a fight starts out. Where the difference lies is in the jungle role, I want to say, because you have guaranteed utility with this Vi. So no matter how poorly or well the Vi does, she'll always be able to do something reliable for the team. Whereas Enemy, they're more on the volatile side. This Kha'Zix has to snowball. It has to find the picks.
The picks are really important because Tribe has a pretty distinct range advantage in this competition. They've got the Jace that's going to be throwing those shock blasts every single time. The Ziggs also, while being a very similar champion to Brand, does have a range advantage, especially in that ultimate. For Tribe, they do have that setup that shows us what Tribe's main strength has been the entire time that we've seen them just setting up for these objectives. That is the main strength that I see this composition heralding in this game.
So far, nothing too cheeky. Level 1. Seemed like Tybe was curious to see if anyone from Tribe was trying to get a Bamboozle level 1 invade onto his red buff, as Kha'Zix is quite susceptible of getting clowned there. Oh, wait a minute. Chuck getting a lot of damage out in the early laning phase, but pulls Chuck right back in, forces the flash out. Now it's Chuck down 2 sums.
A little preemptive there for Chuck, truthfully, with the flash. I don't believe he was going to be taking another tower shot. Alas, that summoner spell is gone, and even though he did have the upper hand right away, that one turret shot completely turns the tides, and now we have all the honey fruits being picked up. Ibe arrives to the Baron lane first. He has to clear the ward. Will be Chuck. Looks like taking a recall, actually. That's actually a very effective gank if he recalls. Wow, nice.
Well, Chuck doesn't have Slice and Dice level 3. He only had the stun and the Call to Meek. So if he steps up forward in that lane, there's no way that he wants to risk getting pretty much squashed alive by this bug. Louis still had flash for the Apprehend. An Enemy using this pressure, getting first rotation over to the mid lane and towards the bottom crab. However, because they succeed pressure on the top side of the map, it's an exchange of Scuttle Crab objectives. Max Green, are you going to be... Okay.
It was close.
Doesn't steal it.
I like the attempt there, but Smite, little too big with the true damage. This is the main strength of locking in those mage supports, by the way. You're seeing that these supports, or the mage bot lanes, I should say. You're seeing the supports are able to roam the map as early as level 3. Sometimes level 2 as well, if you're playing something like an Alistar that just needs headbutt pulverize. This is my favorite kind of lane to play, by the way. As a support who only ever wants to leave as soon as possible, this is the meta for me.
It's not the meta for Alka Battery, I'll tell you that. In all of our ranked games, Alka's like, oh, okay, I guess my support's leaving me again.
I'm weak side again.
Get with the times out! That's what it is!
Pretty good Alka Battery impression, I think.
Oh, we love Dimitri. And if you guys like Dimitri too, you'll be seeing him later on tonight once again with Kangas, as they'll be taking on the last 2 series of the day. It's going to be freaking awesome. As we're heading into the 3rd minute mark of the match, so far, no real advantages have been gained for either side. A lot of the pressure that Alui is able to punish on the Chuck for going a little forward wasn't really capitalized on, as we have an early all-in from Truth, trying to take down Starting, but doesn't have enough mana and a damage, and Starting is the one that forces both the summoners from Truth.
Yeah, the mana running out there for Truth is a really big deal. As in that Baron lane, Rafa Alui gets engaged upon by the Vi ultimate. Can he get to the Honeyfruit in time? He's skipping right over them just to try to buy more distance. Tybe is here. Chuck underneath the turret. It's feeling like a first blood some way. It will go over to Alui. Trade of 1 for 1. Tybe has the isolation damage, and he has the support flashing in. Yikes has ultimate. Will he give over the kill to Tybe, or will he take it for himself?
Wow.
It's going to the bug.
Wow, Yikes is such a humble and gracious support to not just take down Tigers with the Demacian Justice. He ensures that Tybe can snowball on this Kha'Zix, who now has 2 kills to his name.
I definitely would have dunked him there if I was the Garen.
I know you would have.
Going for that kill every single time. Although I do also take Conquer on my Garen, which is definitely not what you're supposed to do. It's a very selfish rune to take, but regardless, as we're seeing, Yikes, the benevolent soul he is, gives the kill over to Tybe. It is the correct decision, as we already mentioned. Kha'Zix being the scaling champion that will only grow and grow throughout the game. It's sort of in his nature, you know, evolve and overcome.
That's got to be one of the nice things about having a former jungle role swap to support. They know exactly what the jungler wants to do in that situation. It's like, you know what? I could take this kill, but I know that Tybe is on Kha'Zix, and he really needs the early gold to snowball and make him a menace. During that time, though, since enemy were off of a reset, Tribe picked up the first dragon of the game, and enemy can't really push pressure towards the top side of the map, so T-Tiger's trying to take this opportunity and sneak in this Rift Herald.
Tribe already with that Drake. They're reaching their hands further and further into the cookie jar. Here's the ultimate.
Well, Sold and Battery onto a Louis, gets a nice heal from the first ability. Oh, wait a minute, Yikes over the wall, getting a lot of damage, already takes out T-Tigers. Jackie contributing with a great Pyroclasm, takes out another one, but Tribe still far enough ahead that they can push the remaining members out.
Man, this Garen is just such a nuisance, Rafa. You have to commit so many members to try to stop him. He's so tanky. He deals so much damage in this early game. This is why you're seeing Garen support selected as we watch this fight back. Just watch how much distance he's able to buy here. Just running down Tigers. Oh, my word. And then Jackie gets to burn this Renekton down while Tybe takes Rift Herald, completely winning out on the play. We'll see where they choose to drop this secondary bug. It's a bug with a bug in his pocket. That's a
wow.
It's like a kangaroo situation, right?
Bug squared right there. Would you eat bug squared?
I don't know if I'd eat one bug. I
you
don't
ever
know.
had
you have to prepare it really well.
chipaquiles? You know, like fried grasshoppers?
I've never had that.
It's actually pretty good. But
I believe you.
yeah, I'll have to introduce you sometime. As we are in the 6-minute mark, Tybe just jumping over the wall. Not sure if Max Green spotted him out, but he definitely will spot him on this ward in the brush. And, you know, while being a very beefy boy, this Kha'Zix is pretty darn fed. Already has the Duskblade of Drakthar at 6 minutes into the game.
Level 9, too. That is absolutely obscene. I believe that is 2 points in the ultimate as well, if I'm counting correctly with my Colorcaster brain. That's
be level
2
10.
evolutions.
You
gotta be level 10?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just wrong.
You're one level off. It's okay. We're almost there.
Wait, I don't know. Whatever. He's going further into the jungle, where we're getting a attempted steal.
A yikes. I don't think they were able to steal the blue away. Frontlining for them. Beautiful body slam from Max Green. Tries to flash over the wall. T-Tigers follows up with the Assault and Battery on the other side. Tybe has to flash away. This fight is already a doomer for enemy, because Tribe are cleaning things up in this house. They're the ones with the advantage.
Yikes tried to flash over that wall and avoid the Vi ultimate, but he just couldn't quite manage it. It still follows you all the same. T-Tigers picking up a double kill, nearly a triple, as Tribe stake their claim in their own jungle. You cannot come in here, take our blue buff, and expect to live.
And look at that. Tribe are the ones that pick up first brick as well.
Oh.
They beat a Louis to the race, Max Green, and didn't even have to really do anything to stop stop Louis from rushing them to the punch. Huge gold income for Tribe. Allows them to equalize at this point.
Oh, man. Yeah, Tribe really bouncing back. They're right in it once more, and they do already have that advantage of the Drake now setting up for a pick.
He's spinning.
Oh.
Just like a
You just
Beyblade.
can't kill that guy.
Nope. Yeah, both really tanky on the support end, so it's going to take a while to take him down. You really need Jackie there to throw out the Pyroclasm and get the maximum use of that passive for the max HP burn. The next dragon is coming up in about 6 seconds here. Enemy already wrestling for control in the river, and they're throwing down the Rift Herald and now force Tribe to say, hey, either you got to deal with the Rift Herald or you got to give us this dragon.
Enemy setting up shop here with all 5 members. Look at a Louis. Oh, he misses the apprehend.
Oh, T-Tigers is into the pit. Can Tybe steal this one away? Oh, T-Tigers is the one that secures it. Huge moonfall from Truth, though. Tries to set things back up in enemy's favor. Chuck has been separated from the rest of his gang, but he still finds Tybe on the back end of it, and he might look to pursue Jackie and Truth. They get a chance to back away, but huge win for Tribe.
Louis just not quite effective on that flank right there. I don't believe they actually spotted him until he made himself known, but even still whiffing just about everything there and completely revealing his position gives way for Tribe to access the pit. They no longer have to deal with the Darius crowd control. He's not gaining any stacks throughout either. Tribe swoop in, take this second Drake, and regain control of the map.
And T-Tigers has really been stepping up as a huge hero for Tribe in this mid-game right now. You know, both of those early kills going over to Tybe, definitely not something that Tribe were really content about, but we talked about it before. The utility of Assault and Battery allows them to always make an engaged play, and the fact that T-Tigers is going above and beyond, even stealing the dragon under the nose of enemy, is allowing Tribe to be competitive.
Tribe again, trying to go for every single objective on the Rift as Yikes showing he has so much damage on this Garen.
It's already half health to T-Tigers, but they go back for the re-engage. Huge Mega Inferno Bomb right into the backline, but Jackie with the Pyroclasm answer is getting a bunch of burst damage down, forcing Tribe to scatter. Dienzio no longer grouped with the team, cannot contribute, finally comes back over the wall, throws a couple of bombs, but it's the big bomb with the sword on the top of it from Yikes with the Demacian Justice taking out T-Tigers.
NME, they get more than they asked for right there, but the Rift Herald is still alive. Now Chuck! Oh, he's not quite going to commit. That would have been pretty nasty if he continued there. I wonder why he didn't, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. He had every spell up, you know. Let's watch this fight one more time. You can see that Yikes on this Garen. He just can't die, Rafa. Everybody needs to be playing this champion.
That's what I'm saying, man. The Garen... Dakun Gaming showed us the truth in many ways over their jungle playstyle and, of course, this Garen support, and it just fits so much well into the wheelhouse and identity of what Yikes is. But Max Green also trying to do his best to split up the fight and be the disengage, and that's been the story of these fights so far, Smax. It's the battle between Yikes just brute forcing his way through the front line into the back line, or if Max Green can tactfully disengage as Assault and Battery. Goodbye, Truth.
Yeah, can't get out of that one. I do have to remind you, Rafa, that ability is called Cease and Desist now. It changed.
Really?
Yeah. You can see why. But yeah, the ability has changed. Vi from Arcane, new update there. Looks like Tribe, in the end, will take the Rift Herald. That is the second one off the map. They're first, as they did lose out on the first. And instantly dropping it mid. This is a really good combination when you do have Ziggs with Rift Herald. This turret is going to die instantly.
Boom. It's that simple with the Ziggs on your side. You know, Rift Herald into Satchel Charge. Guaranteed turret. This opens up the map even further for Tribe. Despite all of this, Max, Tribe are still only 2,000 gold ahead, but considering how well they have been able to slow down Tybe's snowball after the first 2 kills of the game, this is where Tribe want to be when you consider how well their scaling is for the rest of the game.
Tribe, again, like I said before, have this pretty gargantuan range advantage that they can use if on even footing. Garen throws a wrench in that plan, as do the assassins on this team, as we're witnessing a bit of a split map. Max Green trying to make sure that they're not losing out on any mid pressure, even though he's really low and he's playing support, so he can't do it by himself.
Chuck will be the last person to the pit as enemy pushed him back after taking the tower. Trying to get into this river pit. This is Infernal Dragon, probably one of the biggest dragons of the game. And for a composition like enemy who have basically threats in every single role outside of the Garen, but even then, Garen itself is a huge threat when he hits you with a bunch of true damage.
You need to act fast, or else you're going to get poked down by all of the spells from Ziggs and Jace. So, enemy, they're getting into this pit. They're starting it up, I believe. Tybe stops attacking the Drake. You really do need to find and engage onto these backline members, or else your health bar will be depleted so fast.
Tigers, oh, he finds Tybe. He's all isolated right now. Cease and desist lands. Tybe forced to flash away. Mega Inferno Bomb adds some damage, but the flash forward Pyroclasm doing so much work into this fight. And now the rest of enemy trying to follow up. Truth goes for the Moonfall, but everyone from Tribe gets the hell on out of there. And the rest of enemy, they don't find any kills on the Tribe, but they push them back.
Everybody's still alive. Dienzio and Starting take some honey fruits from the river and from the lane. They're refueled on mana, ready to go for it again. Stasis on the Kha'Zix. Can they find the engage? He jumps on out. Yikes. Bringing the teleport in, but Jackie dies on the other side.
Truth teleports back in. T-Tigers looking for another punch here, but they're forcing multiple enemies away from enemy. I don't think they can get into the pit now. They've lost out on Jackie. So much of their AoE damage and the poke is going to prevent them from getting in.
Yeah, Tybe, you saw right there. He's already at a blinking HP bar. He cannot get in. That is the power of this Jace Ziggs combination from Starting and Dienzio. Completely using up the mana bar now. He doesn't even have enough bombs to kill these minions. He's just going to recall as they die. There's nothing he can do. That's just because he used everything that he had in that fight. He didn't go a tier, by the way. He's just here to deal as much damage as possible. Gotta respect that from Dienzio. It completely works out. And now Tribe are solidly locked and loaded to win this first game.
I can imagine the mindset behind that is that Jackie is throwing out Pyroclasm and probably goes down. So I need to maximize my damage output as well, because he is willing to put himself maybe a little far forward and willing to just try and get as much burst damage down. Enemy, finding out Max Green, should be pushed back here.
That's the trickiest part of the Garen silence. When you get hit by it, you can't even use your items. And not use that stone plate. So Max Green was genuinely at a very large risk of dying, as he is right now.
Starting his silence, but a beautiful stasis right before the Demacia Joseph comes in. Starting still survives, and they take out Jackie. This is huge for Tribe, because now enemy, they are scattered all over the map. They cannot recuperate. They cannot regroup. Another member goes down. A Tribe, they are looking at the Baron.
Chuck keeps both Yikes and Tybe out of the pit as Max Green lands every single crowd control ability possible. Right there, he landed the body slam flash onto Walui to finish him off. And now, even though the pit is warded, again, Tybe is far too low to access this pit. And still, Chuck remains in mid lane with all of this sustain as the Renekton. You cannot get past this Titan in mid.
This is by far Chuck's best game of the entire tournament. I don't know what happened in the past 24 hours, but Chuck came in and said, you know what? I'm tired of this. You guys are talking about me not performing well in the set. I'm right now going to throw it down as the crocodile.
Ready to play some Gator Golf right now, Rafa.
True.
In a hole-in-one. Actually, you can't get a hole-in-one in this series. It's best of 3, so
you can go for a birdie. That'd be 2 out of 3, you know. One earlier than needed.
Under par is where Chuck is golfing for.
Right in the back line. Tribe right into between 2 towers here. T-Tigers is able to flash away from the engage after being brought into the middle of this chaos right now. Enemy still trying to poke and prod, see if they can catch out any stragglers here. The fact that Tribe, a couple members are half HP, but they're still making the siege work.
And this is something that teams do fall victim to very frequently in ranked and in tournament play. When you're sieging with Baron, just hit the turret. You don't gotta go underneath all of those turrets and fight them.
It's fun.
I know it's fun, but you know what else is fun, Rafa? Winning.
Starting immediately flashing away. Recognize that the last time he almost got caught out, if it wasn't for that perfect timing on the stasis. Could have been a different fight that we had here, but Tribe still the ones with the Baron buff, making a lot of work done. Inhibitor turret falls through the bottom side of the map in the Dragon lane. Louis fighting in the 1v1 with starting, but Max Green comes in, dunks him with the cask as well. Explosive cask scattering members of enemy. They have Baron minions pouring through 2 lanes, through the Dragon in the mid lane. Yikes trying to flash forward and create space for the rest of his team, but you have to deal with these Baron minions. There's 3 cannons you got to deal with. 2,000 on the Nexus. Truth comes with a moonfall, but it gets interrupted. Tribe, but the Pyroclasm doing so much damage, and it's going to push Tribe out of the base.
Oh, Jackie, he's in a 1v1 with Renekton. He's got the burn damage, goes into stasis, and it looks like Chuck has to escape. They won't end the game right now. Elder Rafa, they still have their jungler. T-Tiger's dead for 40 seconds. Can they poke Tribe out of this pit, or have Tribe lost the biggest objective in this game?
At the cost of 2 inhibitor towers, enemy now have a chance to solo this one out. Oh, and Tribe is super low, and he only has GA. They have to burst him out. Enemy, they have to pick and choose. Can they secure it away? Truth is able to get the Elder Ocean Dragon. Tribe will come back from the grave thanks off of the GA. And the rest of Tribe cannot respond because a couple members are still on death timers.
Ocean Elder for enemy. Their base is in shambles. They have to take fights from here on out, Rafa. They've got the tools to do it. They just need to make sure they don't lose the game to minions, because you know that Elder is enough to win a team fight, especially with a burn damage champion like Brand. If Jackie stays alive the entire time, then everybody on Tribe will surely fall. It's up to them on Tribe side to actually access this Nexus and maybe win fights against Elder.
Baron is up for the taking of Tribe, but they have to wait for the minion pressure from supers to come crashing in and force enemy's hand to defend the base rather than being ready to fight at the Baron. So Tribe have to play a waiting game. They have to be patient.
That has definitely not been what they're doing this entire game, Rafa. They have been anything but patient when trying to end this game. They are upset that they are in this battle for 4th place. They are wanting to reclaim their title as the best team in North America again, and they've set themselves up very well to do it. They have a very, very large stumbling block to overcome now as Tribe jumps out. Oh, that's gonna be
Mega Fertile Bomb is huge.
Oh,
that's
no.
the time to pounce. Jackie has been routed off. Truth tries to fall out the moonfall, but it's still not enough to keep Tribe at bay. Louis comes in, but only just to fall. Tribe, even through an Elder Ocean, they don't drop this game. They are the ones that take it home in style.
What a pick onto Jackie to close this game out, Rafa. It was a very, very questionable late game from Tribe. They let the Elder go, but it's all good. It's all fine. They get the win in the end. And man, Tribe looking as good as ever in the early game, especially.
Aside from the top lane dive, everything else from Tribe was pretty damn good. And we go back to really an old pick for T-Tigers in this Vi that was the one that really helped find a lot of these powerful comebacks and engages in those skirmishes against enemy, because you had to deal with the Kazakhs who got 2 kills after the topside skirmish. And I'm thinking, oh man, that this Kazakhs is going to be a menace, but the way that Tribe were able to dismantle and approach those fights, absolutely incredible stuff.
All right, guys, massive game number 1 there for Tribe, and we got to pull out our star player here. So, you know, I know who I would pick, but if you guys can decide, we'll go with that. So let's start with you, Rafa. Who'd you got?
I mean, for me, I know there's deathless KDAs from Dienzio and starting, and they had a lot of work cut in, but I really think that the Vi is what kind of pinched this whole composition together.
I'm gonna go the other way. I think it's Dienzio for me. I understand that T-Tigers did a lot of work. Did you see the damage chart though?
No.
I mean, Dienzio topped the damage chart. Wasn't even close. I was very, very impressed by him. I think both are really good. It's kind of like the alley-oop, right? Tiger sets it up, and then Dienzio dunks it. So either one of them, I think, deserve it.
I think if you're giving me two choices there, I go with Dienzio here.
Sure.
That 44,000 damage is pretty crazy, but if I had my
So
own
much.
choice, category 3, behind door number 3, let me do my TJ impression. Guys, it's clearly Max Green. Have you seen the damage? Have you seen the damage that he did? The engagements that he did? Supports are where it's at. Sorry, I know TJ somewhere is just plotting my death. I'm sorry.
I
Also-
think he'd agree with you, probably,
Yeah.
knowing him.
'Cause, I mean, Max Green literally Zonya's out a Garen ultimate. Did you
Yeah.
not see that? That was amazing, guys. Come on. But I guess if you're going to give me two, give it to Dienzio. The Ziggs bombs on point nearly took. Look at that. Right there on the Truth, preventing Truth from getting anything done. Big steal there by T-Tigers. And then almost at the Elder Ocean as well, took that one away from Tybe. He was just constantly putting out damage and did not die on a Ziggs that, you know, doesn't have crazy movement abilities there. And when he needs to use it, like he does there, the satchel coming up big. Dienzio being the main anchor here for this Tribe squad that was desperate for a win against one of these squads that is vying near the top here, Smacks.
It's a composition that really likes to go forward, and when that happens, it's super hard to not die as Ziggs, but Dienzio did it and did the most damage in that game by a long shot. So I think he definitely deserves it from this game. Looking a lot stronger on this Ziggs than he did yesterday as well. The game, specifically against Rest's Twisted Fate, he was really struggling to actually put up those numbers as he did today, and he's definitely coming into these matches on the second day of the major with a lot more ferocity.
Yeah, I can secede this. You know, Dienzio, Ziggs damage was kind of huge. If it wasn't for the final go button with the Mega Inferno Bomb just completely chunking out almost all of Tybe's HP, and then it just makes it super easy for T-Tigers to follow up, and then everyone just dogpiling onto the back line, nowhere else for the rest of enemy to go.
All right, just got news here as we close the chapter on game number 1 and turn into game number 2 here. Substitution coming out from No More Ego into the top lane. Out goes Alui. In comes Luan DJ. The Darius not quite getting it done the way that they'd expect in the top lane. Max Green hasn't been in form, but he looked good there on the Renekton. Even there at the end, Tybe trying to go with the assassination with the Kazakhs onto the back line. Max Green quick to the trigger finger, able to get the stun, lock him down, do his job. So I guess now No More Ego trying to find a new avenue forward here, Smacks.
I have a lot of respect for both of these Baron laners that are on the enemy squad. I think Luan DJ has shown himself very worthy on a lot of other teams in the offseason as well. Seeing him land a spot on enemy makes a lot of sense. I agree that Alui's last game performance didn't quite look as good. When you have two Baron laners that are both very mechanically skilled, and one of them is not performing on the day, gotta sub in the next one.
Especially when it's your tournament life is on the line. You got one card to play. You can obviously change the draft here.
Yeah.
And let's dive into that just a little bit here, Rafa, because the Kazakhs, we saw T-Tigers play it multiple times yesterday. Not so well in the first couple of games, and then a little bit better in his second game. But this time in the hands of Tybe, and Tybe got some things done early, but then kind of got blanked out for a little bit.
Yeah, that's what happens when the answer from the Vi is so good at just being able to isolate the Kazakhs and take them out, because you set them up for the burst damage from the rest of the backline to follow up on. It's so hard for Kazakhs to navigate that, and there's plenty of options that Tybe can go to. By picking the Kazakhs, you're taking a lot of responsibility of trying to snowball the early game, and that's the price you pay when it doesn't work out.
I think the answer of going Stasis was really solid to block out the Vi ultimate, which we now all know is called Cease and Desist now. I think that was really smart. Just came a little too late. And I can't blame him, because it does halt your damage output quite a bit. You're dumping 800 gold into this boot enchant upgrade, so I think it makes sense that he'd want to go for more damage, but in a game like that where Vi is doing so much to stop your damage, you have to pop that Zhonya's a little earlier, and I think he now knows that. So maybe he can go for the Kha'Zix again, maybe just take a different.
Yeah, well, also, when we look at that draft for No More Ego, those are a lot of champions that Tribe are known to play. The brand, that was something that the NZO has pulled out before and utilized before. The Garen, the Darius being high priority, the Diana, the Kha'Zix. It was like, hey, they're just trying to take away the comfort from Tribe, make them play something different. Tribe answered. I like the fact that Tribe answered. Now it's like, all right, No More Ego. We tried to get an advantage in draft, weren't able to do that. So now let's sub in the player and see how we do with new hands on the Rift here, Rafa.
Yeah, if the goal was to take them off comfort champions, you're gonna face a lot more difficulty trying to do that, because Tribe are not one-trick ponies in any sense. They have plenty of champions that they can go and plenty of playstyles that they can play through. I mean, we know that Mage bot lane is kind of the centerpiece of bot laners right now, but Dienzio made a name for himself being the Ashe God and pushing Ashe to the forefront. That is still something that we can still see because it has a lot of utility. You give up a lot of backline damage, but obviously starting can always go to something that supplements that, or even Max Green could pull out a more damage-centric support when you put in something like a utility pick like Ashe. So I don't think that enemy can go the route of, okay, we're just gonna take the champions that you just played last game and put you on something else. I think No More Ego, they should go into some comfort champions of their own. And I know that Kha'Zix is something that Ty played a lot during the offseason, but there's still a couple picks that he has played to great success in those situations that offer far more utility. I'm talking about the Wukong, the Riven, also to name a couple.
All right, Smacks. Final thought.
I think if you're in a draft and your whole goal is to copy paste what the other team is doing, then you're not doing it right. You got to have your own strategy in here. You got to make sure that you are comfortable in the champions that you work with. I think that's something that enemy needs to do for us in this game.
Yeah, and they have the opportunity to do so right now. Tournament life on the line for No More Ego, and Tribe taking a step closer to reclaiming that crown, although there were little stumbles on the way. Game 2 of the lower bracket semifinals starts right now with the draft.
Tribe up 1-0. One more game so that they can guarantee themselves into the lower bracket finals, where they will face the opponent of, or the person between Immortals and Sentinels that gets defeated. I keep trying to find a way of saying loser, but it's like loser always sounds so negative, and I don't want to be negative. I love all teams. I want to support Wild Rift in its entirety here, but enemy, the first change is that they're taking blue side this time around.
I do this. Is it mirrored? Oh, yeah, we're good. All right, there we go. No, see, you did it.
Dang it.
You got to do it the other way because the camera's flopped.
Yeah.
Anyway, we have a Varus, Roth. It was unbanned in this game, so not a mage in the Dragon lane will be a marksman, although not the traditional flavor of marksman. It's really just a mage that deals physical damage. It is a different strategy here. Also, Morgana coming through. So a lot of champions that were just banned are coming through instead. Very big shakeups.
Yeah, I think the Darius and the Ziggs being taken off the table this time around forces these picks to be available. Tribe still sticking with startings Jace more than likely, as also another unsung hero. Had he not stasis the Demacian Justice, that could have been a completely different fight, because then he solos out Jackie in the backline. But the enemy, they're doing the thing, Smacks, that we told them you shouldn't do. Don't just take the champions away. They're like, okay, well, Max Green really good on the Gragas. We got to take the Gragas for ourselves. Yo, Chuck actually looked useful on the Renekton. We got to take him away off that as well.
Yeah, we're giving over Morgana Thresh as a lane pairing at this point, and that's really scary. You definitely don't want to pick Thresh into Morgana, so Tribe definitely had that as a setup. This lane is so strong. You have so much pick potential, and it's really difficult to actually dive upon these champions with things like the Box, the Morgana Soul Shackles, the Black Shield, Flay. These champions are super, super difficult to dive upon, and they're they're picked against Gragas and Renekton. That's really the main goal of these two champions. So I think this Dragon Lane pairing for Tribe is really good, albeit very mechanical.
They are on the squishier side for this bot lane. And now Thresh, you know, we don't necessarily associate being with the tank, and he'll be beefy in his own right. But I mean, you know more than anyone that Thresh is not necessarily the giant stat stick that Garen or Mundo or Gragas is.
You can't just walk in and hope to survive. If you go in as Thresh with your death sentence, it is typically a one-way ticket. That's why you have Dark Passage, to bring a friend on with you. So if Max Green wants to play that role, then he will know that, but he better come prepared. Honestly, for Max Green, I have really liked what he's been able to do in all the team fights that I've seen him play in this tournament at removing the win conditions of the other team in a team fight. That has been his main strength, and Thresh is the perfect champion to do that on.
If Tribe win this is a huge ego dent to No More Ego. The Camille comes through. This is Tribe's best historical pick in his entire Wild Rift competitive year. And now Truth will get a second chance at this Diana, but this means that we have a left counter pick up for Chuck to wait and see. And whoa. Are we seeing Chuck on Jace, or are we seeing Chuck on Akali?
I think it's Chuck Akali. I think that's been his favored champion, what I've seen so far. I guess it could go the other way, but I guess most of that is because starting is so good at Jace. We'll find out pretty briefly. To touch on the other champions that have been picked here, I do really like the Diana into Akali in lane specifically, and I feel like that will not be the case. Okay, I'm just completely wrong. It is starting playing the Akali mid lane. I like this matchup a lot better for Truth, actually.
I think this is Chuck's first time playing Jace, at least in the major. I'll have to double check on the our awesome stats team, Lena, Perchance, Shim, giving us the 411. Didn't play Jace in the past qualifier either. So we saw a lot of Chuck Jace during the off season, and you know, for better or for worse, it did not look great. But Chuck has already surprised us with a Renekton pick that looked really good. Hey, I'm trying to be honest here, but so far Chuck has made quite of a hero redemption arc in Game 1. I want to see if he can do it again in Game 2.
Yeah, I did like his performance in Game 1. It's a very different champion piloting, and it's against that Renekton that he looked so skilled at as well. We're seeing in the Dragon Lane really solid trading. This is what you can possibly do with this Thresh Morgana. They have so much priority as double ranged champions as well. It's not every day that you see a double ranged lane these days, outside of things like the Nami, that EU really likes right now for some reason.
It's something that you were mentioning before, the Diana into the Akali matchup. I also agree that Diana is favored in here because anytime you want to dodge out on damage with the Twilight Shroud, your Moonfall covers that entire distance, as well as your lunar shields or your moon shields, dude. So like, being very confident, picking this and taking this champion in, because if you can play outside of the range with shuriken backflips and well-timed perfect executions, you can turn this matchup around. But it's definitely a lot more work on your end.
The Gragas pick into Akali is also really solid. You can bump her out of the Shroud very easily, as well as the Baron lane, Rafa.
Uh-oh.
Extra's dead.
Yep.
Right, maybe the bleak approach was correct. Yeah, this is that support roam that I was mentioning before. You're able to just leave that lane as soon as possible. Max Green not wanting to actually take that approach this game, staying with the Enzio because they have so much lane power against Jackie. Huh? Right at the needle there.
Nice attempt.
Yeah.
Well, so far, in exchange for Chuck's life, T-Tigers gets both Scuttle Crabs. Nice little gold advantage for him.
Oh, man.
And had Tybe not been a part of that first assist, he would have been very down in gold against T-Tigers at the moment, accelerating himself quite nicely. But I'm going to save the same criticism for T-Tigers as I did for Tybe on the Kazakhs. You have to snowball. You have to find stragglers before they get a chance to regroup, because otherwise this Kazakhs will be useless. You don't have that much utility outside of evolved Void Spikes for the slow.
Void Spikes are really nice. But yeah, you're definitely this Kazakhs champion just wants to dive in, get all of these kills, and honestly not even really dive out. He just wants to stay in there, get all these resets with his jump later. So that is going to be a big moment here. As Moonfall interaction, this is what we were talking about before. You can't really do anything against it.
However, Truth respecting the amount of damage that Starting had with the second cast of the Perfect Execution could have been his downfall had he not flashed after the Moonfall. See, now the rhyming is...
Falling.
Yeah.
Is that a rhyme? It's fall and fall. I don't think that's a rhyme. I don't think that counts.
Okay.
Last later.
He is the rhyme master.
He said no.
Well, no
I don't know
ultimates
if
for
Jack
both these
can hear
mid
that,
laners.
but-
Oh,
Woohoo!
baby! Truth wins out the 1v1.
Woohoo! Truth. Even without the summoner spells, able to win this matchup. No first item built either. Truth. Huge lead to start this game off. Solo kill on starting. First blood as well onto Chuck. Enemy exploding in mid.
Now, this is what the story was for Enemy last time. Really solid lead in the first few minutes of the game. And then the story was Tribe turning it all around off the back of some great team fighting spearheaded by Max Green and T-Tigers. This time around, Max Green, a little bit more single target focus with the death sentence and Flay, unless he flashes into multiple people and gets it off. It's going to be a little difficult for Tribe to contest this early dragon, and they're succeeding it.
Starting knows the Truth's cooldown on his ultimate is a lot shorter than his own, so Moonfall is available and Perfect Execution is not. That's a big enough discrepancy for Tribe to go for the classic objective trade. They give over this Drake and they instead go...
Oh, yikes. That was beautiful. Definitely not a yikes moment. That was a pog moment for him. Flashing forward, baiting out the Perfect Execution, and then following up with a beautiful body slam.
And they get the turret as well. Enemy coming out so far ahead on these trades. No Rift Herald needed. They still get that one. On the other side, because they committed so many to the Dragon Lane, Tribe don't have to use the Rift Herald to get a turret of their own. That is something to consider. They still have that in their back pocket if they want to use that to crack open a mid lane turret in the future. And it looks like they're actually taking away some of these jungle cannons. This is a pretty greedy blue buff. I do like the Lantern.
Yeah, Smite available.
Ooh.
Might be able to get out.
Ooh.
Oh, he's going to have to use Flash over the wall. Max Green. Oh, no. Flash, buddy. All right, he gets out, too. Explosive Cask was used, almost catching out two members of Tribe. A big note here that while Enemy have been higher overall on kills, T-Tigers has expedited a lot of that gold income, and you'll see it the next time we get to see the gold chart come up.
He has 2 flashes for blue buff. Doesn't seem entirely worth it.
He's 15
a
gold
lot.
up against Tigers, or Tybe. However, starting might be in a pickle, but the Twilight Shroud beautifully dodging out on the Hextech Ultimatum.
Sort of the downside of using the Hextech Ultimatum with this Gragas, you don't really want to knock him out. Wait, hold on. Food falls here.
A lot of damage onto Max Green,
Oh,
forced to use the
Dragon's
Stone Plate. It has no flash from before. Tybe finds a kill. T-Tigers trying to fight back. Dienzio's also here throwing out, but Truth is just dancing all out on top of them. The piercing arrow does not miss, does not hit the mark on the T-Tigers. Oh god, Dienzio, please. Run.
He's got
oh,
more.
No. He has flash and barrier. Jackie, I don't think we'll be able to take him down, but it's both summoners used.
Barrier required there. It does so much damage on the piercing arrow when you have all the blight stacks. As Chuck here, slightly late to the party, trying to clean things up, he will at least get that minion wave. But Rafa, look at this. The outcome after all of these skirmishes, Enemy haven't dropped a single kill. They're up so much. This is a lot cleaner of an early game than we saw last game. And they did win last game as well. Like you were saying before, this is a huge lead.
Yikes. Just running towards the top side of the map. You know, I thought for a moment that maybe starting would just try to pick a fight with Yikes, but without perfect execution, your damage against a full tank Gragas is pretty limited.
I can't really blame starting for not really having a lot of confidence in that play either. He's 0-3 on the play. He has not found any skirmishes that favor him whatsoever. And if there's a Gragas right there, he's definitely thinking to himself, wow, there's definitely not just a Gragas. There's more people for sure. It's wrong that time. But in the future, that's a good mentality to have.
No. Hextech Ultimatum comes through as T-Tigers just recalled. Chuck forced to flash away, but another auto attack and a Call of the Meek from Luan DJ sends him back to the fountain.
Hybe's positioning there inside the Hextech Ultimatum was beautiful. He was right in the middle, making sure that with the golf swing, he was not able to be knocked out of that. Is Truth?
Ooh. Dark Passage.
Oh, so close.
Yeah. Yikes, trying to read the Dark Passage movement there with the body slam. Doesn't quite clip him. Dienzio forced to... Okay. I thought he had to use Soul Shackles, but it was just only Chain of Corruptions from Jackie.
This is so hype right now, Rafa. Enemy are finding these incredible picks, and Tribe cannot match the tempo right now. Moving over to the Drake. T-Tigers has 2 evolutions. He's on to Tybe.
Oh, yeah, and T-Tigers has the flash difference as well, knowing that Tybe's flash cooldown still not available. They will guarantee this dragon for themselves. No smite available for the side of enemy anymore. And Rift Herald, I believe, can be dropped here.
There's a Lantern taken there by T-Tigers. No Chains of Corruption quite yet. Available now, Rafa. So it does look like enemy could potentially find something in this team fight. No Moonfall makes Truth a little bit less scary.
Truth immediately gets exhausted. T-Tigers picks up the Rift Herald. Soul Shackles into stasis is beautiful from Dienzio. It's going to slow enemies' roll here, trying to finish off the assassination, but it's a quick stasis from Jackie, and a flash for the 5-point Shuriken gets out alive. Starting, and T-Tigers are dropped for the Rift Herald.
I can't believe that Jackie lived right there, Rafa. Chuck underneath the turret as well. Luan DJ, so bulky. Can he survive? He can! As Time tanks the last turret shot for him. Another clean pick for the side of enemy. And Rafa, they're rampaging everywhere.
Quite a huge turnaround for enemy in Game 2. And you see in this replay, so many members from Tribe scattered out. You know, Dienzio had such a great Soul Shackles trying to lock everyone down, but the mobility that almost everyone has access to allows them to bypass that initial disengage from Dienzio, and they just run down the remaining members of Tribe.
If Starting had like one more amplifying tome right there, he would have killed at least 3 people and probably survived as well with all the extra HP that would have bought him. But he's too far behind in this game. 3k down to Truth. Seeing a Chains of Corruption tossed in there to say hello. And this is what happens when you are playing the snowball-heavy composition, Rafa, with no tanks to be seen. Tribe really needed that early lead, and they did not get it.
It was a lot of gold that they managed to funnel into T-Tigers, but the fruits of their labor only netted them 1 kill in the past 10 minutes for this Kha'Zix. He has a lot of damage, but now the way that enemy are the ones proactively grouping up, and just like this, T-Tigers was on a ward, and Tybe wastes no time to lock him down. It's a killing spree for Yikes.
Nicely done for enemy, and again, very greedy for the members of Tribe, trying to find even more plays. Chuck forced to flash as well. Hook not going to connect, Starting trying.
Already on to the jungle here. Truth getting so much damage out, forcing out members of Tribe to back away from the safety of this jungle quadrant. It's no longer there, Smacks. A beautiful explosive cask tries to save Tybe as Tybe does get out. Doesn't even have to burn the GA. Oh my god.
Chuck, what's going on, man? We were singing your praises in the last game. You can't take down Tybe right there. You have to back away. So many members of enemy there to follow up. And as you said, Rafa, Yikes on this Gragas is looking really, really solid. It's explosive cask placement. Now Tribe in again.
Tribe almost out of position. Beautiful body slam. Double onto two members of Tribe. Jackie in the 1v1 against Sea Tigers, but a stasis will prevent the bug from getting the assassination. Flash forward from Dienzio. Tries to force a re-engage, but he has the flash back away. Oh no, Tribe. Tribe, everything is falling apart. Enemy, they're the ones on the rampage now. Truth a little too far forward, however. Tribe should be able to pick up a redemption kill here, but no way! Truth still lives.
No way, Rafa! Enemy! They can't be killed! Only the one time in this entire game, taking every single skirmish in their favor. They don't have a lot of objectives quite yet, which means there's just a million standing gold out on the Rift for them to take. And it's likely going to begin with this Infernal Drake. Can they get back onto the Rift in time for this one? You can see Truth setting up that Baron lane with the minions, making sure they don't lose any structures over there while they're back on their killing spree.
It's an Infernal Dragon that's up and available. Tribe collectively down about 6,000 gold. A majority of that is in Truth's favor. The first game on the Diana didn't find as many great moments. This time around, the Moonfalls have been absolutely immaculate and game-changing. An Enemy on a completely different look in this second game. More than likely, we're going to see the full distance between these two teams, Smacks.
It's feeling like it at this point. Tribe has lost a lot of confidence in closing out this game. 14-1 in favor of Enemy. Seeing Luan DJ set up for a pick onto Chuck, but he doesn't know. There's a Kha'Zix there.
There's a giant bug, but Chuck has to flash away. Too much damage is being threatened by Luan DJ. A teleport is coming in from Truth. Can he get over there in time? The rest of Tribe, they're trying to separate multiple members of Enemy onto the flip side of the other entrance of the jungle quadrant. Tribe locks down Chuck with that Huxtech ultimatum. No more members from Tribe can facilitate starting getting out of the rest of the fight. He goes for the recall. He already knows he's dead, and now Baron is theirs.
Nicely done for Enemy yet again. Only Dienzio is alive, but he reveals his position with the Tormented Pool. Soul Shackle stuns up a couple of members. He's on the run. His little Morgana legs as fast as they can possibly take him. Not very quick, as it turns out. Back to the Baron. All the members of Enemy low from the last fight. They need to dodge the Baron damage.
Oh god.
They will. It's a 5-for-0 ace plus Baron for Enemy.
It's an 11,000 gold lead at this point in the game, Smacks.
Style points right there for Truth. I like it.
You know that little pause of silence we had there? That is pretty much the last bit of Tribe's emotional energy of being able to get back into this game. I think at this point, you chalk it up and think, okay, you know what, guys? How do we prepare going into game 3? And I don't want to say it's all champion dependent, but the facts say Kha'Zix will be a 0% win rate in this series so far.
The facts say it, and the Smacks also says it. I don't really like this champion right now. It doesn't seem like it's very strong in these games. But more importantly, as it does die, of course, drafting no tanks is really, really difficult for Tribe. They need to get ahead in a composition like this, and they just weren't able to do it. This is going to be an inhibitor turret. Oh boy, yeah. The end is nigh.
The end is nigh. Chuck to the skies. All for naught as he gets blown up here. Rest of Enemy pouring through the base, unlocking more inhibitor structures. Tribe trying to fight back. Max Green already throwing in the towel. They're ready to go on to game 3. Now, we know how crazy these games can be snowballed in either direction, and as you said it before, Smacks, when you have a composition as volatile as Tribe's, if you're not the ones getting that snowball, it is very damn hard to come back and stabilize.
It just felt a bit disrespectful, truthfully, against a team like Enemy that they know is so skilled and so mechanically talented. To draft a composition where you only have that win condition early game, it really just threw in the towel very, very early on. And Enemy show that they are still here to play.
You know what? I wanna get Degon's thoughts on this match here, because this was quite the explosive turnaround from Enemy see the damage charts there. Both Jackie and Truth doing an admirable job of topping it there. But there is some great team fighting all around from Enemy, and their ability to pick off multiple members one by one, I think has really helped in their snowball.
Yeah, you know, for me, I'm just surprised you guys didn't say this with the Camille in the jungle. Tybe is Tribe by just pressing R. Just constantly pressing R to hold Kha'Zix in place, and that's all you needed to do. So Tybe, Tribe, press R. That's what keeps happening to this Kha'Zix picks. In the last game, it was Vi with the cease and desist that was shutting it down. This time, it's the Hextech Ultimatum keeping the Kha'Zix in place. Not so good. And of course, shout out to the very smart stat that was pulled out by Lena earlier from the Wisdom team. Jace, first time played by Chuck, had the effect that generally the first time you play it has.
Damn.
Lots of damage. You know, but usually when someone goes into the damage charts after the game to be like, look how much damage you did, probably meant you lost and you didn't need to do what your job needed anyway. So, and this is the kind of response that you get when you lose that badly from Tribe. You want to see Tribe evolve from being a team with just good hands. And when they fall behind, it's hard to show good hands. And a good way to get back into it is some macro. Don't get a lot of that from this Tribe squad as No More Ego close it down. So guys, lots of heroes on this side, but who's our star player? Let's start with you this time, Smacks.
You know, it's a bit hard to say. The entirety of Enemy really popped off in this game. I think for me, just based on the matchup, as we're seeing it on screen right now, Truth on this Diana into Akali had a really nice time, which certainly led to him looking really solid. But honestly, for what he was given and what he actually did in this game, my pick is actually Yikes.
I was
Yikes
actually
on this Gragas
Yeah.
was disgusting.
I was going to say Yikes as well, and I kind of feel bad that we didn't highlight as much as Max Green's Gragas, because I think this is now becoming a contested pick between both of these teams. I thought it was just we have to pick it away from Max Green, but Yikes, making a pretty damn good case of why Gragas is just super pivotal for both of these team compositions.
You also, in a game like this where pretty much everybody is playing these very squishy fighters, he's the only one who bites the bullet and plays a tank. So you got to give him that as well.
And we had Smack stats earlier. Kha'Zix not doing very good. Again, did see a couple of wins earlier when T-Tigers did play it in the lower bracket quarterfinals. But again, it just seems like there's a couple of Press R champions that can hold Kha'Zix in place and prevent him from snowballing. And yes, it has to do with the early game, and yes, you can execute better, but when you've got Yikes on a Gragas disengaging, roaming around the map and making it difficult for the assassin in the jungle, the bug, to do anything, then maybe not the pick to use. Maybe there are other jungle picks that we can see out of T-Tigers and out of Tide.
Yeah, the thing about Kha'Zix as a jungle pick right now, whenever you see it do well in competitive play, it's because there is a more elevated understanding of how Kha'Zix can pick off stragglers after a bunch of bursts has already been expended in team fights, or if the team is just saying, yeah, we're just better than you, you know? It's purely an ego draft because Kha'Zix relies on uncoordinated teams to be picked off in rotation because you have great single target bursts, but in team fights when everyone is clumped together, it is so damn hard to reliably get damage off and make this pick seem actually worth in the draft phase versus someone like a Camille or a Vi that has point and tap just for you, Specs. just for you. Point and tap CC so that you can lock someone down for the rest of your team to follow up.
You know, the secret reason that I picked Yikes there is so we can see that picture of him one more time with his totally not branded jersey that he's wearing. I love that.
He also had a
picture
great
so
game,
much.
Smack.
He did, yeah. I'm saying this in jest. He definitely deserves it. But I love that.
I think I want to go back to Yikes and Max Green talking about the Gragas there. Being utilized as both engage and disengage. We've seen supports come in and have a ton of damage. We've seen supports come in and engage. We've seen the Rakan, but now this Gragas being able to be utilized and do both and buy time build different ways. This feels like something that should shoot up the charts, but we've seen more priority on the Baron lane. We've seen more priority on possibly the jungler, but now Gragas may be a contested pick here, Rafa.
I might say that if whoever's on red side, they have to make the gamble that if the other team is going to first pick it on blue side and say, should we just ban it, on red side instead?
I think you probably should. I think you definitely have to consider that. And I think the answer will probably end up being yes. We've seen the drafts shift quite tremendously in the last couple of games. They did swap sides. That definitely has something to do with it. I think the Gragas definitely has shown to be just so powerful. Both supports are playing it very well. We know that the other supports that we're going to be seeing in the next match play it really well too. I'm thinking that this champion's probably just going to be 100% present in the drafts from here on out today.
And let's not forget the ban that went onto Ziggs earlier in that game, then pushed Dienzio onto Morgana. Other things were up. We talked about him being able to play multiple different champions. Varus, one of them. Ashe, one of them. We saw Brand was also available. But again, now maybe Dienzio feeling a little uncomfortable in that bot lane role. So when we looked at the damage charts, though, relatively even for Tribe, who got pounded in terms of the kills, but they were very, very close in terms of damage, showing how important it is in Wild Rift, not just to be able to dish out damage, but win the fight. You got to close those things out, even 1v1s down on the bottom side of the map. That was a great display of skill with Truth and starting going one-on-one, but the snowball there was pretty massive. So as we set the table here for game number 3 in the Wild Rift North American Series, one team can go through. Only one can, and it's all on the line here. So, Smacks, let's start with you. What do you want to see from No More Ego? Rafa, I'll give you Tribe in just a second. Go ahead, Smacks.
Ooh. For enemy, I think the name of the game is No More Ego. You gotta get some more tanks in there. I think the Gragas is a great start. I think you can definitely throw in some more as well. The Garen looked really good for Yikes. I think that Luan looks really solid on these Bruisers, which can go tank as well. We saw him be very difficult to kill later on. Maybe throw in another one, honestly. Maybe Truth or Tribe can play one of these tanks too. It feels so powerful and so key to winning a lot of these team fights. Just having more tanks than the other team.
All right, Rafa, you're up. Tell me on Tribe.
Tribe, they have to go back to basics here in front-to-back team compositions, because enemy, while they pulled out a really great win in game 2, it wasn't anything, too out of the ordinary. They played a front-to-back team comp, and it was really just a frontline diff, right? When you overload with threats, high damage, squishy targets, and they don't actually put out the damage that they can because they are getting locked down by all the crowd control that enemy have, then Tribe have to bite the bullet and say, okay, Chuck, we're putting you on frontline duty. T-Tigers, we're probably putting you back on something like a Vi or another champion that provides CC as well as frontline utility.
Copy my homework. That's plagiarism.
I mean, that was going to be my answer anyway, Smack, so I don't know what you want from me. Both teams have to do similar things here.
I was literally about to say, do you feel like you're copying the same game plan that Spax is rolling here?
It's literally the same win comp for both of these teams. What do you want from me?
What I want is to hear like, oh, we need to free up a TF and then play a global composition, or we should not draft Jace for the first time in the tournament and the qualifiers.
Putting Chuck on a front line is the same thing as taking him away from Jace, just more politely said. I was trying to avoid that.
That man's played melee only Jace.
Oh, why are you playing Jace at that point?
Just got word that the players are still loading in the lobby, so we got a little bit more time here in our lower bracket semifinals. And again, just to reiterate the stakes here, we are all 4 of these teams have qualified for Major number 2, which will be later on next month. Out of 3 majors that we'll have, the winners of Majors 2 and 3, the top performers, will then go to the North American Championship, and it's all connected here for the first year of the WNS. Very exciting stuff to provide this opportunity for North American Wild Rift squads to show off their stuff. And again, signups are open, are available. You can go find more information for you and your friends to have the opportunity to play against some of these top teams in North America. And we're seeing the parity start to come into play. No longer is it just Tribe dominating over Immortals, stepping on up. Obviously, Sentinels the big surprise. Tribe there in third. No More Ego and Cloud9, one of these big teams here, now like trying to shuffle in for the top 4. Who will be moving into the top 3 between these two squads, No More Ego and Tribe Gaming? Let's find out together as game number 3 is ready to go with the draft. The tournament lives on the line for both these squads.
Give me a fist bump, Snacks. You gotta hold it. Hold it. It can't just be a...
What?
Bam!
There you go.
Let's go. Okay. When do twin powers activate? Bam.
Nice.
Yeah,
are we twins?
I
mean, we're matching clothes, right?
Yeah. Black and pink. I can't
Not
say the second part.
with
I can't say the second.
We are in your area, though, as
Yeah,
we're
we
getting
are.
into the third game.
Game 3, Tribe are the ones that take blue side this time around. And look, the Gragas was left open by enemy, but Dienzio values the Varus, and Dienzio was one of our best Varus players from year 0 of the Wild Rift North American Summoner Series back then. Gragas, though, being picked up by Yikes. Thresh is still open, so Max Green can go back to a little bit of safety for him. Remember, Thresh is not the best front line in the world, but you have a lot of playmaking potential with Flash Flay, with setting up for death sentences and single target picks, and so far, enemy going back to what worked for them in Game 2. Tribe, it's up to them to see what they change up.
I really like the Braum into Gragas and Renekton. I think it does provide Max Green with a lot of defensive utility if he wants to go toward that. Garen is here instead, as it very well could be the support champion. Chuck could be placed on Garen duty.
I think it's going to be a Chuck Garen angle.
We'll see. Yeah, it has that flex.
I just, okay, I didn't break my cup. Okay. I have like I have a little stand and I had my mug there, and then I like swung my chair around. And
This is a good time for a hydration check.
Yes.
Out there in chat, remember to hydrate.
Yeah. It's a drought out here. It actually is over in Utah. And I like this. So, we talked about comfort picks. We talked about going back to basics for both teams. Obviously, enemy sticking to a majority, a lot of their core plan of what worked last time. Frontline members in the Gragas, Renekton, and of course Camille for Tribe, whereas Tribe starting is going back to an old standard for him in this Diana.
I like this look a lot. I think specifically for enemy I'm talking about, because they did just lock in 3 of those same 5 champions they just played. They can't go any further than that, as Diana and the Varus are already selected. Those are off the board. They need to find some other avenues of success here. And it does look like Tribe are thinking about banning out every single mage off of the game so that Jackie can't play any of them. The Zig's already gone. The Brand already gone. Actually, no, they don't ban Morgana. So that one is still available if Jackie wants to go towards this. But Rafa, you and I know from watching him for nearly a year and also playing with him, mages are not the only thing that Jackie is good at.
Dude, he's got some spicy marksman champs. However, matching up against the range of something like Varus proves to be a daunting task. Enemy can still save counterpick for Truth if they want, but they know what the mid lane is going to be because it's a Diana, and this is going to be Truth Zed. Now, I just want to point your attention to something here, Spax. Enemy has a ton of physical damage right now, and even though that a lot of the supports indicated that enemies suspect this is a Chuck Garen, I would not be surprised if they pivot and said, you know what, let's put Garen in support role, let's slam Malphite. Punish the fact that this is a ton of physical damage right now. Ooh. Okay, not a Malphite, but still another tank. Works just as well.
Go flex pick, Rafa. We do know the Mundo can be played as support. So one of those is going to Max Green, one of those going to T-Tigers. They still have their jungler to select. Unless we're getting really frisky with it and going to like Mundo jungle or something. Not advised. I do like this composition quite a bit. This is the tank lineup that I was looking to see, Rafa. They've got Mundo, they've got Garen, even Jax as well, who has a lot of zone threat and actually does accomplish a very similar thing to that Malphite that you wanted to see from this team as well. The Counter-Strike prevents so much physical damage from pouring into him specifically, and you have a lot of zone threat with the Counter-Strike to keep members off of DNZO's fair.
Will it be an Orianna from Jackie, maybe? I think that might be the best mate. Whoa! Veigar! Okay!
Well, it's still a mage, but I was right. Jackie does have a very deep champion pool. Okay, so let's dive into this Veigar champion, because it is still a mage. It has a lot of scaling damage. It is pretty safe with the zone threat. What are the weaknesses compared to the other champions? Early game damage is a big one that comes to mind when you pair it against something like an Orianna or a Brand, and the range is a really big deficit when it comes to dealing damage compared to something like a Ziggs. So it's worse at those two things. It does get better as the game goes on, and Event Horizon is just so strong in some instances.
When you look at Tribe, their only real range threat is D'Anzio, right? Everyone else has to get into melee range, and that is a prime way to punish with the Event Horizon, because then you just throw down the cage, and now it's like, where are you supposed to go? How are you supposed to get onto the back line if you haven't already crossed that boundary? So this is... I see the vision. I am worried about the lack of early game damage versus some of the other mages that were still off the table, but the scaling on the Veigar is pretty damn massive, and your ability to just delete one champion, guaranteed with the Primordial Burst later the game goes on, is very valuable.
Actually, the guarantee is on the other team. It's in the Baron lane. I'm going to use that as my segue to talk about Mundo support, because we weren't sure which one of these champions would be the support. Max Green is the one playing Mundo, and I really, really like this champion at support. If you hit those cleavers, those first abilities in the lane, you will deal more damage than something like a mage in that lane. Something like a Lux support that people tend to go towards. You deal a crazy amount of damage with that spell if you're landing it consistently.
So far, nothing has been super game impacting in our opening minute. We can kind of expect this, considering the jungle matchup is, while they can skirmish, they have abilities at level 3 that allow them to close the distance and get some CC. They are more preferred on the, you know what, I want to farm and scale side of things. They spike really hard off of the first item. Trinity Force for Tybe. Could be Trinity Force for T-Tigers, or maybe Blade of the Ruin King first before the Trinity Force, as the priority gained from Tribe in the bottom side gives them first Crab. A lot of damage onto Yikes, but a slow onto Max Green. Counter-Strike available for T-Tigers. Event Horizon allows enemy to safely get away through the other choke point here. Max Green is stuck in the pit right now, and he's trying to hug it for dear life at the moment, as they already forced the flash out of starting. Truth looking for the flash. Gap closes onto Max Green after flashing the pit. That's first blood over to enemy, and the rest of Tribe are on the run.
Max Green just stayed in the pit for way too long, Rafa. He had flashed the entire time, just reading it out, seeing if maybe there's a chance that he doesn't have to flash in that instance, but of course not. The whole team is there making sure they can punish him, and you've just given over first blood to Truth's Zed. Disaster scenario. Yes, they do get Crab, but I think even you, the jungler, Rafa, will admit that that's not quite worth it.
Yeah, having to fight against a Zed that snowballed is not fun. You think, like, playing against Kha'Zix is not fun? Zed has guaranteed damage no matter if you're isolated or not, and has ways to get out alive.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. He's trying some fun plays. You can block the hook shot. As Yikes arrives as well. Everybody over here on the side of enemy. Max Green making the trek around, but takes the path of least resistance through the mid lane and won't actually run into anybody on this Mundo, going wherever he pleases, as the champion would suggest.
Counter pressure from Tribe ensures that T-Tigers doesn't lose out on his blue buff. Tribe just trying to be a nuisance and decelerate T-Tigers as much as he can, because that is one of the benefits now, ever since the nerfs to Camille's jungle. Overall clear speed, hookshot not giving you the bonus attack speed on jungle monsters anymore. T-Tigers has that natural advantage and will be able to outpace and outscale Tribe, but the guaranteed lockdown from Hextech Ultimatum is the value that you get in trade.
It was very valuable last game, Rafa.
Yes,
Ty
sir.
really made that champion look super, super good. So I definitely take that right now after watching the last performance for Enemy. It's been really, really stellar. We know that Ty thinks very highly of his Camille, and for good reason. I believe he is the rank 1 Camille on the server still, at least in the jungle. Not a lot of people playing in the jungle, unfortunately. I think the champion is really cool in that position.
I mean, yeah.
Riot disagrees, though. Badge.
Flex picks are a bit of a problem sometimes, especially in Wild Rift. Max Green taking a lot of damage. Event Horizon doesn't quite connect, or at least force out the passive. Max Green gets out alive. Oh my god, Tybe wants this. Hextech Ultimatum down. I mean, your passive can ignore CC, but it doesn't allow you to get out of Hextech Ultimatum for free, but maximum dosage keeps him alive just for a little bit longer. Truth comes in with that. Beautiful Shadow and the Mark. The rest of the damage from starting, following up with Moonfall, but as the flash away, it's just not enough. However, Tybe is in a bad spot, has to get on out. Luan DJ pretending to give his life. No, it's not pretend at all. He goes in, he's diving out past.
He's gonna get another!
Luan DJ picks up a
No
double.
way! I can't believe he made it out. Wait, don't go with the minions. Okay, it's all right. They didn't notice the Renekton behind them. That would have been a complete tragedy as Luan walks away. Double kill on Renekton. He's up 1,000 gold over the Tribe Baron laner Rafa. Enemy's early game strikes a 3rd time in the same series.
Can Tribe recover and recuperate? They have far more CC, and they have a front line this time around, so they have a better time scaling into the mid game. This Dragon is the point of contention between both teams. Event Horizon comes out a little early, but zones off Tribe for now, but the Dragon will reset.
Back to around 4,000 HP. Enemy still don't have to worry too much about Tribe contesting them for a team fight, as specifically Diana Ultimate is not quite available yet. Still waiting on that first objective, as neither team feels completely comfortable yet. I imagine the Enemy coming back onto the Rift, especially with Truth, with this recall bonus of the Black Cleaver and the Boots upgrade, will be bloody eventually for one of these.
Tybe has Hextech Ultimatum up once again. No flash, but this guaranteed lockdown as he's pathing towards the top side of the map, along with a couple of other friends. Actually, it's just Luan DJ. However, Tybe, he's just soaking the minion wave. No aggression here.
Play for jungle in this house. Tybe gets to collect all those minions. Very nice. We go for a recall, finish off that Trinity for us, and still 6.5 minutes in, no objective to be had. We're approaching the point in the game where if you delay these too much, then you actually don't get a second Rift Herald, and you don't get a 3rd regular dragon before the Infernal, or not the Elder spawns. So, pretty slow game in terms of the objectives, and Tribe does thrive in those positions where they did take a deficit early game. They're bouncing back and they're avoiding fights altogether. So they can get back and get some feet in this game.
Oh, I was muted. God. Well, anyway, both teams are trading objectives here. Jackie is here just to be a nuisance, but doesn't really stop Tribe from gaining Rift Herald. And their eyes are on that top turret, looking to secure first brick. Tribe is unanswered by Enemy, but the first dragon of the game goes their way.
It is an answer of sorts. They both get those objectives they were looking for. Again, very late into the game. Still some bonuses that specifically Enemy will have the entire game. Oh, going for an engage.
Body slam right on the starting. The death mark comes out. Starting tries to flash away. A little bit more damage, and the mark pops, sending starting back to the fountain. Jackie, oh god, help! Someone help Jackie! As the flash back towards his teammates and comrades, still gets out, is the one that gets the finishing blow onto Max Green, who was locked up in the Hextech Ultimatum, and Enemy get a tower of their own.
As we said before, this Immortal doesn't have a whole lot in the tank once Event Horizon is gone. Not quite as safe as the other champions that you typically see heralded in that dragon lane. Although we do also see the draw of this one too, with the big bomb of an ultimate onto Max Green. Look at this, boom!
Boom.
That's a lot of damage.
Primordial burst, baby.
The ranged Garen ult, pretty good. Garen ult is a good ability to have.
The only thing that's nice about Garen ult is that it does true damage, whereas Primordial Burst is still magic damage.
Yeah, but who else is dealing? That might as well be true damage. You're not building magic resistance against this team.
Good point, good point. Rift Herald being popped into the Dragon Lane. Luan DJ popping the Dominus says, all right, T-Tigers better back off now. Starting. Getting chewed up by this Renekton. He's got big teeth, brother. Yeah, you're dead.
Wow. Starting can't even muster an ultimate in the end as
Oh,
Tribe
no.
pops the ultimate onto Max Green. Yikes. Doesn't quite have his available yet, but Max Green now Stone Plate removed. One more tactical sweep ought to do it. 8-0 for Enemy and Rafa. What is going on?
Oh, the action doesn't stop here. Dienzio, nice stasis, actually fires out the Chain of Corruptions as well, keeping them back in, flashing away from the event horizon as well. But Dienzio can't say the same about T-Tigers, who went down in the aftermath. Chuck, meanwhile, in a 1v1 against Truth, trying to keep Bay at least one lane from going down. Holds onto this turret for now, but Truth is starting to push through as Enemy claim the second-tier turret in the Dragon Lane.
Yordle down, Yordle down. Jackie has been mitigated. It's been shut down in this game. Although, he scales up, so it's probably going to be fine eventually anyway. Tribe find at least one response in this game, but it's looking grim. Just like the last one, Enemy are snowballing this game to oblivion at this point. Only a couple of objectives and maybe some of these turrets in their way of just an insurmountable gold advantage at this point. All of these skirmishes are so clutch from them. And again, a lot of it is off of Yikes' Gragas. He's doing so much for this team.
Once again, the Gragas pick proving very bountiful for the rest of Enemy. Hextech Ultimatum, and Yikes is there once again. Body Slam follows up, starting with the Moonfall, only catches Yikes, and he's very tanky with the Stone Plate. Gets out scot-free. No revenge kills for Tribe available.
This is very dangerous for Tribe. They don't have anybody stationed in Dragon Lane. There's a minion wave collapsing right now. If Luan gets free time on this turret, it will go down. Tribe acknowledge this eventually. They only lose about a couple of hundred HP on this. No, not quite a plate. It is something to consider later on. This entire Dragon Lane is completely broken open, and Enemy have that as a win condition very early on in this game because of it.
They have positioning over both objectives as well. Truth has already pushed out the top side of the map. T-Tigers looking for a reset. This Rift Herald will fall easily to Enemy. No contest available from Tribe. They're sending a majority of their members to pincer onto Luan DJ, setting up for a Dragon. Maybe they can get at least one objective back, but the movements from Enemy is fast. They are collapsing.
Can't follow Luan over that wall. They do have a lot of members in this Pixel Brush. Will they be spotted out? Yes, they will right now, but they're forced to run, Rafa. Event Horizon.
Jackie gets routed off. Demacia Justice still follows through despite the flash. No more magic damage, no more burst available, but you got burst from Truth. Looks for the death mark onto one of the backline members, but doesn't get the mark popped. Rest of Tribe, they have to recuperate. They have to play around Dienzio. He is the main damage dealer. He is the one on the backline. Moonfall catches out one member on the Yikes. He flashes away. Stone Plate pops, and he will still stay alive, but the rest of Enemy have to find a way to get back into this pit.
The cleanup damage isn't quite there without this Vhagar. As Yikes collapsed upon, he will have to use that body slam underneath the turret. There's teleport into this team fight again as Truth trying to find an escape path, can't manage it. There's Tybe here. He has this hookshot. He has no ultimate, but all the members of Tribe did just use just about everything. We'll need to be very careful getting back into this team fight. I don't believe they have teleports.
Dienzio looking for his own recall as well. It seems like the rest of Enemy are not going to pressure for the Dragon anytime soon. Still waiting on death timers from Truth and recalls from the rest of the members. Baron will be spawning and be available on the map in 15 seconds. I don't know if either team is confident about starting it anytime soon, but that offers another objective that both teams have to keep in mind of in future fights.
See in that last team fight just how useful the extra burst damage would have been from a Vhagar, but Tribe prevent this by killing him right away. Jackie was not able to participate in that last team fight. You need to stay alive this time if he wants to go for this round 2. There's a very sneaky ward over this wall that Tribe able to scout out Jackie with. Oh, you don't want to recall right there as he's still trying to get some mid lane priority for the rest of the team to secure this Drake.
Event Horizon has been used. Remember, Jackie already used Flash in the last fight and still didn't get out alive. Big no for Tribe to make conscious effort to punish. This Rift Arrow comes out. They burn it down, doesn't even get a chance to charge, and the rest of enemy had to stop the dragon as they want to maintain mid priority in preparation for the objective.
Very tense position right now. Enemy not quite comfortable enough to go for any type of engage. Forcing out starting slash is big.
Event Horizon and Hextech Ultimatum locks Chuck down. Primordial Burst is used, but Chain of Corruption's beautifully capitalized by D'Enzio. Remembering Jackie does not have flash from before. Moonfall takes him out. No more magic damage available for enemy. The rest of Tribe, they're trying to file and funnel all in. Dogpile on top of all the members of Tribe, but they flash away in time, only dropping Chuck in the aftermath. And enemy still maintain a 4-on-4.
1-for-1. This Yordle not quite safe at all. Yikes. Goes for another body slam. He's taking a bunch of extra damage. D'Enzio, he's in range of the hook shot, Rafa. He has to use the stasis. Starting, and D'Enzio will fall underneath this turret, even through the stasis. Starting! What a creative dash right there to survive in the end. T-Tigers may be punished for his sins. Another stasis!
Everyone has stasis smacks, and they're dodging out on critical moments of burst from enemy. Tribe, it felt like they could have lost so much there, but they only dropped D'Enzio.
Oh my word. The Drake is still alive at this point, Rafa. Enemy has been so close to closing that one out. But every single time, the clever positioning and tricks from Tribe make sure that Jackie can't survive all throughout. And it's just too uncomfortable for enemy to actually start this one up. This time around, Chuck has been stationed up in Baron lane. That is going to be a full surrender of the Drake. There's no way you can take a 4v5 as Tribe.
They even thought about maybe doing the Baron, but they just don't have enough members dedicated to it. And Vision on the Baron makes it difficult and a spooky proposition for Tribe to undertake. They just take this moment to collect some waves for both of their solo laners, and they will look to regroup once again.
Gold is pretty tight at this point. Only a 2k lead for enemy. That's not a whole lot. Is looking for potentially a skirmish engage, but these double tanks of Max Green and Chuck are really scary, and that is the main difference for Tribe in this game. They are at a pretty big deficit, as we saw in the last one, but the difference is they do actually have a team fight setup that actually works, even if they are behind. You can see what they want to do. It's not just all of these assassins, they can't kill anybody because their damage isn't quite there. They do have this front line available for D'Enzio's Varus.
Take a moment to breathe here, Smacks, as we're probably in one of the most tensest moments of this series. That back and forth, just all in the mid lane. It's Luan DJ getting a lot of damage onto Chuck, forcing out the stone plate here. It's going to be a huge tool that they could use for a Baron fight, as now action erupts on the top side of the map in the Baron lane. T-Tiger's taking a lot of damage. Explosive cast sends him right into the Hextech Ultimatum. Stasis, beautifully missing on a lot of damage. Oh, Jackie might be exposed here, but the rest of enemy are grouped right on top of him. Luan DJ with the TP. Chuck can't answer. They outnumber the members of Tribe. Moonfall from starting as a last-ditch effort to take out at least one, and they do find Jackie, but it's still 4 for enemy.
Chuck couldn't quite get in range to silence the teleport for Luan DJ. He snuck back and channeled that one to get in range for the team. They are very squishy and they don't want to deal with the Varus poke. So the enemy won't actually get the big objective they were looking for. Fight win is enough, and we do get to watch this one again.
Just all-out chaos here, and so much time being bought by Max Green to stall enemy from being able to collapse onto starting, but it still wasn't enough because Luan DJ, the fact that he does get the teleport in here, creates such a chaotic advantage for enemy.
Honestly, really unlucky that Jackie was the one tanking that turret, but will go down for it all the same. Back on the Rift in 5 seconds. No Veigar is here, so bold move for enemy to actually start this up again. If you really want that extra utility of the Event Horizon eventually. See that Jackie was considering selling his boots for a teleport. Doesn't quite need it yet. Will buy that. What a dapper young lad.
Yeah, he looks good in a hat. You know what? Actually, here, check this out. Observers, if you can hear me, I want to get a ability power check for Jackie. I want to see how much he's got going right now.
That'd be interesting. We'll check on that one eventually, as there very well could be a team fight erupting at any moment in this game, if we're honest.
That is very true.
This is, again, a very tense position to be in. This time, a much larger lead.
Oh.
Stasis forced.
And DNZ, right onto the event horizon. Has to flash away. Keeps his distance here. Max Green being the sacrificial lamb, taking up so much damage. Truth still follows up. Hextech ultimatum right onto Chuck, the main frontliner for Tribe. He will fall. No, not quite yet. Event horizon locks him down. DNZ is still keeping his distance, putting out damage. Great piercing arrows from the backline. T-Tigers looking for the collapse. Watch starting on the flank. He's on the right side. He's making his approach. If he can make this moonfall work, this will save the game. On to only one member, though. Truth cancels it out with a beautiful stasis. Still remaining. Wait, Truth has Death Mark again, but it's not enough damage on the Dienzo. Starting picks up a double on the backside. Tribe, they're the one with the numbers advantage on the map.
They're teleporting to the Elder Dragon right now, Rafa. It's Elder Inferno. Like we said before, only 2 regular Drakes spawned in this game because of the delay from before, and now Elder Inferno started by Tribe. He's on his way. Can he get here in time? He has Flash. He has ultimate. Can he get there? He's coming. He's so close. He's pushed out.
Tribe is still on GA, and they're going to burn it down 2k HP. It's done. Tribe have secured the Elder Infernal Dragon, and now a game that used to be securely in enemy's control, what we thought was about to be their swan song and advancing into the lower finals, suddenly back in Tribe's favor.
This is the difference, Rafa. This is what building tanks on your team can do. The team fights are so much easier for Tribe in this one. And you can finally see their mechanics in full force, starting, saving these team fights with his 4-item Diana. His level 15. He's getting in there. He's dealing all this damage, and he knows he has the backup from his tanks.
Enemy now have to regroup and have to find a new game plan in approaching these fights because their tanks and front line being outmatched by the ones offered from Tribe. This Mundo and Garen, both of them, while not looking stellar in the early game, they have gotten to the point where they are almost damn near unkillable, and enemy have to put out so much just to deal with them.
At this point, Rafa, with the Elder Infernal, it kind of does feel like Tribe have a lead in this game. Even though they're down 3,000 gold, you have to imagine the Elder Infernal makes up for that and more with all of the damage that it provides to your entire team. Throughout the entire rest of the game, it will be looming over the heads of enemy as they sort of have to just sit back and regret their decision in that last team fight to keep going for it. They can win this game, then all those regrets are washed away and they can think about it in their next match, but they do have to overcome this now.
Tribe being on the back foot for such a long period of the game. They're the ones back in the driver's seat. Luan DJ, T-Tigers is very huge on this Jax. 4 items to 3.5 on the Renekton. This Jax will just eat this Renekton. A flash into the wall! T-Tigers should surely be able to round him off, and if it's not T-Tigers, it is starting. That finds him. Truth, looking for starting with a Deathmark trade. Truth, but he... Whoa! That was a lot of damage from Zed! I didn't expect that to come through, even with the Crystalline Reflector available from starting, but that evens the odds here. Yikes, trying to find an advantage onto Chuck. Body slam, forcing the Chain of Corruptions out of Dienzio to disengage the fight. An enemy still up a 4-on-4 against Tribe.
You could tell that starting didn't know it was going to do that much damage either. He had Zodius available, but didn't choose to use it. Now starting without Moonfall in this team fight will have to sit there and watch his team as they maybe are able to win this fight without him.
Gotta bail. I don't think Event Horizon is available for Jackie. You could tell the way they had to flash away from danger. It finally comes up. It's gonna slow the roll of Tribe. Truth has to play this one carefully. Dienzio still firing piercing arrows from the back line, pushing Tribe towards a potential victory.
Juan's up. He's teleporting in. The rest of enemy, though, aren't quite sure if they can start this Baron yet. Recalls are channeled. A teleport, not very effective for Luan. He won't have that available for quite some time, and starting was given enough time to respawn and come back on the map. That pick didn't end up meaning a whole lot for Truth.
Tribe playing this one out so carefully. Even though they picked up the Elder Infernal, and even though they have a damage advantage now, there is still the elephant in the room of this Veigar that has been farming up ability power over the course of the entire game. Last time we checked a few minutes ago, it was almost at 600. I imagine it's even greater now.
He's got a full Void Staff now, too, so that's a lot of magic penetration. He will be doing a ludicrous amount of damage. Moving forward. Oh,
Truth
that ultimate?
looking for the death mark. Is it enough damage? Ooh. They take out T-Tigers! That's huge! Truth is still able to get out alive. He can find a chance to recall and get back into this fight. Luan DJ needs to follow up on this flank. Rest of the tribe starting has been routed off. Already popped the stages. Truth goes back in! They take out starting. Tribe only down 3 members to 5. Jackie's been routed off though. Beautiful stuff from Max Green. Will find the magic damage dealer from Enemy. Can they deal with the remaining members of Enemy, though? Luan DJ already finds Chuck. Dienzio,
TP!
last damage dealer from Tribe, keeps himself at bay. And the Baron wants to be started by Enemy, but there are multiple low HP members. And Truth has found a flank onto Max Green. The death mark will instantly pop him. That's a 4 against 1 for Enemy.
Truth is single-handedly saving this game for Enemy despite the Elder Infernal. He's finding pick after pick after pick on every single member. This Zed is popping off entirely. T-Tigers, can he teleport into this Baron? Can he steal this one away? He's not going to do it. He's waiting in the base, and that will be a Baron for Enemy. Nobody contesting this. Will this be enough for them to actually end this game? They still haven't broken open the base yet. It's a 25-minute game right now, Rafa.
I think this is the longest game we have had, at least in the Major, maybe in...
this whole year!
Definitely this whole year. I'm trying to think back into year 0 if we've had any longer games than this. I know we've had at least a couple 20-minute bangers, but this is the distance.
He's got 800.
Holy... oh, man. This is quite the standstill. This is the Mexican standoff between both of these teams, Smacks, Enemy and Tribe.
Oh.
They are really putting everything on the line, considering this is lower bracket semifinals. The loser of this will go home. They won't be able to get a chance to participate in the bracket anymore, and you could see how it is reflected in their play.
Let's take stock of some Guardian Angels. It looks like all of them are available. Enemy do have 3. Dienzio only has the 1, so that is something to watch for in this next team fight. Chuck nearly has his completed, but doesn't quite yet. Oh, man. Does he die? There's no way.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, thankfully for Dienzio, not only GA, but also the Edge of Night, giving him that extra spell shield to block out some of the incoming damage. Luan DJ has to be careful. Still has both summoners available, so not any real threat from Tribe, but already Truth. The fact that Deathmark comes up so often at this point in the game with so much ability haste available to him, it was just a little bit of a limit test to see how much damage he can do to Dienzio despite Edge of Night being available, and he'll have it up again now.
Tribe are turtling really well at this point. They are not letting these minions break apart their structures. They likely will need to give up this mid lane turret eventually. Oh my god.
Oh, yikes. Gets the flash out, has to trade his own as he goes a little too far forward after the pick onto starting. But that's a flash down from Diana that makes the engagements and the counter engagements looking for Dienzio right now. Truth, it's a stasis answer immediately from Dienzio, but he flashes away, dodging out on the damage from Jackie. Enemy making every single move count, burning multiple summoner spells, multiple cooldowns here. Juck forced to use the stone play. Primordial Burst was already used. Demacian Justice on the Yikes, forcing him to half HP. T-Tigers onto Truth, but he gets out alive. Still has the GA. Watch for the GA pops being here. T-Tigers, he gets by Jackie! Luan DJ from over the wall is going to push Drive back into the base. They have a minion wave, but Enemy have low HP bar members despite them having GAs. They have to be careful about how they play this one out, but you can tell how desperate they are to close out this game when they have 40 seconds on T-Tigers.
No Baron buffs available. Can they teleport back in and use the death timer of T-Tiger as well? They need to find a way to actually make this one stick. The Baron buff will be available again by the time T-Tigers respawns. Enemy don't find a way. Penetrate the armor. They're waiting for another moment, Rafa. We have now reached above 28 minutes into this game. Another Baron is coming.
Man.
Enemy are stacking up. Like I said, T-Tigers will be alive. They do need to get some more picks before they start this one up.
And Tribe
I think both teams are going to hit 100,000 gold, by the way. That's crazy.
Damage check. Max Green absorbs it all thanks to Stone Plate being used. 3 GAs now available from Tribe. T-Tigers forced to buy 1. Chuck also invested into 1 as well. So now, GA stocks being matched for match. Max Green stepping forward, immediately pops, and actually doesn't have to use the maximum dosage. He's still fine.
Dragon Lane Chuck taking a little bit of a worse trade than he would have liked. Baron is started. Again, Luan does have teleport. I don't actually know if Chuck does to match. Hopefully he does, if he's going to be in that Dragon Lane by himself. I have to take stock of that one eventually. Max Green.
Look at the way that they are playing this split push out. Because they already opened up the base through the Dragon Lane, Luan DJ is constantly there, forcing someone to answer. If they can break open another inhibitor turret, enemy will have so much pressure to play around with, where they can securely take the Baron the next time they dip out of vision.
Super minions are huge in the game of Wild Rift. They will completely demolish your entire base if you let them. You're 100% right, Rafa. Chuck needs to stay here, or at least somebody needs to stay here if they want to continue on in the WNS first major. Otherwise, the Super Minions will completely end their run by themselves. Might be the difference maker in this game, honestly. That is such a big objective. Oh, Truth is trying to double stack.
Yeah.
It might end the game.
If they assassinate Chuck right here,
it comes.
Remember, he has no stasis. He only has stone plate. They double up onto Chuck. He still has GA, but the Sterix Gauge also provides enough relief to keep them at bay. Chuck will stay alive and can defend the base, but right now, enemy, they have to be careful. They are currently 3 against 4, but the rest of Tribe trying to see if they can find a way to collapse. Max Green does not go down. Survives through exhaust and flash, and the maximum dosage keeping him out despite a primordial burst. Starting looking for Jackie, immediately forced to flash out.
Look at the base!
True.
There is so much damage here, but Max Green is here as well, making it a 2v2. Meanwhile, over on the Baron, enemy are still playing this game of tug of war. They're trying to bring all these members over to that objective. Starting whiffs the Moonfall!
Moonfall not available anymore! He lands right into the event horizon! But the stasis comes out, starting immediately flashes away. He gets on the line, but Truth follows up! The death mark will pop! Stasis is there! Starting's gone! Truth still has GA! He will get a second lifetime flying in! Chuck needs to come in and save the game for the rest of his team! He's the last remaining frontline member! But they find Max Green in the crosshair! Jackie, no more mana! The Chuck takes out Truth with the Demacia Justice! Chuck might be able to clean this one up, but it's a lot of damage from Jackie on the back end! Team Tiger's also available! Time doesn't complete the hook shot over the wall, but it's still not enough! D'Anzio finds it with the piercing arrow! We're at 31 minutes max! This game is crazy!
Tribe won that fight. They killed 3 members, and they're still waiting because they can't go for anything more. They can't try to get anything off the rift. That bot lane inhibitor is still dead. They need to recall. They need to regroup and make sure they don't lose this back and forth bloodbath to the minions of all things. They need to get right back in there, right back where they left off. And Rafa, let's take a look at this. Starting has teleport. He's arriving over to this Baron right now. Enemy are not here. They're not alive. This will, hopefully for Tribe, be the Baron secure.
The damage from
can't
Jackie's too
outsmite
much.
Vhagar.
Holy camole!
They just reached it!
They forced them off of it! And now they're going to turn right back onto the Baron. They have teleports coming in. Jackie getting chunked out by Max Green. Someone needs to be able to secure it. 360. Time. Secure the Baron. And look at Luan DJ out to the back line. They forced a G out of D'Anzio. Watch for D'Anzio if he can get out alive. But Hexa Ultimatum is there. Can they lock him down? Time finishes him off with the tactical precision protocol. And now Truth.
Look at Truth,
he is unanswered in the mid lane. He has the Baron buff. He is pushing him back. Jackie and Yikes. They have to play. Stop the ports. But only one comes through from Max Green. The rest of Tribe, they're still alive. I don't think Truth is going to get that much mileage out of this. He has to get out. He has to dodge out on Chuck. Chuck has flash available, but Truth has a flash of his own.
Oh, Truth doesn't quite have Death Mark. He can't go for anything too fancy here. He does have that Baron buff, so him being in mid lane is scary enough to send all of the members over there. Not scary enough to end the game quite yet. D'Anzio and Starting will respawn into this game, Rafa. Let's see if enemy can make this Baron buff count. See if they can actually end the game right now. You can see Truth and the minions dealt enough damage in that mid lane that a couple more auto attacks would be lethal onto it. They can teleport into this mid lane. They might be able to get some more super minions.
And the longer this game goes on, the more lethal Jackie becomes. I imagine Jackie is at the 1,000 AP mark now with how long this game is going. Smacks!
At least 900.
We are 33 minutes into the game. T-Tigers, Counter-Strike might be beautiful. Forces Truth to flash away. The death mark doesn't quite take him out. But Tribe, can he find him? But a beautiful cancel from the stasis. Tribe doing so much to hold on.
A lot of resources used by the jungler of Tribe. Oh my, that is huge.
Oh, but
they're going to take this mid lane inhibitor. It's gone.
They finally cracked open the mid lane. This top inhibitor can fall as well. Yikes goes forward with the body slam. He is damn tanky enough to survive a lot of this damage. Max Green locked in the event horizon, but dancing. He's got the happy feet, dodging out on multiple skill shots as well. Tribe doing everything they can to hold on to the last tower in this base. The one thing that could separate enemy from just taking it all.
Enemy have now doubled their super minion count, though, with the mid lane inhibitor. There are now 2 lanes of super minions to deal with if you are Tribe. Enemy have everything that they need, apart from one more team fight, to actually close this out. Their minions will do the damage for them. As another Baron is spawning, Rafa. We're at 35 minutes!
Dienzio is the only player whose GA hasn't come up yet. Enemy, if they find a chance to punish this window, that could be the difference maker in this game. Max Green approaching, gets a lot of damage out. Doesn't burn the maximum dosage quite yet. It's still fine enough so that he can walk out without using any summoner spells. Enemy pushing out through the top side of the map, and Chuck constantly on base defense duty because Luan DJ, like the shepherd that he is corralling all these super minions into the base, looking for that 6th man to be the difference maker.
Baron in 10 seconds, but yikes. Oh, he was looking for an angle into the Jackie event horizon, didn't quite manage a truth.
Whoa.
He's trying to scare them off with the death mark. That's 2 key ultimates that are not available anymore.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like enemy are too worried about it, as Tybe is trying to bully everybody in that Baron lane and maybe make it 3 inhibitors.
It's becoming a war of attrition here. Enemy just trying to use any abilities to force out summoner spells because they know that their ultimates will come up sooner than those. T-Tigers forced to flash and use the stasis. Has to recall. Saves his GA potentially for the next fight. Jackie looking for any stragglers. Luan DJ
Chuck
almost takes out Chuck. He burns the GA. And if Luan DJ gets out, that's a beautiful trade. Dodging out on the cleaver from Max Green. Luan DJ doing an admirable job in this war of attrition. And now the Baron is available. Enemy will look to secure it.
They got the teleport out, and they're going to back off immediately. Huge play for enemy, just forcing out another cooldown. T-Tigers will not have a boot enchant for quite some time now. Enemy, they're playing the waiting game once more. We are about to hit 37 minutes. I keep saying the time because this is unprecedented, uncharted territory for NA Wild Rift. If you thought 10 minutes ago was the longest game in North America, you can be damn sure that this one is going the distance and breaking all the records.
If we hit 40 minutes, that is the standard for like normal League of Legends PC games. T-Tigers finding Truth, forcing him to use the death mark to immediately get out. No summoners used from Truth. No GA pop.
Look at the base.
Luan DJ pressuring once again, knowing that Chuck doesn't have GA from last time as he made this push. Dienzio also has to be on base duty because of the super minions pouring through mid lane. And T-Tigers and Chuck, or is it T-Tigers and Max Green? They get locked in.
Engage!
Hexacle the Matum. They're burning him down. G has been popped from T-Tigers. Starting, looking for an angle. Finds Jackie. Stasis is popped. He still has flash. He'll be able to get out. Starting cannot follow up with the moonfall. Luan DJ onto the back line. His GA gets popped, forcing the rest of the members to Tribe. But look at the base. There's super minions that are about to hit it, and T-Tigers has to be the one that answers. And now this could be the opportunity for enemy to take the Baron.
Every single team fight is a matter of life or death in this tournament right now. Rafa's Max Green trying to pave the way for all of Tribe to get into this Baron pit. An enemy back off again. They can't quite get the Baron. They can't quite end this game. And at this point, Rafa, my neighbors are probably getting very mad at me for I've been shouting for 20 minutes.
I don't know what their thoughts are going, but if we could show them how crazy this game is, we would show the whole world, Smacks, because we're about to hit the 40-minute mark. I cannot believe that we have gone this long, and you can see that enemy are playing not only the physical game, but the mental game, trying to see how long Tribe can last. Because if you go back to what Jackie has as an inherent advantage, everyone has hit full builds 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
But Jackie is like, I can still scale buys. I can still go the distance. I can reach the infinity mark. And Tribe just cannot even get outside of this base.
Truth is waiting for somebody to fall into his clutches, not satisfied with the Dr. Mundo. Yikes, on the other hand, is fully okay. Using all of his spells into max screen. That is an ignite. Oh, Rafa. We still have another series about after this
Holy
one as
brother!
well, the cast.
Hold on,
We've
Tommy!
got Yikes. He's still bouncing everybody outside of this pit. It feels like Tribe hasn't been able to cross the river in about a half an hour. We're getting to the point where Luan DJ is nearly at 30,000 gold collected in this game.
Have you ever seen teams with more than 100k gold?
Luan!
Luan DJ gets sought out here by 2 members, but T-Tigers doesn't have GA from before. Truth, damage check real quick. Not enough to force T-Tigers to use any other spells. Starting, almost looks for him, but he has the Shadow Clones to be able to get out. Looking on the other side of the map, Tybe currently matching up against Max Green, trying to push in for the remaining inhibitor tower. Dienzio collapsing, though. If he finds a Chain of Corruptions, it would be bad for Tybe. Has to look for the hook shot away. Dienzio does not lock him down.
Ibe still has Guardian Angel as well. It's really difficult to
Truth
actually
is back.
get on top of him.
Stasis
There's a
is available, and
stasis
now
there
Truth.
for Dienzio.
He's looking for the death mark, but Dienzio with a beautiful flash away. Exhaust comes out as well for Max Green. The rest of enemy have to be on the retreat. Buying time for Luan DJ. Oh my god, was that the second ability?
Yeah, that was an atomic bomb right there. Not even the ultimate for Jackie. Oh, they're going into the river for the first time in half an hour. And they're going to leave immediately.
Tribe have to push, but Chuck immediately answering back. Type with the teleport available. Is Deathmark available from Truth once again? That's the nuke that we're looking for from Jackie. Takes out starting of the fight. And look at this, Dienzio, no flash available. He's gone to the event horizon. Truth and Jackie should have enough damage to take him out, but he's dancing. He's got this fight. But Jackie flashes in, says no more will be for Tribe. It is a new dawn. It is a new era. Enemy, but wait a minute. They've lost out Jackie, they've lost out Yikes, but the minions, they did it! Enemy will take down Tribe!
41 minutes of back and forth action in this match of Wild Rift, Rafa. Enemy complete the reverse sweep. Whew. If you don't look at the timestamps at the bottom, you would be like, yeah, of course Enemy win this. But that took 41 minutes! Egon, we need your help, man.
I'm calling it. I need
We've
a
said
sub.
all we can.
No, you got it. I know you got another 40 more minutes in you.
Don't say that to me.
Look at this gold stats. 136,000 gold.
I really just want us to take a second and just look at all of the stats here, how much gold everyone is. Can't wait for the damage graphs to come out, and truly relish the fact that Wild Rift Esports is here. Had a couple of great quotes from our team in the back. This is what happens when you don't want to lose, because both teams were struggling to win there. Look at Dienzio's damage coming on through. You have an infinite scaling Jackie being almost the least amount of damage on his squad, with Truth constantly finding angles, constantly finding angles, and neither team being willing to back down and just dancing the dance. It was one of those where it's like, all right, we're going to do the Baron dance, and it's like, oh, we're at the Nutcracker. This is going to be going the whole time, like for 3 hours. Okay. And then you have everyone playing their part, especially the humongous chunk balls in the form of Gragas and of Mundo, constantly not going down back to back. Finally, something relents on the side of the split pushers and Renekton. You know, when we're looking at these rosters and you're looking at it, you're like, okay, cool. Let's figure out who our star player is. Yeah, you know, early game, we got the substitution from Luan DJ, who got the lead. It'll definitely be him. And then we start pulling some team fights back. We had the massive flank coming on through from everyone's favorite streamer, starting with the Diana coming back on in. And then all of a sudden, not to be bested, Truth comes in from the flanks and is insta-popping people, including everyone's favorite streamer, starting on the Diana, who had the Zonias ready to go and did not use it. And then Dienzio with the Legolas snipe from distance at the fight near the dragon pit. If he didn't catch that one, that probably would have been it. And then constant fights back and forth between all the team members going all over. Quick, pick one. Rafa, you're on the spot.
Bro, it's... Smacks, I'll let you be the decider. My money is on Truth or Jackie. Yeah, Truth.
I'm going with Truth. There were too many team fights that were won single-handedly by him in this game. And, you know what? I probably should have ended that sentence early. There were too many team fights this game. There were so many. It feels like these clips were an eternity ago in Wild Rift time. Oh my god. If like, Wild Rift years are... like to League of Legends years as dog years are to human years, then we are one old puppy right now.
That was amazing, and yes, that was the right answer. Just in case if you needed a tiebreaker, I was ready to go. There is only one answer. It is Truth, who brought the truth multiple times. As much as his own team became naysayers, he was the one leading the way for the squad to make sure that they got there. I will say, Luan DJ got them in the position in the first place. Before that massive fight, they were up 10, 11, almost 12 kills at one point. And then all of a sudden, the great plays back from T-Tigers, who got to the terrifying point of the scaling in terms of the Jacks. You had starting with some great engagements. But man, this guy right here, Truth, on the Zed, still finding ways to get the 1v1, still finding ways to dish out the damage, and creative angles to constantly get in and escape to keep up the GA, because all of a sudden we were in the world of Guardian Angels here, Rafa.
Yeah, I mean, everyone needed a Guardian Angel to live and withstand the burst that was coming out from the Rogue Ninja that Truth was. Topping the damage charts to 63,000. How? How do you do that?
We're going to have to exclude this game from, like, damage charts and everything, all the stats. Otherwise, it's not going to be fair for anyone. 63,000?
It's an
outlier, absolutely insane.
No, Smacks. You cannot erase the greatest game in Wild Rift Esports history from the books. It's going to be there. It's going to skew the charts. We were here. We were front row seat. And to give us an even greater insight on that match, we're standing by right now with the man in the in the support role for No More Ego. Yikes! So, yeah, you need that towel. Are you cooling off? Like,
man, it's cold here. It's cold here. A lot of stuns missed. You know, it's cold. But yeah, dude, 40 minutes. Fuck out, man. You gotta believe that.
Yikes! You can't be blaming the cold for those bad hands. It was just good hands by everyone, right?
Yeah, it was stressful, man. 40 minutes. I don't know. Exciting game. To be honest, we were all laughing, having fun. It was one of the best games I ever, to be honest, played. Like, I don't know, man. Everyone was just insane that game. Even though Tribe lost, like, man, kudos to them. They stayed long enough, and we stayed long enough when they had the Elder. It was sick, man. I loved it.
Yep. Were there moments where you thought maybe this was it, we threw, or they're going to take over the game, or it's over?
To be honest, at some points, we kind of actually did. We were kind of like, we're going to lose, but once we realized that if we get to that very late game, we get the full items, they're not going to be able to fight us anymore, because like they already hit their max, you know, reach damage, because they got the Elder and they had their items. So Truth went off with the Z picks at the Baron. We were able to get the first Baron, and we just stalled the game for the items. It was insane.
You didn't just stall the game for the items. You stalled the games for the record books here. The longest game in Wild Rift North American Series history here at 40-something. I kind of want to just chat with you now in terms of your journey, bouncing from Immortals, switching roles, now here at No More Ego, and knocking off some of these top teams. Like, what has the last several months been like for you?
I mean, I mean, again, it's been stressful. I left Immortals like right before, actually like a week or two before like the season actually started. So enemy, they were actually looking to change their bot lane a little bit. Jackie was like an ADC challenger player on PC and everything, so he wanted to go back to his role instead of support. And you know, I was just there at the right moment. I asked them. We screamed a few teams. We did pretty well, so we stuck with the same group, and here we are now. It's been like 2-3 weeks playing together, and you know. We improving.
You are improving all the way to third and maybe more. You have at least one more match on the docket. Who do you want to face, Immortals or Sentinels, in the lower bracket finals?
I mean, both teams are really strong right now. I mean, everybody probably in an thinks they're pretty strong. So it's gonna be fun. Obviously, we're gonna give them a go for their money. So yeah, I mean, I'm excited for it. Both of them kind of have the similar playstyle, so I don't have really much of a preference. But yeah, two top teams, and we're gonna be there. We're gonna show up, and we're gonna tell them who we are.
Yikes, that answer was like that last game. You just stalled out and gave me the PR answer. But either way, I appreciate the honesty. Congratulations on one of the best
Thank
wins
you.
we've seen.
No more ego, man. No more ego. All right.
All right, brother.
Thanks for the interview.
And there you have it. The support role. We're like, oh, yeah, it's a strategic mastermind. They're constantly stalling. They're pushing the different lanes. He's like, no, we were laughing. It was pretty funny.
You know, that's props though. If they're keeping a cool head and they're having fun letting the game play that long, then they're definitely winning the mental attrition war, right? They're the ones keeping, you know, good vibes, whereas we have no idea what's going on in Tribes camp. If they're freaking out, like, guys, we can't push out of the base. This sucks.
I didn't know we were allowed to wear blankets on this broadcast. It's like we're in a snowstorm over here. I would have suited up. I would have been so cozy with him. But I guess I'll have to do that for next series.
All right, well, let's take a look at what the next series will be as we look at our bracket a little bit more filled out now with no more ego, taking the long route, the scenic route, but they have moved on into the third place, into at least third place in the lower bracket finals. Our next match is the upper bracket finals, Immortals versus Sentinels, a rematch of number 1 versus number 2 during qualifier number 1 with these powerhouses, y'all. Okay, we're gonna take a short break to reset, make sure Rafa is recharged and Smacks is blanketed up for our next series. When we come back, the upper bracket finals between IMT and Sentinels. You're watching the Wild Rift North American Series. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Wild Rift North American Series presented by Riot Games and Wisdom Gaming. Degon, Rafa, and Smacks still here with you after, again, this word gets used way too much, but banger of a series, specifically game number 3 in our last series with No More Ego becoming triumphant. Now we got to figure out the top side of the bracket. It's number 1 versus number 2, Immortals versus Sentinel. Let's take a look at that Immortals roster that has been so dominant in this season with Iraqi Zoro, Lemont returning to the jungle, Hoon, Gume, and Charm, who has been a monster down on the bottom side of the map. And then their opponents, it's Sentinels, who have just found the right chemistry between all of them, led by MTS, Sheesh, Mali, Rest, and Beginnings down on the bottom side of the map. We had the chance to chat with Beginnings. The team is full of energy, and really, the story that we wanted to set up for this one is the top side of the map. Iraqi Zoro for Immortals going up against MTS. Say his name! It's Matthew Taylor Stover. Don't forget it. Like I almost did there. Rafa, take this one down for us.
This is a battle between a super hard carry top laner in MTS, probably one of the low-key best Baron laners since year 0, but because Sentinels hadn't really found their stride, MTS was overshadowed by all of the other top teams, but now he gets to fully show how damn good he is at being able to 1v9 and carry these games through the Baron lane, whereas Iraqi Zoro has really stepped up his tank play and his team fighting play.
I've been really impressed by both of these Baron laners. Iraqi Zoro playing these tanks, playing the disengage style. His Gragas especially has been looking really solid, and we know that he is a really big team leader on this squad. But I've got to give my my blanket hat, I got to tip it to MTS. His mechanics have been so top-notch. He has been the best mechanical player, in my opinion, of the entire tournament so far, especially that Darius game. Whew, that was crazy.
Yeah, and these two teams, I expect them not only to have the mechanics in the micro, but also the macro as well, which can make this game be very, very explosive. Let's take a look at our predictions that we had for this one coming on into it. And we are yet again split, Rafa. What's going on here?
Hey, I was right. I was right though with the enemy one.
Barely. You're barely.
So I'm just, it was pretty much of a nail biter. But for me, I think Immortals, with how well they showed themselves to be against Sentinels during the qualifier finals, I think they're going to be able to once again in similar fashion take down Sentinels.
Max.
I'm going with Sentinels, as you can see right here. I already sang the praises of MTS, but I think the entire team is really on another level when it comes to the team fights and their specific approach to the game when it comes to draft. I've really admired the way that they bring everything together right before the game even begins. I especially like the Twisted Fate in the AD carry position. I'm going to go with Sentinels taking this one.
I love my boy Iraqi Zoro, but say his name. Matthew Taylor Stover. Sentinels take this one. All right, here we go. The upper bracket finals start right now with the first draft for game number 1.
Smacks, we had such a chaotic back and forth third game. On one hand, some part of me is like, that would be cool if Immortals and Sentinels brought us to another nail biter. But at the same time, I feel like for my throat, that would not be great. Because then my voice would just be given out, and then I would have to take it easy for the rest of the week. But we have flown through the pick and ban phase, and if I'm not mistaken, Sentinels either opted not for a second ban, or will get information to update on us what that champion was supposed to be. But a lot of mid laners actually taken off the table.
Yeah. Very true. Specifically, the Yasuo comes to mind as a really surprising one against this squad for Immortals. It really does bolster their team fighting capabilities, and it does give a standout player like Hoon a lot of opportunity to pop off. As we look at what Sentinels has brought to the table so far, they are fully rounding out their top side of the map with a Darius for MTS. Love that pick for him, but also Fiora jungle.
Sheesh and Lebmon have shown us how great Fiora junglers can be in the hands of these teams that are able to play around them.
Ooh,
Note here,
yeah.
though, the Lebmont Lee Sin. I mean, and now this already highlights how the story of this game will play out. Sentinels have to buy time and allow Fiora to scale on up, whereas Immortals, they have to play fast, they have to play loose, and they need to be the ones pressing on the gas pedal.
I love Lebmont's Lee Sin. On this champion, he has shown the mechanical peaks of Wild Rift in the first qualifier. It was this champion that completely obliterated his opposition. And Rafa, look at this. Riven
Molly's
locked in
Riven!
as well. We have 3 bruisers on the side of Sentinels already to match that early game aggression. All of these melee champions all bundled up together in one topside package for Sentinels.
And there's plenty of magic damage dealers that are still available, assuming Sentinels don't ban any of them out, because Immortals probably will ban Ziggs and Brand right here and deny
Or
the best
Twisted
ones.
Fate, yeah.
Or Twisted Fate. I don't know if you would pick Twisted Fate here because
They would.
He's.
They definitely
I know
They
Rest
did yesterday.
I know. And I know Rest Twisted Fate is really good, but it's like he goes an AD build, right? So
Yeah.
there has to be some magic damage here.
They went full AD with the AD Twisted Fate yesterday, and it still worked
Wow.
really well. So they are
Okay.
not above that, Rafa. Trust me.
God.
As you mentioned, though, there are a lot of magic damage dealing champions still up. Corki really comes to mind as a good option. Ziggs also still there, assuming that neither of those champions were the secret no ban for Sentinels.
available.
Those are definitely there for Rest. I would imagine that he either goes for the Twisted Fate or actually goes the utility route for Orianna, considering how much damage there is on the entire top side of Sentinels so far.
You have decent ball carriers as well. I mean, like,
Yeah.
they don't, like, engage that easily as Darius unless you burn Flash or Protobelt. But it's the Rakan locked in for beginnings, noting that they hadn't locked in support yet for Charm. And as Charm has stated before, if you let me have Rakan, you are trolling. So they respect that.
Braum is a great pick into this. There's so many melee champions that get denied by Braum's ultimate, by his stun, by his wall. Really, just everything that he has in his kit is so well tailored to defeat these melee champions. And wouldn't you know it, Rafa?
Hey!
Full AD against Immortals, you're gonna get hit with the rock. It's about drive.
We devour. Put in the work.
I don't
put
wanna
in the
get a
hours and
copyright
take.
claim.
What's that? I mean, how are we gonna get copyright struck? We don't have as sultry as the tone as Dwayne The Rock Johnson, but Araki Zoro gonna be fresh with his ice and his rock monster. The Malphite gonna be swagging on all over Sentinels. And now this does force Rest to be like, listen, I would love to pick Twisted Fate here, but we really need some magic damage now.
Yeah. And it is the damage-oriented style as well. Like you said, they do need magic damage. So something like an Orianna, while it does do that, it's more utility-based, and it would further just try to bolster the physical damage dealing top side of Sentinels, so they do want to pack some more Bomb Punch with this one. Bomb Punch, huh? That sounds like it could be a pretty good tasty.
Nice cocktail. You know, there's other ways you can go about it, but I want to look at the mid lane kind of matchup here, because we don't see Riven that often in the mid lane, but Molly has proven to us time and time again he is willing to take bruisers that are traditionally in the Baron lane, and we'll be like, yo, I mean, in certain matchups, it works here.
Yeah, I really like the Riven in the mid lane, especially for one of these players like Molly, who plays so many melee champions. We were talking about this with Digon before, about the differences between this version of Sentinels and the Sentinels of last year. And the biggest thing, we loved watching Michael Udall play things like that Orianna, his control mage style, but the Riven is much more carry-oriented and much more in your face. And I think that has done a lot to activate what Sentinel's now biggest identity as a team is.
As you said before, Molly has really helped bring a lot of life to this roster. But not to take anything away from the rest of the Sentinels, because everyone talking and catching up with Pierce, the rest of these players have done so much during the offseason and they've leveled up their gameplay. I think especially Rest and Beginnings have gone from being a mediocre bottom lane in year 0 to now by far one of the best here in year 1.
Some truly harsh words, but I think they would agree with you. I think they definitely have acknowledged just how big the improvements have been for them as players. I think their opposition also feels pretty similarly, though. If you look across the board at Immortals, I think Iraqi Zoro has really come into his own and gotten more familiar with the role that he is playing on this team, because we saw... For Iraqi Zoro, for those of you who are not familiar, he comes from other mobile titles where he played mainly marksman, mainly the bottom lane role. That would be the equivalent in this game. And you can see by his champion pool in the Baron lane, is very far removed from that. So I think for Iraqi Zoro, he's becoming a lot more familiar with this, and you can see that in his gameplay as well. His mechanics have really blossomed into one of our premier tank players.
And Iraqi Zoro has had to answer this conflict where Iraqi Zoro wants to be able to play some of the strongest split pushers in the Baron lane role. And when we were on the desk with him at Horizon Cup, he was talking about the 3 queens of Baron lane, Fiora, Camille, Riven, and then of course Renekton. You pilot any of these champions well and you will always have a natural advantage. And that's why we never really saw any tanks in the Baron lane. But going back to some of that tank play in the NA meta at this point in year 1, Iraqi Zoro, I know, definitely would have a lot more fun on playing some of those mobile split pushers, but being able to be humble and say, you know what, my team needs me to be the front line and to be the reliable engage, having such strong leadership qualities allows Iraqi Zoro to fill in that role nicely.
He loves his Irelia, Iraqi Zoro. Maybe one day it'll be meta again. Maybe. We're getting a roam in that mid lane from Beginnings. Took that recall. I was holding my breath to see if Charm was going to cancel it with Winter's Bite. Didn't quite land that, so Beginnings to come back onto the Rift and apply some pressure, activating Molly to get some more minions and likely take a freer recall, potentially getting that full Black Cleaver. Objectives are coming up in 45 seconds. They will be a pretty big bonus you're going to want to get for yourself and for your team, as this team does deal a lot of physical damage, so Black Cleaver very helpful.
I will say that the first window that I was looking for Immortals was Lebmont trying to find and force some early errors from Sentinels, just thanks to the early aggression and power that you have as the Lee Sin, but they didn't find anything before the level 5 mark, so now everyone has ultimates. But as we have learned from previous Wild Rift games, just because you don't do anything in the first couple of minutes as Lee Sin doesn't mean the game is completely just gone and over. You still have Dragon's Rage, one of the best tools in the game, and if you're as damn good of a Lee Sin player as Lebmont, you can still find ways to make it just as useful as any other major engage spell.
Yeah, ridiculously mobile as well on this champion, so Lebmont can get very creative. He's got the Ghost Blade too, so even faster on the draw than other Lee Sins typically would be. Getting that objective trade so far, it does look like Sentinels are content with this, moving over toward the Drake. And I can't blame them, Rafa. This is an Infernal. This is what I would say is the most worth trade and time to go for Drake instead of Herald.
Yeah, Sentinels playing the long con. They have the better scaling composition in their own right. Ziggs and Fiora, some of the best champions that just become more fearsome the later the game goes on. Lebmont, you gotta... Yeah, that was a little too many stacks. Had MTS pulled the trigger on the guillotine, that is first blood for sure for Sentinels.
Yeah, crucial Dragon's Rage there. One more stack away from the full marks.
Or, dude, I felt that before playing Jace jungle. You realize, you can't just use Thundering Blow willy-nilly. You gotta use it as a finisher rather than an opener.
You can use it as an opener in champion combat, just not on the Krugs. Those are fickle beings.
Or any camps against the wall. Yeah.
It is AoE as well, as long as you're in melee range of it. It's a nice thing about that spell in Wild Rift.
Dude.
We are approaching a mid-game that, for those of you who just watched that last game and are like, wow, there's nothing's going on. Are we going to get another 40-minute game? No, we're not. I'm going to say that right now. That was the biggest anomaly I've ever seen in Wild Rift. We're not going to have that happen. Teams are just waiting to be confident for this team fight as Beginnings. There's so much damage.
Yeah. Yuma's Ghostblade Rush release in. You know, while it's not the Edge of Night and it doesn't offer as much protection, you get a little bit more armor penetration, as I believe it was a... maybe I'm trolling. No. Not quite the recent change. But Yuma's Ghostblade still such a great way to give yourself a nice spike of damage to snowball the first few minutes of the game. Immortals were looking for a crash into the mid lane. They don't get the first turret in the mid lane, but they do get it through the Dragon lane before Sentinels answer in the Baron.
If you're referring to patch 3.A, you almost did get a buff for that. It has more armor penetration on that.
Okay. See,
it is released.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, and I wasn't confusing patch notes for two different games.
Yeah. You're on the right track.
Okay. I was ready for chat to be like, PC League of Legends caster kick W. But anyway, Molly... Oh my god!
How? How did he just do that?
Molly's
the
cracked,
movement
man.
to dodge out on the unstoppable force, so clutch there for Molly. Still no kills on the board because of it.
That was a point-blank ulti, too. You have to be so quick on the reaction that it's almost a prediction that you have to imagine, oh, Arakizor is about to ult me right here. Wow. This is why Molly is just so good, guys.
Yeah. I'm so happy that we're seeing him in tip-top shape on Sentinels as well. Moving forward into these team fights, it's going to be really crucial that you do lock down this Riven because it is so mobile and because it does so much damage as well. You can see the lead is pretty gigantic in the mid lane already because Molly has been left on this island for so long. So many more resources being poured into him.
Oh, baby! MTS is on the board with first blood. We talked about it before. His ability to create pressure thanks to his 1v9 abilities and his carry-like playstyle, and he finds Hoon.
Wow. Well, honestly, after waiting 8 minutes for first blood, a little bit anticlimactic, but just showing you again how skilled MTS is on this champion. Gets all 5 stacks. And unfortunately for Hoon, he does not have the Dragon's Rage like his jungler before him, so he cannot get out of all of those stacks. Sentinels pick up first blood, and they get a second turret for themselves in Dragon Lane. Meanwhile, the objectives are spawned.
Rift Herald on the board once again. And remember, Sentinels, the fact that they got the Infernal Dragon helps with their scaling just much more. Cloud Dragon, not as much. Oh, man!
Wow.
This is a little unfortunate for
I think you should probably start ulting somebody else at this point. Molly is too slippery.
Well, that was also Beginnings as well. Beginnings got out with the grand entrance.
Yeah. Every champion's too slippery. I mean, you can only ult Darius from now on.
And rest.
Yeah.
Unless if they have flash. Well, the fight begins. Glacial Fissure and the Dragon's Rage kicks Sheesh out of the fight. Lemon goes back in. It's an instant double for Gume, following up with a piercing arrow. Now they're looking for Rest. Rest still has flash, keeping his distance. Doesn't need to burn the summoner spell, but a numbers advantage allows Immortals to be the ones that take this dragon. But MTS says, I've got other plans for that. He still has Guillotine available. Beginnings, closing the distance here. Charm looking to follow up some damage onto Rest thanks to Hoon's accelerated shock blast. We're still at a standstill.
Yeah, Hoon's Jace providing so much extra damage for the poke variety in this game right now, Rafa, as we get to watch this exchange once more. Sheesh does deal quite a bit of damage, but the re-engage and the disengage specifically from the two supports just provided so much extra crowd control that the Grand Challenge was not enough. We're seeing the effect of Charm selecting this Braum in this game. You can't actually engage when he is standing on top of the carries that you're trying to kill.
Sentinels not going to opt into the Dragon trade. They're looking for a Rift Herald this time around. And you pair that with someone like Sheesh's Fiora, who already is at the Trinity Force spike, almost completed the Blade of the Rune King. They're at the point where she can start split pushing with no answer from Immortals. Chain of Corruptions goes wide.
Herald still likely get its charge onto this turret. Can they actually crack the entire thing? Not quite. We saw the Grand Challenge yet again popped, but no way to actually get into the team fight again. He learned his lesson, Sheesh. Don't engage when there's a Braum right there. Not going to go well.
Much more controlled between these two teams, a very understanding of their limits, and they get really close to approaching lethal on a lot of these players, and they immediately, that's when they pull the trigger and say, okay, it's time for me to bail. I gotta go. And that's why, despite so many drawn-out fights, it's only 2-1 at 11 minutes.
We still scaling. Scaling boys from both teams. MTS is potentially at risk of a dive as Beginnings arrives, making sure that that is no longer the case. There were a bunch of members on Immortals who were trying to catch out the stray Darius.
So fast.
They're very fast. That's the Yomus and the Scuttle Crab doing a lot of work for Lebmont. Oh man, he's zooming.
Yeah, Charm is too. Deadman's played Rush, thanks to also the Cloud Dragon as well with the extra movement speed across the board. They actually can just dip back and forth between Baron lane and mid lane in a moment's notice. As MTS waiting to see if Hoon. Ooh.
Beginnings didn't quite pull the trigger there. I was waiting to see if the quickness would be popped, but seems like the call was probably just there could be more people, and if we only get Hoon's flash, it's not worth it. I think that's probably the right decision. We're being Molly. Definitely just prancing around these members here, Rafa. We're not finding any really big engages, just a poke war in this mid lane and rest with the bombs. Super close again to taking this mid lane turret. Quickness popped.
Beginnings was trying to buy some space for Rest to just throw the satchel charge. There it is. Mid turret falls for Sentinels. They currently have the tower lead on the map.
Pretty big one, too. 2 in favor of them. All of these outer ones are dead. They can use that now to stop going for this poke war that they've been battling out and potentially go and start finding picks across the map. Because Rest, at this point, with 2 items working on a third, will have enough in the tank to just use all of his spells on the minion wave. Meanwhile, the rest of the team goes and looks for kills like mercenaries. So that's what this composition is really built to do. The 4 melee champions and a Ziggs, you want to get all the advantage that you can on these melee champions. So even if they are these bruisers, they will still have enough frontline available to keep the Ziggs alive.
Nice thing about levels and stats, makes you tankier, even if you invest into bruiser-style items or damage items, which is why Hoon realizes that, hey, I can't be selfish and go more of a lethality traditional build for the poke. I have to be more of a frontline with Black Cleaver and Death's Dance. There's a fight on the top side of the map. Huge ultimate from Charm breaks open MTS and allows Lebmon to finish him off, but she zones away Charm and Whom, and you've got Gume on the other side firing out piercing arrows, but in the end, MTS and Lebmon trade 1 for 1.
Ooh, the return play. Oh my god, Beginnings dashed it again. Iraqi Zoro 0 for 3 on the play as the quickness locks down every single member on Immortals. And now Sentinels clean up the play like the mercenaries they are. Rest underneath this turret, dealing enough damage as Molly, taking up the turret as well, will survive. Another structure falls, and Rafa, Iraqi just can't catch a break.
It's a heartbreaker for Iraqi Zoro, 0-3 on the Unstoppable Force engages. Hasn't found one yet, but for Sentinels, they've been playing so damn well around that engage power from Immortals that they've dodged out on every single one, and now they lead 3,000.
Oh, man. Gonna need to see those Unstoppable Forces land onto the back line eventually. Does feel like he's just hitting, trying to hit, I should say, same members, but they're way too mobile to actually lock down. And right there we saw Beginnings has enough tenacity with the Mercury Tread boots to survive. And now all the members of Sentinels back onto the Rift. They don't quite have quickness. That's not going to stop them from starting the Drake.
6,000 HP on the Dragon. Sentinels playing it a little slow. Iraqi Zoro has Unstoppable Force available once again. Watch for the members that do not have flash. That's Molly, but he was able to dodge a point-blank one last time. He's centered on the right side of the flank. Immortals bullying MTS away. Super Mega Inferno Bomb will chunk out a bit of damage from Immortals members. Molly,
he's going in!
3-man knock-up! Can they follow up on this one? Iraqi Zoro finally punishes with the Unstoppable Force onto the front line that engaged, but they have to peel back for Gume. He was forced away. No flash available and too low to continue in the fight. And despite losing out on 1, they get the Dragon and they take down 2 for Sentinels.
Gume is going to try something crazy here right now, Rafa. He's going to look for an arrow into the Drake pit as we do watch this fight. He didn't quite get it. let's watch this engage one more time as we're seeing Beginnings and Molly. So much crowd control. Unfortunately for Beginnings, while he does stall all the members of Immortals, he doesn't have anyone with him, so they can't finish off any of those kills. Very close to being a full 5-kill ace at that point. Beginnings just didn't quite have the damage for him. Maybe needs to take a page out of Truth's book, go for the full AP recon.
All right.
That's
Let's
a joke.
not get
Don't do
too
that.
crazy. Let's not get too crazy.
Waste your time if you're listening. Don't get any ideas.
Oh, man. After seeing a 40-minute game, I don't think I could see anything else that would surprise me, though, at this point. If I saw MTS just go full lethality Darius, I'm like, yeah, that's cool.
Just another day.
It's just another day on the job here at Wild Rift Esports Central. As Iraqi Zora now in a 1v1 of his life against Molly, forced to use the unstoppable force because he's got to get away. Flash also forced out. Molly, almost enough damage with the wind slash, but now has exhausted almost everything. Still has Flash available and still has a lot of mobility. Lebmon trying to close the distance. Charm is here, lands Winter's Bite, but Molly should be able to get out over the wall with the broken wings.
Oh, and they're stalling the entire team of Immortals as well while they take the Baron. Not enough damage. Molly is most of that burn. They can start an engage.
Oh, a little too far forward, forced to flash away. Lebmon also using the flash, and now Charm might be left out to dry, flashing over the wall. So many summoner spells burned by Sentinels.
They don't get anything for it either. Other than those summoner spells, of course, as you just mentioned, they're still on this play as Lebmon denies the blue buff steal. Sentinels, they have a bunch of pressure on this rift. They're looking really clean at these team fights, honestly. The damage control is really top-notch. They're going for another engage.
Knock-up is huge. Lebmon getting chunked. Still has GA. Doesn't want to have to pop it, but it's the Super Mega attack. Oh, Lebmon with the stasis. Dodges out on the damage from Rest. Keeps his GA.
And again, these really tense fights are occurring, Rafa. Maybe I cursed it before saying we wouldn't have another 40-minute game. These team fights really, really close.
Oh, no.
I think I'm still right. I think 40 minutes is never going to happen. In this tournament. That's so nuts that it even happened to begin with.
Grand entrance from beginning. Hits Lebmon. Goes in with the Sonic Wave and forced to use the Dragon's Rage to disengage that fight. Sentinel still maintaining position control, and keep in mind, there's still an Elder Dragon to play for in the next couple of minutes.
Oh, wow. Really good point. That is a really big objective to look out for on this squad. For Sentinels, they just have so much pressure every which way you look because they took the time to take all of those turrets from before. You can see that their clean, methodical early and mid game is really paying off at this point. They're not letting anything fall through the cracks. Even though that mid lane turret is really, really low, they are still fighting for it tooth and nail just to make sure they have this pressure. And look at that! These Ziggs bombs just used to clear out the minion waves and dissuade Immortals from pushing further.
Sentinel stalling the game out. The longer the game goes, it plays more into their favor. So, like Enemy, they are fine with playing the long con here. Whereas Immortals, you can feel that their usefulness and their damage, while it doesn't necessarily not scale, it gets harder against the likes of Sentinels.
Here's Elder, Rafa. We mentioned it before, and we waited long enough. Now, it is available. Iraqi Zora, you gotta land that ultimate this time, my man. You gotta make sure you get that knockup. Specifically onto Rest, I feel, is the one who's going to be dealing a lot of the damage in this fight. He also, as Rafa mentioned, isn't as mobile as Riven and Rakan, so it might have a higher chance of landing.
Immortals battling tooth and nail against Sentinels for control of the river, but the mid lane push being wrestled away. Thanks to Rest. Super Mega Death Rocket. Oh, Hoon is in a bad spot. Has to flash out. The turret has been taken. And the rest... Oh!
There it is!
Two-man knock-up! Point and blank from Iraqi Zoro. Sheesh is gone! Molly might be able to get out, but a flash from Charm guarantees the concussive blows to land the stun. That's both of the champions from Sheesh and Molly taken out of the fight. 5-on-3. A teleport coming in so that Lebmon can rejoin his comrades.
Lebmon is the member who has the smite as well. It's crucial for him to be in this play. They're turning on to the fight instead, Rafa.
MTS getting incredibly low, trying to do his best, flashing forward, getting a massive heal with the Decimate, but it's not enough to stay alive. GA will be popped. Rest has been sought out by the Chain of Corruptions, flashing away, keeps his distance, but he cannot save Beginnings. MTS is critically low. Iraqi Zoro stays alive thanks to the Stone Plate, and Immortals will take their dragon as their prize.
You have to imagine that Immortals have done it at this point. Rest in a melee brawl with Charms Braum. Can he actually get in range? He doesn't have ultimate. No, he cannot. That is Elder Mountain picked up by Immortals. And while Sentinels have had the methodical, clean play up until this point, they now have to deal with one of the largest buffs in all of Wild Rift.
Beautiful Chain of Corruptions from Gume prevents Sheesh and Molly being able to run down any stragglers from Immortals. You see Pinks going over to the Baron. Super Mega, Mega Inferno Bomb does not take out Gume.
Looks like Immortals minions are actually taking a turret in that dragon lane as well. Will that fall? 25!
Ooh.
25 HP! Not quite dying.
You could poke at it with a stick, and it would not be knocked down, dude.
Yeah. You could do one of those car salesman things, like slap it on the hood, and it would die.
Oh. Yeah, it's definitely more force than poke with a stick. Maybe you could just breathe on it.
Maybe. I mean, depending on the car salesman, I guess. He'd be more force than a stick. Sticks are kind of tough sometimes.
Oh, looking for the flank here. Iraqi Zoro lands right on top, but there needs to be more damage. Follow up on the play. Ledmon sacrificed his GA for this. And now Beginnings with the grand entrance and the quickness. This could have been an overstay from Immortals. Might have biding too much more than they can chew. This Baron, I imagine, now in Sentinels' control.
There's a lot of poke from Varus and Jace. Sentinels need to make sure that they are managing their HP well in this Baron if they are going to secure it. No smite to concern themselves with, but look at those HP bars. There's already one dead!
They're poking them off. Piercing arrow comes through from Gume. The Baron still secured by Sheesh. Can he get out, though? He's already on the run. He's out of there. Can't say the same for Rest. The stasis will only delay the inevitable. Mega Inferno Bomb! A beautiful attempt, but it's not enough. Hoon picks up the triple.
Oh, that was ridiculously close for Hoon. The stasis was so close for Rest also. Only one member from Sentinels retaining that Baron buff, and this just goes to show what I was saying about the poke damage. Gume and Hoon, deadly accurate with these spells. MTS couldn't manage to stay alive. Crucially for Sentinels, it doesn't land onto Sheesh, and he's able to escape. So he's able to smite it as well. Sentinels only with one Baron. I don't feel like that was a positive play for them in the end.
Well, when they are up against Elder Mountain, I can understand. And as their only play. Whoa! Sheesh! That was so much damage! He just popped Hoon like a balloon!
Doing it again!
He's doing it again! Lemon, he's running him down! Piercing arrow's not going to be enough to save and stop Ashish in his role. It requires the Chain of Corruptions and the Glacial Fissure. The rest of Immortals, they're just trying to get on out before the flank comes in from the rest of the members of Sentinels.
Look at the Dragon Lane, Rafa. The minions are going to do it. They're going to blow on that turret, poke it with a stick, whatever you want. It's dead!
The sixth member of Immortals doing their services greatly. Sentinels now trying to push in with this one Baron buff. This one wave could be the difference maker for Sentinels as Sheesh held on to it, didn't go down. Ziggs is here as well, as you mentioned. They can look to blow it up. Satchel charge, not going to be enough damage. Chain of Corruptions keeps
all the damage.
MTS, Iraqi Zoro onto both of the frontline members, gets a huge knockup, but Beginnings with the answer back. Charms up multiple members. The inhibitor structure goes down. A lot of damage. Sheesh with the grand challenge, getting a lot of healing down. MTS GA will be popped. Molly engaging onto the front line once again. That's the GA from Hoon. And Sentinels will try to turn things around despite losing out on the Elder Mountain Dragon. They need to win on this wave, and it looks like it won't be enough to close it out.
I thought they could end, but the Baron buff ran out. They couldn't actually do it in the end as Molly gets his recall canceled. Lebmont denied on the engage thanks to the Ziggs ultimate, but he's going to go down regardless thanks to the positioning. And look at the minions from the Baron lane, Rafa. They're going to do it themselves. Flashing forward for Molly, and Sentinels all members strong take game one in the upper finals.
Sentinels didn't get the Elder Mountain, but it didn't even matter, Smacks, because they persevered thick and through. Sheesh and Molly making those mobile skirmishes in their own control. Oh my god. That was crazy.
You say that the Elder Mountain didn't matter. I think it mattered a little bit. They were definitely in a closer situation
Sure, it
than
mattered,
I think they.
But they still won.
They did still win, but it was really close thanks to that play from Immortals. Sentinels at match point. Look at Rest's damage on Zig. That's more than Zed did in a 40-minute game.
Ziggs is kind of OP, no? Yo, Degon, any thoughts on Ziggs?
Yeah, Ziggs seems to be one of these key champions you just got to get rid of. Like, everyone has started to look good on Ziggs, and if you don't have a way to punish it, which maybe the Lee Sin should be a way to punishment with Lamont and his mechanics, and we know how nutty he can be, then you got to get rid of it. And 66,000 kind of speaks for itself in terms of the damage. And we had focused a lot on the top side of the map being where we wanted to keep our eyes at, where it was early, but I think the mid lane is where we need to focus on, because Molly was taking it to Hoon, was making plays happen over and over again with the Riven pick there, Smacks.
Yeah, I think you're leading us in the right direction for star player as well from that game. Molly's Riven was so crucial in that one. The early game, the mid game, everything about it. The engages as well were so cool to see from this champion. And he's so slippery all at the same time. Can't even be hit by a Malphite ultimate the whole game long. Ridiculous performance.
Molly just coming up clutch with so many huge moments, being able to play damage dealer, but also frontline engages as well, routing off, and immediately, with the amount of mobility that he has, can catch out and punish multiple members of Immortals that step too far forward. I think one of my favorite plays was the 3-man flash knock-up around the Dragon Pit.
Here it is.
This was so slick.
I can't believe he managed to do this. Oh my word. And then Beginnings. If Beginnings focused the front line instead of going to the back line here, they definitely could have just like completely cleaned up this team fight. Just a little desynced, and I think that was the biggest thing that let Immortals just not completely fall out of this game, because Immortals did have a really good performance, all things considered, too.
Immortals did. I gotta be the voice of the chat here. We focus on the top side. There were a lot of missed unstoppable forces there early on by our boy Rocky Zoro.
I don't blame him, honestly. I don't blame him. Those champions are too slippery. I think most people in the chat would have missed those ultimates as well.
He locked it down later on. Later on, he landed a lot of those, but some of those were like, oh, do we want this engagement? Oh, here comes Galio on my head. Oh, here comes Riven. Oh, I landed my ult, guys. Got to bring up the greats with some of the areas that can be improved here for Immortals, but let's take a second to celebrate our star player of the game. Has to be the man in the mid lane in Molly, who just kind of popped off there with the Riven. Distance with his engages, great win slashes, understanding how much damage he had. And even then, to close it out, had the recall stopped and was like, oh, you guys just want the game to end now? All right, sure. I'll end the game now for you.
Molly Uwu right there. He deserves the full title.
Even interrupting the last two members of Immortals on the base from being able to stop the minions coming in, he committed so many tools in that last push. You already said it before, Degon. The amount of distance that you can cover as a Riven in just a blink of an eye, you have to be quick on the decision making. You have to fully commit in order to make those plays work out. And Amali was absolutely precise in every single engagement he took.
I want to turn our focus now to the mid lane pick that Immortals took there with the Jace. So Hoon has a pretty massive champ pool, not one to shy away from the spotlight, and has been a boon to this squad. But the Jace, how'd you feel about it there, Smacks?
I thought it was good. I think the early game was really tough against Riven, and you saw that reflected in his gold as well. He was down about 1,000 early on. I think in the late game, it really showed its worth. That's not really what you expect a Jace to have happen to him in the early game, though. This champion is a ranged lane bully. This goes to show just how powerful Molly's Riven counterpick into it really was. I think in the early game, they really need to support it better, because you saw just how much damage it was dealing late game. Specifically, that Baron take from Sentinels, it was crushing them alongside Gume's Varus. I think if you are going to give Un all this early game power, you have to bolster that a little bit more, with probably more action in that very quiet early game. It was about 8 minutes before we saw even a kill.
Yeah, that was the one concern that we had looking at Immortals early game is if you're picking the Lee Sin, then you gotta make some plays happen. And we talked about, okay, we can give you a pass, you still have Dragon's Rage, but still not as much early action as we come to expect from Lemont when he plays the Lee Sin.
Yeah. More execution based or different draft moving forward here for Immortals here, Rafa?
I wouldn't mind the draft being the same, because I know Immortals have executed on this draft in the past well. They just seemed a little bit more hesitant to pull the trigger. And as you already noted before, some of those early moments had to be on Iraqi Zoro, and when they're dodged out, it makes the early snowball so much more difficult to execute.
To censor some of the words from one of the coaches in Sentinels, Pierce, his main mantra in this game is to not be a coward. And I think that Immortals could really benefit from that playstyle in this one. Definitely pedal to the metal very early on would help them tremendously.
Here, I'll go even further. Be courageous, because if you get in the huddle, you got the hands in, and you're like, not be a coward. Like, that's not the play. All right, well, Pierce has the boys ready to go here for Sentinels, as they might be the #1 seed heading into the grand finals. Draft number 2 ready to go. Will it be Sentinels, or can Immortals fight back? Let's find out together.
It would be a huge moment for Sentinels to come into the grand finals as the #1 seed through the upper bracket, just because, to remind everyone at home, Year 0 Sentinels, the qualifier starts, they were definitely competing for top 4, but by the end of the regional championships, they were an 8th place team, maybe 7th or 6th, but they nowhere had the level of competitiveness as they do now. And by beating Immortals here, they will have already proven that they can take Immortals down after losing against them during the first qualifier.
Yes, on the signature Darius again, trying to make that happen for Sentinels. He looked really solid on that Darius again. Maybe not as big of a pop-off as we saw yesterday, mostly because Molly stole the show a little bit on Riven. So you can't blame him for that fully. I am really happy to see this champion for him again, and first pick to that. Sentinels really know this is the champion for MTS.
You got a little closer, Smack, so I think gotta scoot on in. I feel like this is going to be even a more intense game. Hang on. See me clear now, Smacks? See, now our heads are the same size now. Yeah, I felt like I was a little distance from you.
That's because my brain is just bigger, because I predicted Sentinels to win this.
God.
They're
I just can't win. It's too late. All right, I'm checking out. Yep. Goodbye.
What happened last time is that I got the first game right, and then you reverse sweep. Your prediction reverse swept, so there's still time for that. You can shrink my brain a little bit. There's still an opportunity.
Yeah, if Immortals turn this one around with already a very different draft, Olaf and Morgana being locked in, so I'm imagining that Lebmont, instead of going for necessarily early game driven playmaking, it's all about, hey, I just want us to group as 5-on-5s, and I want us to deathball.
That's what Olaf is really known for doing. Oh, wait, I just realized something wrong. Olaf is the exact champion that I think works best with Yuumi. You haven't seen it yet. We have not seen the cat a single time. If there was ever a game where you've got Olaf as your carry, Lebmont is throwing down the gauntlet, I feel like this is the angle for Yuumi. You got a very safe Dragon Laner in the Morgana as well. Will Charm show us?
I'm going to hold my breath on that, Smax.
That's fair. We haven't seen it a single time, so I don't think the teams really think that it's very strong.
See, when Cloud9 pulled out Soraka mid, I was like, dude, what if What if one of these days we just see Yuumi mid and then the jungler just starts taking farm from mid lane? And it's just like a similar funnel mid strat, right?
It'd be pretty good. You in the early game, you are gated a little bit on your gold income by taking minions when you have smite. So they have some countermeasures from funnel. It doesn't last very long, so you definitely could be onto something there. I don't really have Hoon in my mind as a Yuumi player. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's the angle for Immortals. But
I don't think it would happen like Yuumi mid, but
yeah.
I wonder if Charm is willing to dip down and tell us a story. Now, normally this entire day has been Gragas support, but we've talked about it before. It's one of Iraqi Zoro's best champions. So we are still potentially waiting on a Yuumi support coming in for Immortals, because at this point in the game, normally when Rakan hasn't been picked up and Charm had the option to lock it down for him, you know he would have gone for it. But the fact that they are holding it out this long, I'm just saying.
To give credit where credit's due as well, even if this isn't a Yuumi, Gragas is just a very smart pick here because it is that flex pick for both Iraqi Zoro and Charm, so it still masks where your champions are going to go. Meanwhile, we have we have Riven in the jungle, which I think is really cool. Unfortunately, Charm, he did pick an enchanter, so I was like almost right. But it is the more standard.
You were in the right track. Unfortunately, we couldn't get them to commit to the bit and have the cat on the book. Oh man,
it was close. One day we will see Yuumi in North America, Rafa. One day it will happen, and it'll be exciting for that one game, and then never again.
You know what a timeline
metric.
it would be is if it's actually Yuumi and they just can't show it because they didn't have the profile picture, like or the splash art prepared. So I'm gonna check.
I don't know. It's probably Lulu. I think Lulu does work really well with Olaf also. That was the classic pairing from before. You would go Olaf and Lulu together. So I think this is still a very potent draft for Olaf carry, and Olaf will have to carry this. The only other damage dealer on this team is Corki. Corki's mostly going to be there for late game. Olaf is the only bridge champion on this entire team in terms of damage.
Well, something that makes me happy is seeing Santa Braum with all the Poros pulling the sleigh. Even though we are past the holiday season and it's no longer, that time of year, it always just makes me happy thinking about the holiday season. It's just, if every day were like the holidays, cozy
Warm and
vibes,
cozy,
spending time with your loved ones, your friends, your family, giving gifts as well, and making hot cocoa. Oh.
And right now, Rafa, these players are giving us the gift of good gameplay in Wild Rift.
Yeah.
And we are extending that gift to all of you in the chat as well at home. You're highlighting these players and making sure that they get the credit that they deserve. That last game was so stellar from all 10 players, if we're being completely honest. It was a very close game, not quite 40 minutes, but it was a great display of talent. This time, Sentinels did pull out ahead in that first game, and they're trying to make it that 2-0 sweep directly into the finals.
Molly almost threatened super low, but Hoon, because he had barrier and flash, couldn't threaten with a potential all-in on the ignite.
Pretty scary stuff. You just have this melee champion in the early game. I mentioned that the only bridge champion is Olaf, but when you are range versus melee, you can actually deal quite a bit of damage in that matchup mid lane. Not quite enough to go and steal blue buff, especially when it's warded, as Lebmont did find out pretty early on. Luckily for him as well with the sweeper. He didn't know that it was warded, he might have committed and then been first blood early.
Oh, he stole the crab! And Iraqi Zoro with the body slam doesn't quite connect, but she still respects the attempt and flashes away.
Legendary move right there for Lebmont. With the flash forward with the axe too. Oh, that was beautiful. And look at this, Charm committing to playing for jungle, setting up the crab from the lane.
As Charm, for for those that don't know, Charm was a former jungler as well. Reached rank 1 on Lee Sin.
That's true.
If I'm not mistaken.
Rank 1 on the entire North American ladder on the jungle, not playing support. So Charm knows what it's like to give all of your resources to the jungle. And Lebmont is the person that you would want to funnel all of these resources into. We heard from the first qualifier in the interview with Iraqi Zoro that he believes that Lebmont is the best mechanical player in the entire server. Actually, I think he said the entire, West. I think he went that far.
Damn.
I believe. I will have to go back and watch that interview, but he at least said North America. And Lebmont has shown performances that prove that to be a worthy statement.
And even though his Lee Sin in Game 1 didn't reflect some of the highlights that we saw from the Lee Sin in the qualifier, I'm talking about that sick, nasty kick flash play. But,
Oh, yeah.
Lebmont still has shown the peaks and the potential of his playmaking ability. Right now, they are grouping up towards this mid lane, getting ready for what I imagine is a Rift Herald take and focus from the rest of the Immortals.
Lebmont's still trying to farm up. He still hasn't recalled, which is hilarious. Olaf doesn't really need a lot of items to take the camps very quickly. Just waiting for the extra gold to come in so he can purchase a full entire item on this recall. Let's see if he actually managed to do it. I believe Death Stance or Black Cleaver would be really solid. Yep, it is Death Stance. Good call, Ralph.
The good old Death Stance build pioneered by Mr. Tarzan from Cloud9. As everyone else was going for Black Cleaver or Trinity Force, Tarzan's like, no. It's all about never dying and just giving you more survivability with the physical vamp, as well as the bleed damage passive. Works really great with Olaf's whole kit.
Yeah, he really wants to be low HP in those team fights. Not 0 HP, just almost 0, so he can deal all that extra damage with the attack speed. I believe Sheesh got that? No, he didn't. It was Iraqi Zoro who took that one away.
And Sheesh cannot get in. All 5 members alongside the package timing gives them the Rift Herald. Oh, flash binding from Gume hits Beginnings, and Beginnings goes down for first blood.
Excellent play from Gume. We saw just how good he was on the picks last game playing Varus. Turns out that Morgana Q is pretty similar with the Dark Binding. So, yeah, just finds that first blood right away. Gets the chunk into the mid lane turret as well. I believe, as TJ would call that, that's a Korean Rift Herald, using it for the money.
I have to ask him if that's what he actually says. I
That
never
is what he
realized
says.
that.
I've heard him say it.
Wow.
That's what Korean teams do with Rift Herald. They just hop it. It's like a hot potato. They just don't want to hold on to it. It's like, all right, we got this Rift
Give me
Herald.
the gold.
Let's get that gold.
Whoa. Oh, and Hoon playing this one out pretty damn well. It forces both of his summoner spells, and Molly doesn't have to burn any of his sums. But now this will... Well, actually, Molly's still sticking around despite being super low on HP.
No ultimate either. He has barrier, so not quite as low as
lane?
you'd expect.
Iraqi?
The recall. And
Oh my
in that
God.
Baron lane, you can see in the top right of your screen, MTS very close to falling in the 1v1 against Iraqi's Gragas.
Iraqi almost won the 1v1 against MTS. I think there was one body slam, unfortunately, on the minion that kind of blocked him, which was really unfortunate. But the fact that Iraqi Zoro is actually winning the 1v1 against MTS is huge for the matchup.
Yeah. In the 1v1 combat, of course, in specific, as we do see MTS has a lot more gold, a lot more turret damage, both of those going hand in hand. Although, Zoro first to the play on the Drake, as they do secure that one, both early objectives picked up by Immortals. This is usually going to be enough to snowball you throughout the rest of this game, and with that early game lead for Lebmont, you can see he's level 9 already, way higher than everybody else.
Yeah, 2 levels above Sheesh, just because of how many objectives they've been able to steal away in terms of Scuttle Crabs. And Iraqi Zoro just dealing a decent bit of damage already to MTS. Gotta be careful though, not to extend in the all-in quite yet. With no Rift Herald available, as they already used it in the mid lane, there's plenty of places for Immortals to hit up, but more than likely they want to stack on the mid wave and look for first brick, as Hoon might be in a bad spot.
Sheeshman. Well, all things considered is, whoa, Gume's doing it again!
Damn.
Okay. Gume is making Morgana look so broken right now.
Well, now they're trying to answer back onto the bottom side of the map. Moonfall from Molly locks up Hoon under the tower. Charm's able to answer back. Might be looking for another one, but the turret aggro doesn't go back onto Molly. They dodge it out, flashing away. But Gume with the Dark Binding hits Beginnings, looking for Molly, finds it with just an auto attack. Gume will not be able to lock up Beginnings once again, but they have answered back beautifully on the map.
Gume's Morgana is just so threatening, and now Beginnings trying to salvage this turret will be his downfall under this turret. Wait! Oh, it won't. Rest comes to save him with the Stand Beside Me.
And good flash from Beginnings. Dodging out on that undertow would have been his utter demise had he not been quick on the finger there. Immortals climbing in the gold lead right now. What used to be 3,000, now 6,000.
Gargantuan lead at this point of the game. Sheesh up here in Baron lane trying to equalize the turrets. This is the stun, but can't miss the turret, so you end up with that one in the end.
You got to back out. Even though they had a numbers advantage, multiple reinforcements from Immortals were almost in range. Hoon threatening them back. And... oh, wait. Lemon almost taking out Rest's life. He knows he had no summoner spells available, but has got to respect the Pyroclasm also.
Yeah, the Pyroclasm would have probably equalized the health lead that Lebmont got for himself, and he also does want to be back on the Rift as soon as the Drake spawns. A little bit over a minute at this point. Meanwhile, because Lebmont was playing so aggressive in that 1v1, getting all these minions in Dragon Lane, Sentinels do get Rift Herald, so they're back in terms of the objectives here, Rafa.
They've evened up, at least in that front. The gold lead also being somewhat stabilized, only about 5,000 gold lead, so diminishing slowly over time. You have a dragon spawning, and a lot of members from Immortals overloading on the bottom side of the map. Gume currently clearing out this mid-wave. Nobody has teleport in the Baron lane for either Iraqis or MTS, so they cannot join the fight anytime soon. They would have to walk there.
Orky Package is just such a huge bonus here for Immortals. They really do have every single tool at their disposal. Sentinels have to wait for that to be gone and expended. Luckily for them, Immortals did use it very early, as I believe it will expire before the Drake actually spawns. They'll instead use it to take away a lot of these camps in the jungle. It is the benefit of taking mid lane turret that early, Rafa. I know you relate to this as a jungler. When mid lane turret's dead, you kind of get closed in on. You can't really take all these objectives anymore.
Nothing belongs to me anymore, because then my mid laner needs resources, and so he takes camps away, and it's like, yes, I know you need it, but I'm playing Riven.
What about me?
And so this sucks. I'm not playing a low econ tank. I need farm as well. And then you're already seeing that reflect in the gold lead between Lemon and Sheesh, respectively. Rest of Sentinels trying to position through the bottom choke point here. Hoon on the right side, not quite joined up with his team. Looking for a flank angle instead, and can poke over the wall.
Watch for Molly engaging with the ultimate. He has the backup for Beginnings, although taken quite low. Stun there's huge.
Gume with the Dark Binding already locked up multiple members there.
Molly.
Sentinels, and she's... oh, huge Moonfall, but it gets instantly interrupted by Iraqi Zoro's explosive cast, but the rest of Sentinels, they're still going to push on through. MTS, not even needing the guillotine. Lebmon is able to secure the dragon before getting on out. Can he turn back and fight with Gume? It has to be off of Dark Bindings and Tormented Soil Findings. Lebmon with another undertow. Beautiful Dark Binding. Locks down Rest, and Beginnings will fall as well.
Gume finds yet another pick onto Rast, who was dealing so much damage in that last teamfight. Very close for Sentinels able to get that objective. Let's watch this again. Look at the damage from this brand. He chunks out the member on the other side, Pyroclasm into everybody on top of the Moonfall. He stays in that melee range with Lebmont too. Look at this. Moving forward with MTS, they were so close to taking the Drake. They just didn't kill the jungler in time. And because of this, Lebmont still has Smite. Will be that objective taken by Immortals. You can see in the bottom left of your screen, also, they did take mid-turret as well. Gigantic lead for Immortals.
Spooky Ghosts as well from, I believe that is Charm's enchantment. And just get some vision on the Baron side of the map. Immortals pushing forward, looking for another tower take from this tier 1 turn in the Dragon Lane. It is so low, Smacks. They need enough members, though, to corral around it before they can commit.
There's no zigs or anything to go throw a bomb there and just walk away. We'll need to actually commit to it and take that one out. Not the Rift Herald anymore. Baron spawning in 20 seconds, so that's the next objective for both these teams to consider. Specifically, Immortals, you have to feel, are the ones that have that one on lock. And Hoon, while he did start with the Black Cleaver Corki to help out the rest of the team, the rest of his build not quite so utility-based. Has a lot of critical strikes, so these auto attacks from the mid lane Bombardier are going to be hurt.
He was already chunking out beginnings in that dragon fight. Sheesh. Oh, Lebon doesn't spot him. Turns on to Gume, looking for the assassination. Does he have stasis available? Soul Shackles is enough to deter any further moments from Sheesh to be able to lock him down. Has to get out. MTS will fall, and now it's in a numbers advantage for Immortals, just be able to wipe out the rest.
And this game's feeling wrapped at this point. Rafa Moonfall onto 2, but he's completely isolated. And now Hoon gets to show us just how much damage he's able to deal. Not necessary, as it turns out. The rest of Immortals see their opportunity to go and take the Baron. It's exactly what they will turn and accomplish. Sheesh knows that they're doing this. The damage is really high, and Iraqi Zoro in position. Very smart move from him. This will be Baron.
And thanks to Lebmont, he is tanky enough that he can be the one front-facing the Baron, while Hoon and he put out the damage to burn down the objective. Iraqi Zero not even needed there to sustain themselves. Great bodyguard work. Immortals now with the Baron on their side. This should be it, Smacks. They are 12,000 gold ahead at 14 minutes. I don't imagine that Sentinels will be able to find enough variable influences to turn this one around unless we just see Immortals completely collapse.
Immortals are entering the realm of reverse sweep to punch their ticket to the grand finals against Sentinels. They are completely closing in on that game 3 at this point. So big on the lead. And like, what does Sentinels have at their disposal at this point? They don't really have any pick tools. Their composition is very built to team fight. That's what this comp wants. And they're not really going to get it on even footing for the rest of this game.
With a package available from Hoon, they can zone out multiple members of Sentinels from this jungle quadrant. With the Baron buff on their side, they will be pushing through the Dragon Lane. The second to last dragon coming up in 2 seconds. It's not even a priority, though, for Immortals. They are all concerned about pushing in and breaking open the space.
Quirky late game with that package. Okay, well, never mind. The package didn't quite get to do the thing that it sometimes is capable of doing. Just gets Hoon from one place to the other. So we're again seeing him use it pretty early on. Not actually needed to take these Drakes. Immortals just have that gigantic lead again.
3 dragons to the name of Immortals. 5 towers to 1. 60k to 47. These are really just more the reason why Immortals are so favored and poised to close this one out. If Sentinels were to overcome this mountain of a disadvantage that they are posed with, it would be the biggest upset ever. As Gume finds a Dark Binding on the beginnings, and now they are on the run, Smacks.
All right. Well, it was going to come, and then they decided against it, as they do still have all this poke damage with Hoon's rockets. See if they can actually deal any damage to this inhibitor turret. Hoon walks up. All right, they're going to back away for now. That could have been explosive, and luckily for Sentinels, it wasn't. That's Ragnarok.
Huge tool. Immortals just trying to catch these minion waves and corral them in. They don't have the Baron buff anymore, so they no longer have the acceleration potential of knocking down these outer structures. They will have to wait on the next couple of objectives because the wave clear from Sentinels is enough to keep them at bay.
Got a lot of that, for sure. They will definitely not, as soon as this Elder Infernal spawns, and Immortals surely take that one if all things continue at this pace. Because you can't really outwave clear against all of this poke that will come through from Hoon, and the snap decision making from Gume also on this Morgana. We've been talking a lot about the scaling members and the carry members from Lebmont and Hoon, but Gume really crushed it in terms of getting them to where they are right now. First blood, the pick after that in mid lane too. This Morgana is so clutch.
Yeah, the snowball really started thanks to Gume. Just getting multiple Dark Binding picks onto these members, and it started off here in the same position. Death Brush right onto Sheesh. The crowd control chain is just too much to handle for the rest of the Sentinels, and they can just brute force their way down the mid lane. All these members of the Sentinels will soon fall. Lebmont on a tear. Lebmont unstoppable. You see Molly in the back line trying to equalize the matter, but he doesn't find anyone. Lebmont with that quadra will lead Immortals to victory and bring us to game 3.
It's time for game 3, Rafa, and you know what that means? This is our 6th game casting today. We're going to a game 6
poggers. Oh my god. We said the damn thing, Smacks. We actually got that far, and I can already sense that chat, are they going, oh my goodness, are we going to see another 40-minute banger in this game 3 between Sentinels and Immortals?
No, we're not. That's never going to happen again. I think that was way too crazy. I'd be surprised if we even got a 30-minute game, but crazier things have happened. Look at the damage from Lebmont. This is what the comp was built to do.
Yes,
Carry
sir.
Olaf. Woo.
It's a big Olaf Degon. That's like, damn, 29k, almost 30k.
It's a lot, but I mean, that's what happens when you start the snowball at the top of the mountain and then you go to the bottom of the mountain, right? Like that's that's what happens. You're like, wow, that's a pretty big snowball. Yeah, started at the top of the mountain. Star player, only one choice here, right, Rafa?
Lebmont, man, that Olaf, freaking.
It's Gume. No, you're wrong. It's Gume for sure.
I thought that's what he was leading it with. That's
I mean,
what
he
I
might
thought.
have been, but if he was, then I disagree with both of you. Gume in the early game was way too clutch with his flash bindings, and he was the reason that they got the lead in the first place.
What do you think, Rafa? Stand your ground. Stand your ground!
Listen, I think Gume had some really great plays, but Lebmont stayed alive in that last fight, secured the dragon for them, and had to be the one that brute forced all the damage as Olaf. They gave him all the responsibilities, they gave him the Lulu tools, and he has the one to be following through, right? He has to execute. I don't want to take anything away from Gume, but I still think Lebmont was the one that really pushed them through.
What's Olaf without a lead? You got the lead from Morgana.
Yeah, but also got help from Morgana. I will say, though, we did see Morgana played by D'Enzio, and that did not look good. Whereas Gume made it look very strong. We saw a lot of people in the chat saying, hey, I'm a solo queue grinder. This actually can work. Mages in the bot lane are the way to go, and Morgana is one of them to set up the rest of your team. But we are going... Oh, there it is. We are going with Lebmont with the perfect KDA. 13, I guess, kill participation overall. I'm not exactly sure, like, what the math is, if it's, like, undefined. An undefined amount since there was no deaths. Infinity! 81 kill participation. And, yes, being the focal point of said snowball for Immortals. And, again, taking out of equation the top side of the map. You know, we saw the back and forth between MTS and Iraqi Zoro a couple times. MTS on the Darius, where he's had multiple pop-off performances, but Iraqi Zoro did his matadoring and kept him at bay and didn't let things get out of hand here.
That's exactly what he did. That's the perfect term for it. He made sure that MTS couldn't actually get into any of these skirmishes and put a stop to this rampaging Olaf Viking, tearing through everybody on the rest of the Rift. He kept him stationary in Baron Lane. MTS did not actually get to participate at all in the early game for a single moment. So fully agree with you. Iraqi Zoro looked a lot more comfortable in this game. And he didn't actually have to participate too much in the rest of the game either. I thought this was a Immortals team that was firing on all cylinders, and you could see that from the get-go on draft too. They knew exactly what this competition was supposed to do. They executed.
Rafa, I'm putting you on Molly watch. What happened in the mid lane?
Oh, the Diana did not gain them as many advantages, and I think Hoon just stepped up his gameplay and his laning phase overall. There's a lot of times where, as a Diana, you have so much lethal and threat onto the Corki, but Hoon, just being able to play and keep himself at safe distance edge. I think we saw one huge all-in that was really explanatory of how this matchup went down towards the Dragon lane, where Molly didn't have the burn any summoner spells, but that should have been a kill. And the fact that Hoon burned both barrier and flash at the right time to dodge out on crucial burst points still keeps Hoon alive and allows him to scale and still be such a huge range DPS fighter.
Right, and that's what you're expecting from a star mid laner for the star team to make those types of plays. Didn't get to see that last time on the Jace. A lot more action from Hoon this time. So, now that I've asked you guys about the opposite teams, let's go back to your original predictions here for the upper bracket finals. Max, you first. You were with Sentinels. How you feeling about it after that L?
I think that if they ban Olaf, it's going to look a lot easier for them. Lebmont on this carry is going to be way too scary for them. I think there aren't that many champions that Lebmont has looked that strong of a carry on in the past. He does have other performances where it's more utility based. I think the Lee Sin is one of those examples. Like, he's dealing a lot of damage, but it's mostly there because of the kicks. When he is the primary focus on the team, that's a problem. So I think Sentinels need to adjust, ban Olaf, and really consider how they can stop Lebmont from doing what he just did to them.
Rafa, to me, Smacks made it so easy. It was like the meme of like Wheel of Fortune. We can Photoshop Smax's face over Vanna White's face, and then it's just, missing a couple of the vowels there. Great coaching there by Smacks. Your turn, Rafa. What does your squad of Immortals need to do to continue the momentum, close out this upper bracket finals, and await whoever finishes in the lower bracket finals in the grand finals? Lots of finals.
I mean, you can't just ban out Olaf and be like, yeah, that's enough. Dude, no. Hello? There's Fiora, there's Jax, there's so many split pushers that Lebmont can look into. If the change was, hey, we're going away from an early game skirmish playstyle where we are forced to use our agency to make plays, otherwise we get outscaled, and Lebmont said, okay, you know what? I'm dropping the Lee Sin. I'm not going to take that responsibility. We're going to play a slower game, and that'll aid into our 5-on-5s. You can still do that with those other champions. We already mentioned Jax and Fiora being two primary ones. I think there's other champions as well that Lebmont can go to. We haven't seen set jungle so far this major, but that was one of the big picks that Lebmont used during the qualifier as well.
All right, well, there you have it. Rafa, breaking it down for us. Thank you very much. These two teams have been the best in North America over the last month and a half since the WNS has started. And who will be the first seed into the grand finals? Let's find out right now. The decisive game number 3 starts
exactly now. Right now. And boom, there's draft. As Dagon wills, so shall the will be commanded. Okay, that wasn't quite right. Oh, Immortals already taken off the table Fiora once again, so Sheesh won't have it. But things like the Gragas, the Varus, the Olaf available once again.
Do you first pick Olaf is the question. I think the answer is yes, based on how they played last game. Do Immortals think the answer is yes? We're about to find out. Yeah, they do. I think that's the right call.
Here's what Sentinels should consider doing this game. I think they should consider finding someone that can play Jarvan. Because you can stop a lot of Lebmont's ability to just run over your backline when he doesn't have flash by just sacking Cataclysm and saying, okay, boom, I'm out. Olaf's locked in the baby rage cage, right? You can't do anything.
I saw a meme on Twitter that was saying that Vhagar's cage is the baby cage and Jarvan's is the adult cage. The cage match, fist fight, because he can actually move in that one. So I think that's pretty funny. But yeah, you're definitely right. Jarvan really solid into Olaf in the late game. I'm more concerned about the early game though. I think if Sentinels can put a stop to Olaf early, then late game doesn't matter as much. So that's really where I would hope that they can stake their claim. They don't have Darius at their disposal anymore. Immortals did ban that one away on blue side, so that's gone. And back to Olaf, or back to Olaf and Lulu. I like it.
And because Morgana was sniped away for Sentinels, Varus is the option for Gume, and Gume has looked fantastic on this Varus in past performances. Even in games where we overshadowed him and said, oh yeah, this person was the star player and whatnot, Gume always consistent on the damage. And Sentinels, you said it before, you're saying that you can't let Olaf be uncontested in the early game. You gotta match it, and this is one way to throw down the gauntlet by using Lee Sin for Sheesh.
This is really exciting. We can see that Sentinels are not satisfied with waiting for the Olaf to come to them. They are here to stick it to the Viking. Bring him down. Bring justice for Sentinels. Get them to that finals. I really like this strategy. Let's see what else they can build around it, because we saw in the last series where Tribe did a very similar thing where they had a lot of early game champions, no tanks. They ended up losing the early game, and then it was completely over. I want to see Sentinels have a bit more tanks on this team than we saw last time.
And look at that, Immortals immediately sniping out the Jarvan. They do not want to have Cataclysm available for Sentinels. I think the other thing, though, that there's the strong possibility Sentinels should take away the Gragas away from Iraqi Zoro, because I think it has just absolutely been night and day difference when Iraqi Zoro gets to be on Gragas and when he is on any other front line. And if that was taken away, we've already taken away the Jarvan, the Garen, the Darius, and the Renekton. So we're limiting Iraqi Zoro champions pool, and the last time we saw the Malphite, I mean, Sentinels did a damn good job of dodging out on multiple ultimates, but it's the Akali that's locked in instead.
So I think you're 100% right there. I think Iraqi Zoro likely will be going to that Gragas this time around. It's not the same setup from before where you're against all physical damage and you can just lock in Malphite right away and it's really effective. I think Gragas does make more sense this time. And okay, well, they can't quite build the exact same composition because Corki's banned. They're going to show us right away that their intention is to match early game even harder with the Hoon signature early game champion in Ahri.
He was the man that really pushed Ahri to the forefront for mid lane meta, and it made players like Starting and Truth really respect, like, hey, you know what? I know we're playing a lot of Diana and Akali, but this Ahri thing is kind of good. What the heck? Yeah. And so denying or just picking up that mobile skirmisher that allows you to have some mid priority in the early game. What the?
It's finally here! Rest Twisted Fates! Yes!
Oh, it's Morgana support.
Yeah, it is Morgana support. That's really clever. Immortals definitely thought that it was going to be Morgana as the Dragon Laner, but no. We're here! Oh,
okay.
Man, I love this pick. So for those of you who have not seen it, who have not tuned in to WNS yet this year, Rest's signature pick is this Twisted Fate. He builds it attack. So he goes for the attack speed build, Blade of the Ring King, Wit's End, Rapid Fire Cannon, these kinds of items. Make Twisted Fate into a DPS machine, and you still get a lot of the same things that Twisted Fate knows and loves, like the global teleport and the point tap stun.
So here is my concern for Sentinels draft, because on the one hand, this is insanely strong early game and mid game because you have champions with powerful ultimate abilities. If you play around, they have great mobility as well for the most part, but there's no front line for this team. And if you do not close out the game before the 15-20 minute mark, oh man, then Iraqi Zoro and Lebmont are just going to roll through any of your divers and will just destroy your backline.
No tanks to be seen on the side of Sentinels, as you said. And as we saw in the previous series, can really be a dangerous playstyle and has been known to lose teams' games entirely in the late game. Like, no matter how skilled they are mechanically, if you don't have any tanks, it's really, really difficult to come back from an early deficit. Sentinels, they need to get things started as soon as possible. That's what Lee Sin's meant to do, so they've got the tools to do it.
Sentinels should know that, as their coach has said before, be courageous. Don't play like cowards. Just go for plays. It's the exact mentality you need to have as a Lee Sin, because you have such a strong advantage to put out so much damage, to be so mobile, and to force plays. We have to go back to the fact that, like, Immortals will have a front line, and Sentinels won't the later the game goes on.
There's a nice ward on this blue buff, so Sheesh will be spotted. Doesn't have the sweeper, like we saw in the last game that Lebmont had, but he does have a ward to pop over that wall and view where Lebmont's actually going. He doesn't have any mobility anymore, apart from Flash. They used it all onto Iraqi Zoro.
Yeah, Iraqi Zoro completely fine with that trade. Gives some of his HP to make sure that Lebmont can still be winning out on the gold funnel, having a camp advantage over Sheesh, booking it towards the bottom side where he does have priority thanks to Rest and Beginnings. Will gain at least one crab in the trade, but still, so far, Lebmont ahead in gold.
That's not just one camp advantage, that's two of them. As we see, Lebmont has so much early Leer speed. He's able to take out Krugs and the red buff and Raptors in the same time that Sheesh was able to take two of those things. So Olaf already steamrolling the camps very, very early on. That was the first window that Sheesh had to get things done early, and he's not going to get very many of those.
And Sheesh just hit level 4 when Lebmont was still level 5.
Yep. It's a tragedy right now, Rafa. You need to get things done so fast in this game. Like I said, you might only have like one or two more windows if you're lucky.
Lebmont now has access to Ragnarok. Sheesh will have Dragon's Rage, but if you don't use it in time on the Lebmont, he can just ignore the CC. Will, of course, take more damage when he pops it, but at the cost of also doing more damage himself and being immune to CC. Lebmont still playing the slow game because he knows that, hey, I don't need to opt into anything early. I'm fine being more on the reactive play or just playing around and coordinating with my team so that on our spikes, going for these objectives, we will be stronger overall.
We are talking about the jungle matchup a lot and saying that it is looking a bit doomed at this point for Sentinels. That's not really true. They have a really solid set of laners right now that have good leads. MTS and Molly in specific have some substantial gold leads, specifically in that Baron lane, as MTS getting a nice situation against the tank of Iraqi Zoro, and they could potentially use that, gain an advantage when it comes to these objectives.
Two ships in the night, exchanging primary ability for primary ability on the back end. Lebmont maintaining position over the Rift Herald. It is the Infernal Dragon spawning first off the table, and this is something that Sentinels would be okay trading with.
Definitely. Would love to trade this. If Lebmont commits to this Rift Herald, then that is picture perfect for Sentinels if they can manage to get this one uncontested. It looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. Really surprised that Immortals are actually willing to take this trade. This Infernal Drake is a really big buff. Oh my god, okay.
If Charm had somehow stolen that, I think I would have lost my mind.
Yeah,
I would have checked
we
out.
wouldn't have needed to cast the rest of this game. It would have just been over from there, I think. Sentinels would have just fully mental boomed, and we'd have our finals. We would just, sub in Alk Battery and Kangas, and they would take it from there.
Well, then you would have a lower bracket finals for Enemy and Sentinels, assuming that they completely mental check out after securing the Infernal Dragon. It is still early on in the game, and we talked a lot before about it's up to really Lee Sin to get things done early. We criticized Lebmont for his lack of action before in Game 1, and it might come to fruition for Sheesh as well, as we have still not really seen any attempts to make a play.
Lebmont had an entire boot upgrade at this point. Full-plated steel caps over Sheesh on their first items. Not exactly equivalent for Ghostblade and Death Dance in power, but there are first items. And we have to consider where Immortals can actually use this lead. They're thinking Dragon.
And Molly is going to play it safe. However, the global ability and the rest. Oh no, rest!
Yeah, I wouldn't have done that.
First blood for Lemon, and now he's going to be able to get out scot-free. They don't claim the first brick, but man, oh man, that's a huge punch to Sentinels.
Teleporting directly into the melee range of a axe-swinging Olaf that is way ahead of your jungler is not the play that I appreciate from this player here for Rest. He's going to have to clean that up later on. He has a lot of scaling on this champion, so he will likely still be effective later. Not a good start.
I think just an underestimation, and it turned out to be a grave error of how much damage Ledmont would be able to get out.
There they go.
Oh, Spirit Fire. Oh.
Look at Molly's health bar. Oop, there it goes. Just a little bit of damage.
Immortals going for the play once again, and no Destiny to really scout out the members of Immortals before they make the dive, but Sentinels are very well aware of it, so they're dedicating a lot of reinforcements to make sure they cannot push any further, but first brick still won for Immortals.
Immortals playing very reactive. They're not actually able to get any plays done, and Molly looks to be dead. Oh boy.
Huh. Well... So
we don't really have a lot of excuses for this, honestly.
Yeah, here's the thing, Smacks. You know, I was technically correct with my reverse sweep predict. Well, not reverse sweep, but just my prediction of enemy. But this is already, however, this is already a little daunting for Sentinels, who, as we pointed out before, they are the composition that needs to snowball, because if they don't get ahead early, they will not be able to match up to the durability and the base stat differential from Immortals' front line. Now, Rocky Zoro is very far overextended, and if Beginnings can close the distance, Flash, Soul Shackles looking for the Dark Binding, lands right on top of Iraqi Zoro, and perfect execution is enough to take down Iraqi Zoro.
Oh man, rampaging Ledmont up in this lane. He realizes that he's completely alone for the time being. There are a lot of members of Sentinels here. No Ragnarok available. Is there going to be another gold card? Not yet. Ledmont will be able to limp away and watch as Iraqi Zoro falls in that lane.
The way you said that sounded like Hamilton. You know, in the moment I'm talking about? Not yet.
Oh, I see, yeah. That was not my intention. I don't want to get copyright stricken by Disney World.
The Behemoth, as Mountain Draken has spawned once again. Rift Herald also on the table. Raki Zoro looking for a great punt on Amali, and it's enough damage from the backline. Guman Hoon swooping on over the wall, taking out Molly.
The threat of Ari early game, you can see any time that she is even like near your screen, let alone on it, she will dash with all the Spirit Rush and get that charm landed upon you as well. Sentinels are really trying to make this trade happen, but you can see that Immortals only have to commit the one member of their team to the Drake. They can send everybody else to go deny this Rift Herald, and Immortals just playing this so clean.
It's a shame for Sentinels they can't trade these objectives, just the threat level from Immortals after already taking out Molly. He's back up again and can threaten at least a 5-on-5 right now. Unbeknownst to them, Gume was looking for a recall, but now they have to look for it. Lemon just charges on forward, looks for the Ragnarok. He steals the Rift Herald right under the noses of Sentinels. He walks on out scot-free. They only drop Iraqi Zoro, and Sentinels, they don't lose a single member, but they lose out on the Rift Herald, and this charge coming in, Rest trying to do his best to defend.
I don't think he's going to be able to make that turret survive. Not a miracle worker, this AD Twisted Fate just deals some damage. That Rift Herald charges directly into that structure, and that's another one for Immortals. We already talked about how devastating that mid lane turret falling is for a jungler, and with Ledmont this far ahead, you have to imagine, Rafa, oh man, he smites it too, that this is just the beginning of the end for this series for Sentinels. I should have known better than to predict the same thing as Egon. After yesterday.
You're blaming it on Dagon? Damn,
I am blaming Dagon. He cursed every team that he predicted yesterday. Actually, not every single one, but most of them.
You know, Dagon, if you're here with us, I'm happy to swap with you so you can give Smacks a piece of your mind on the broadcast right now, or you can save it for the segment back. But you know, I'll let Dagon think on that for a while.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
You're making it sound like I'm wrong all the time. I'm not wrong all the time. I'm 2-2, bro. Come on.
Well, now you're 2-4. But
hey, we still don't know. It's only a 2,000 gold lead for Immortals. Sentinels still could pull out a miracle play. They can maybe steal the Elder Dragon. They can look for a Baron. All hope is not lost for Sentinels. But for Immortals, this is a great way to be, or this is a great position to be in with the composition they have built out as very standard, very conventional, but look for Sentinels looking for a pick here.
Full card. Raki Zoro, alright. They don't have enough damage to feel confident enough to continue forward. Chains of Corruption on top of
Huge.
Molly, and he just falls, rampaging
MTS?
Olaf into the backline. MTS in the charm. He can't escape the backflip, but he can't get the recast on. All of the damage, all of the crowd control denies it as Raki Zoro body slam flash into the turret range. And it's 3 kills. Oh no, Iraqi does trade one back. Immortals still win on the play.
They have the numbers advantage. They're willing to give one
no.
member so that the rest can fly. Immortals still surging forward. Will look for another tower.
Nicely done for Immortals. There's no place that is safe for Sentinels, and you saw Molly. He uses his To the Skies onto the minions to try to clear them out, doesn't hit all of them, and fully commits his entire body into that play. Oh man, this was so close too. Even the Shuriken flip landed, but he didn't get the recast. Denied by Iraqi Zoro. This Gragas champion looking so powerful for him.
Sheesh almost finding a solo kill on Nahoon, forcing the Spirit Rush out. It's unfortunately not enough damage to follow up through. Sheesh couldn't get the Dragon's Rage before the charm landed. Lebmont, oh my. He just gets the tear through beginnings. Nothing that they can do from the side of Sentinels to stop this rampaging Ragnarok-empowered Viking as Sheesh will fall. It's a double for Lebmont. Once again, Iraqi Zoro finds the body slam onto Molly, but a good thundering blow keeps him at bay.
This Olaf is such a problem. This is why I wanted them to ban it, Rafa. Do you agree with me now? Do you understand where I was coming from at this point? Lebmont so strong in this game. Level 13 at 13 minutes. They're taking down Baron. They've got the warded over the wall, and the charm denies Molly's advances. Another pick, and the buff to end the game eventually. Immortals are making their way to the finals.
8,000 against Sentinels at this point in the game. We still haven't seen them make their way in opening up the base yet, but I'm definitely in the same boat with you, Smacks. Immortals have all the pieces set up, ready to take this game and the series.
Ooh. What a way to do it, also. Another reverse sweep today. Immortals putting everything into their new jungler, Lebmont. All of the carry resources. The champion, the first pick in the draft too. They gave Sentinels every opportunity to counter this strategy. The Olaf was first pick. They laid all their cards out on the table, and Sentinels tried their best with this composition. They couldn't do it. And like we said at the beginning of this game, they don't have any tanks. There's no way they can win a team fight against this champion.
Flash gold card from Rest. Trying to lock down Gume, but Sheesh, does he commit for it? But the Dragon's Rage is not enough damage because the Chain of Corruption stops him in his place. I wonder if Sheesh was trying to look for a flash but couldn't get it off before he was rooted down. This turret will fall, and Sentinels down a member.
Lebmont acknowledging that he didn't have enough damage to finish off that kill and would have stayed if it would have died had he stayed. Comes back out from underneath that turret, gets healed up by his team, and gets to take these inhibitor structures with the Baron up minions. If not this wave, then surely the next one.
700 HP on the mid tower and the bottom tower. The mid tower will fall. Inhibitor structure already opened up on the top side. Just one more, and then it will be doubled super minions through every single lane.
There it is.
The damning sentence, the nail in the coffin for Sentinels, and now their base is in ruins.
At this point, Rafa, we've talked a lot today about the comeback nature of the Elder Dragon. I just don't think it's going to be enough against 3 inhibitors dead. All of these super minions are threatening your base at every moment, in every turn, every opportunity that you think you had to leave your base is now gone. Immortals can stack up everything that they want in this game. They can take their time at this point. They can go for a Baron, they can go for the Elder Dragon, they can go for a second Baron if they want. They can do what we saw in the last series and make this one a 40-minute game. They'll probably still win.
Big note here. The only thing that Sentinels can hope for is off the back of a flank from MTS finding assassinations on Gume and Charm, who both have shadows, not stasises. Rest already popping his stasis, though. Immortals are not going to get any time, any chance for Sentinels to look for a way back in this game. Hoon takes out Rest before he gets a chance to equalize out all the damage. Hoon even beats out Beginnings thanks to Gume coming in as reinforcements. And Immortals will claim their first ticket to the grand finals of the first major, and we'll await to see who their opponent will be.
I'm starting to understand why Iraqi Zoro says that his jungler is the best mechanical player in the entire region. Lebmont is such a huge carry for Immortals. It's exactly what they needed as a squad. It's exactly the kind of player that expands the playstyle of this team. And he went deathless again in this game. I'm gonna spoil it right now. He's my pick for star player again.
Same here.
Yeah.
But bring Dagon back to see where his thoughts align with our star player, if he agrees that Lebmont also deserves the praise, or if there's anyone else that he would like to give shout-outs to.
Olaf, yet again, just kind of just creating chaos, right? There really isn't a very clear answer for it. And you guys did it beautifully, laying down the issues with the composition that Sentinels put together. If you fall behind or don't snowball, you will be in trouble. Because if you're equal, the power of the Olaf in these 1v1, 2v2 skirmishes is quite strong. And we even got to see some issues with the Twisted Fate as well. When it came to being on Twisted Fate, macro-wise, it's great. You've got range across the map. But in situations like that, right under the tower, you better click that gold card right away. Otherwise, Varus, with the Chains of Corruption, can dish out the damage, do it safely with the Piercing Arrow, with the Blight stacks. And so that one didn't quite pan out the way that they had hoped. And then MTS was not able to snowball the lead too crazy. Had this great play here on the top side of the map when Beginnings was able to roam up. But then after that, the Rocky Zoro matadoring yet again, just constantly evading all of the damage, constantly evading all of the dangerous areas after he's able to get his engage off with the explosive cast.
It was a really great series for Iraqi Zoro on the Gragas. I think the Malphite game, I'm still going to defend that one. His ultimates didn't quite land early game, but he was against very slippery champions. Despite that, Lebmont is definitely the star player. I think we all agree
100%.
on that one. The Olaf performance is huge. There's a reason that I wanted Sentinels to ban it. They didn't agree with me. They let it through, and they got punished a second time.
I will still stand that Lebmont probably could have done this with another jungler, which is why I think Sentinel said, you know what, it doesn't matter if we ban the Olaf or not. We need to make a choice in whether we're going to play front-to-back team comp or if we're going to go for a full early game snowball. And Sentinels, they made the choice to flip for the early game, but their players didn't get anything done. So
yeah, but of course, there's a strong possibility that this could be a rematch, running back into a best-of-5 here at the Grand Finals. This was just the upper bracket finals here. for both of these squads. As Lebmont, there it is, another great game, a undefined KDA in both those games.
Yeah.
Have died once.
A combined 14-0-10 on the two Olaf performances. In less gameplay than it took Enemy to win Game 3 of their series. So, this goes to show how skilled this player is when he's given all these resources. Big ups to Lebmont. I'm really looking forward to what he's going to be able to do in the finals later and in all of North America. This player being on our server in our tournament is so huge for the entire scene if he's able to put up games like this.
Yeah, and again, being supported with a fantastic cast that understands, hey, this is how we want to play. I said earlier, these guys' hands are just as good as the same hands we saw earlier in the tournament with Tribe, with No More Ego. But it felt a little bit more sophisticated in terms of like, okay, this is when if I stay, I die. Not, I could go 2 for 1 here. Oh no, I just actually died. And then everyone is doing that, which is kind of what we saw in the Tribe versus No More Ego. We saw a little bit more back and forth, the push and pull, where they were fighting in these elongated team fights for Immortals and for Sentinels. And we also saw that it didn't always happen in the early game. We had 2 games where the early game was relatively slow. We had the first 5 minutes go pretty clean in this one before we had, I think, 2 kills head on over to the side of Immortals and really get things going. And for more insight on that series, we have our friend at the broadcast. Spent some time together at Horizon Cup. It's a Rocky Zoro. Congrats, man, on making it to the grand finals. Proud of you. How's it feel?
Feels great. It got a little bit sweaty after we lost the first game. It got a little bit nerve-wracking, but I'm glad we clutched up and we won the next 2.
I think we'd all say it on the desk. MTS has been one of the best Baron laners in all of the region. You did a great job neutralizing his skill set. What was the specific lane matchup like for you?
I mean, honestly, I don't like these lane matchups. The Gragas into Darius is a little bit better, but the Malphite into Darius is unplayable. It's in a way like, I mean, it's something that I've had a lot of conversations with my coach about. Ultimately, I do play to win as a team. So even if it means that it's a lane matchup that's not very good, I'm happy with it as long as it means overall better draft and so on. So yeah, regarding MTS, I think he's a great player. I definitely think I am the better player. I've given the matchup to prove it. But it's been the case that I'm playing tank tops, and I'm happy to do so as long as we win. But yeah, that's how I feel about it.
Well, your sacrifice was the boon for Lebmont, who has now returned into the jungle for your squad. Didn't die in both those games, not just one game, both games as Olaf there. What can you say about your star jungler?
Yeah, he's amazing. I mean, him or Gume or Hoon or Ethan, I think they're all incredible players. I'm really happy to be playing with them, and I think that's a part of why I am content with playing these bad matchups that make for better team fighting and so on, because I do have the players who can carry, and I just need to support them in that sense. So he's an amazing player. I'm very happy to have him as a teammate.
And then now this balance of power has shifted in the North American region. I kind of want to ask, like, what do you feel like in terms of the parity that has now shown up with No More Ego stepping up, Sentinel stepping up, you guys stepping up to challenge the likes of Tribe, who were dominant all last year?
Yeah, I think, I mean, it makes for a much more competitive region and a much more competitive scene that we are stepping up, and it's no longer just Tribe stomping us like last year. So I think it's very good overall for NA, and it will probably level us up quite a bit for the international play. And I think there's been a lot of changes since last year that has made this change also. Like, I don't think those storylines should be kind of ignored, even though they might be seen as excuses, but ultimately they are a thing. So I'm speaking of like things such as switching from tablets to phones. Now we play on central servers instead of before we would play on West, and my teammates would have like 80 ping, 90 ping, which is kind of unplayable. And ultimately, like, the roster changes that also happen. So I think overall it's very positive for NA, levels up quite a bit. And yeah, I'm just excited to see how the majors develop, because this is definitely not, I mean, the day is still going, but even once this major is over, there's going to be major 2, major 3, and then eventually regionals. And I'm excited to see how it develops.
Well, your day is definitely not done. You get to sit back and watch the lower bracket finals. Who do you want to face in the grand finals? You want the rematch, or do you want to take on the upstarts and No More Ego?
I think I want the rematch because I don't know if we'll have like different drafts or what's gonna happen. I obviously don't want to give too much insight, but I want to prove that I am a much better player than MTS. And I want to prove that we can beat Sentinels 2-0 because so far both times we beat them it was 2-1, and I want to do or I guess it's going to be a best of 5, so it's going to be 3-0. I just want to beat them undefeated. So yeah, I want to face Sentinels again in the grand finals.
Rocky Zoro, always a pleasure to chat with you. Thanks for joining us here in the interview, brother.
Thank you, Digon.
All right, and there you have it. A little bit of insight. I had to ask the challenging question there, you know. He did acknowledge the bad matchups. You know, the Malphite's pretty tough when everyone's pretty slippery to land that unstoppable force. But giving some insight not only in that specific game, Rafa, but the region as a whole.
The region has leveled up so much during the offseason. And I think when we were talking to coaches behind the scenes, everyone saw Tribe on Horizon Cup, and we realized still how hilariously behind we were in terms of international competition against mostly the Eastern teams, right? I mean, Dakun Gaming and Thunder Talk holding, just gapping everyone by what seemed like 10,000 miles. And then even before then, we still couldn't match up against WCK or even the Japanese players in Sengoku. So, like, I think everyone just took to heart that, hey, you know what? Let's get better as a region. We don't want to be a joke on the international stage. We want to be the best Western representatives the next time we play on the international stage.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. Let's take a look at the bracket here from today's action. Saying goodbye to Tribe earlier in the day and saying down to the lower bracket you go, Sentinels by Immortals. They will take on No More Ego for the final slot here in the grand finals of the first major, as Immortals have already taken the first ticket there. Smacks, I want your final thoughts here, as this was the last series that we'll have you on the broadcast here for major number 1.
Yeah, we've got Kangas and Alk Battery rounding us out today. Really crazy series that we got to cast. 6 total games maximum, and more so, I feel, in the first series especially. Yeah, just an absolutely incredible day. This has got me so excited for the rest of this tournament and for the rest of the tournaments also. I think North America is in good hands with these players, and this broadcast is going to be in good hands with Kangas.
Rafa?
Excited to see the Kang Battery or Alkgus, whatever they want to call themselves
Alkangas
as the
is right there.
Alkangas, yes. But also these two already capturing a majority of the action on day 1. Now they get the chance to close this out, and I know that if there's any Paracasters you want to bring in to really bring in the hype for the last round of matches, it's those two.
Yeah, they'll definitely be bringing it. So will the teams on the Rift. No More Ego and Sentinels. They'll be battling out for the final spot in the grand finals after we take a short break. Thank you all for watching. We'll see you in 7 minutes here for more Wild Rift North American Series. everyone, and welcome back to the Wild Rift North American Series. And we got our caster swap for the final 2 series here for the WNS Major #1. In comes Kangas, in comes Alk Battery. Y'all were sitting on the sides there for a little bit. Gotta ask, what was that like as a viewer watching
Oh
this
my
Mega
goodness. That 40-minute game was insane. I was on the edge of my seat the entire time, and I mean, like, we've had some really good games this weekend in general, but I think today especially we have been treated with some really cool games.
I checked the map. I was like, okay, it's 25 minutes. This is a really long game. This should end in the next few, right? And then I checked back in, and it's like 30 minutes. Okay, 38 minutes, we're like creeping along. I'm like, okay, this is the team fight that should end it. Doesn't happen. We get to 41 minutes, and it finally goes down. It was a really long game, and it's like, oh, we have another series as well. So NA just keeps on surprising.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the rosters that are playing in our lower bracket finals, starting with Sentinels. Just saw them have a 2-1 loss against Immortals, but they were in it, and those games that they won were dominant. MTS, Sheesh, Mali, Rest, and Beginnings. And so, your opportunity here, Alk. How do you feel about this squad coming into this matchup?
I think that these guys, despite the loss against Immortals, is still looking like one of the best teams, if not the ones that are posed to go into the grand finals. Enemy obviously have a lot of work to do, but Sentinels still far and away, I think, one of our best teams here in North America.
I got to agree with that. I think that Sentinels are the team to beat here in the lower bracket finals, but no more ego. I mean, they have a shot. This is the roster that has still yet to grab a sponsored org and are still making top 3 in North America. The big story, though, is a Louis not playing in the Baron lane. Their sub, Luan DJ, actually coming in. So we saw him perform earlier today, still picked up a win. Looked pretty good. Honestly, a very serviceable Baron laner. And hopefully enemy aren't feeling too much, different from their practice with this sub in.
Yeah, and Yikes, obviously having his collar changed. It went from green to blue because that whole game went for such a long time. Like, it's pretty amazing how much this No More Ego team has changed over time. Let's take a look at our featured matchup between this series. It is in the mid lane, Mali and Truth, and both of these players had pop-off performance and led their teams to success when it came their way. Truth in that just ridiculous series, finding crazy flank angles on the Zed. Mali just getting in there and wiping things up in that first game against Immortals.
Oh, man, it was so crazy, man. Just like watching both of these players not only blossom into their own playstyles, but also just fully embracing playing these melee assassins, including the Riven later on. It's been super exciting to watch, especially when you think of North American talent. A lot of it has been, hey, we're just going to play mages throughout the mid lane, and finally we're starting to get some really skillful matchups in the mid lane.
The big difference that I see between these two players, though, especially over this weekend, is that Mali oftentimes kind of plays similar to Truth in the way that they have this killer mentality. They know when to go in, but they play a little safer in the mid to late game. They're not going for these crazy plays all the time. It's much more tempered aggression, whereas Truth, we've seen the pop-offs, and we've seen sometimes where the pop-off goes a little too far in the opposite direction from what they were intending. So I feel like both of them it's going to be an explosive mid lane. Like, if either of them get a lead, they can influence the rest of the map. But I do see Mali as having more of that comeback mechanic built in as a player, looking for those death rushes, looking for those RE charms when you least expect it.
Well, prediction time. Let's see where you put your money compared to what you're saying. And, okay. It's just me?
Yeah.
It's just me believing in the light, the word, the truth? Come on, man. He drug his team all the way back on in for No More Ego. No?
So I'll go first here, Alk. I'll take this one. So when me and Alk were having a conversation before going into the games today, and I asked the question. I said, Alk, if you had to draft a team with only the best player in each position from your perspective, what would the team be? And two of the players that we both agreed on as arguably the best in their roles, MTS and Mali right now. Yeah. I feel like the solo lanes for Sentinels are just that strong, and I see them being able to influence this game far more than enemy will be able to.
I just didn't want to be wrong. Dagon's been hitting up tails on the predictions. So I just didn't want to.
About here? All right. Tybe, you heard that? It's all on you. That's what I just heard them say. if you're going to get on in. All right, let's see how the teams will draft here in our best of 3 lower bracket finals. On the line is the ticket to play against Immortals in the grand finals in the best of 5. Who will win? Let's find out.
Thank you, D-Gun. A reminder that all 4 teams in the top 4 in this major have already qualified for the second major. So right now we're fighting for seeding on the line, and also the prize pool on top of that too. And especially for teams like Enemy, eyes on them. If orgs are looking to sponsor teams, they are a team to look at. But let's catch up, Alk, on their approach here in this game number 1. Sentinels on the blue side ban away the Camille, the Rakan, and the Renekton. Enemy taking off Olaf Fiora, which she's had a pretty big pop-off performance on earlier.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, I would have thought Sentinels, they would have been traumatized from the Immortals game. They're like, okay, maybe we got to get rid of the Olaf, but it seems like they're going to just say, hey, we're going to take the Jace. Wonder where that's going to go, because obviously Molly can pull it off.
Yeah.
We may see it in Sheesh's hands, but there's still a Darius out on the loose. We don't know, and Luan and MTS have both shown such huge explosive plays from the Baron lane.
Yeah, MTS loves that Darius pick, and we know Tybe loves the Lee Sin, so no surprise to see Enemy at prioritizing that early on in their draft. It works for them, and they're going to pair it with the Ziggs, so a little bit of playmaking, and also a little bit of range.
Exactly. This is perfect for Jackie, who, again, but I think we can always just talk about every single one of these players, just matchup versus matchup against their opposite opponent. They've been fantastic throughout the tournament. Jackie, no slouch in the marksman position, has been pulling off so many different looks, either on a marksman like Corki or playing stuff like the Ziggs. And so now we get from Sentinels, we get the Darius for MTS, and the North American Kha'Zix, which has not seen a lot of success, but I think this is more of a symptom of the play here than it is, you know, necessarily the champion. I'm sympathetic.
Yeah, the issue that we've been seeing with Kha'Zix is oftentimes not getting a lead in the early game and sometimes getting picked off early, because you're a very squishy bug. I mean, you don't have a big health bar. If you get caught by something like a Thresh and a Lee Sin that can do early damage, you could be in trouble. So Enemy, I think they have a decent response to this, but still Kha'Zix has lanes to work around. Darius can do a lot of damage. The Jays can do a lot of damage. They can set up the Kha'Zix to come in for these ganks and then just finish off targets.
Yeah, this is why I really love the Kha'Zix just as a whole. It's just there to clean up. I think if you're looking at Kha'Zix to go in first, we're going to see a lot of what we've been seeing throughout the tournament, which is bug splat, champions gone, and then a lot of eyes looking at the junglers to what's happening. But we're getting into the second part of the draft. They haven't locked in their bot lane, and specifically taking away this Thresh to empower Yikes, as well as get that away from beginnings. The support champion pool is starting to be whittled away at, so I'm interested to see what Sentinels go for here, as they are lacking a little bit of at-range damage with the 3 that they've chosen.
Yeah, Enemy focusing on the AP champions that are popular in that Dragon lane. The Twisted Fate, which we've been seeing kind of pop up in that Dragon lane as the CSer, and then also the Brand on top of it. So, yeah, Sentinels will like to draft some kind of magic damage in their comp if they can find it. I'm just struggling to see what are the next options in that Dragon lane.
Yeah, so what I'm seeing from Sentinels is similar to what we saw yesterday in their performance throughout the tournament, which is getting rid of these diving assassins in the Diane and the Zed, which then sets up for a Varus coming out from them. And I wonder what their support pick is going to be. It could be an Alistar, which I think would do really well into something like the Thresh as well as the Lee Sin. But it looks like Luan DJ, he's going to take the matchup that TJ was talking about yesterday. We're seeing Swag Flag, Airy Jarvan come up. He doesn't have to farm against him, doesn't have to deal with the Darius, which I think is an appropriate response.
And can still build fairly tanky against what... yeah, okay, so it wasn't the Varus, it is the Ashe locked in here for rest. Still, all physical damage that they're packing right now. There's a lot of opportunity for Enemy to armor stack, and this last pick could be pretty crucial. If they find a mid laner that can also stack a little bit of armor, then yeah, I mean, they're in a really comfortable spot right now, but it could come down to what Sentinels lock in for their support pick, obviously. They could go for some more engage. Okay, this is a little bit of AP, I suppose, with the Galio.
Depends on what build Beginnings decides to go for. If they're ahead, the AP Galio support is something that's been popular and definitely could tend to pop up. Now, here for No More Ego, what is Truth's pick? I don't see a lot of crowd control aside from the bot lane, so maybe this is a Truth Katarina game. That is a potential here. We've seen it time and time again. Truth could go for maybe something a little bit spicier, but Akali has been flavor of the day, especially for Enemy. When we're talking about the mid matchup, it's going to be Jace versus Akali, which is super fun skill-wise, so expect for a lot of early trading.
A lot of opportunity to outplay each other. And yeah, if you can get those early trades in your advantage, both of these junglers would love to come to a low health bar mid laner and then pick up a kill for themselves. The interesting thing about this Galio pick for me is that it feels almost like a takeaway from enemy. They don't have the best Galio delivery system other than Kha'Zix, which we already identified. You don't really want to go in first as Kha'Zix. You want to go in afterwards to clean up. So it's not the best engage tool, and Sentinels are lacking that big go button other than that Ash arrow. So a lot of this game will be on rest, trying to find those clutch enchanted crystal arrows to start off the fights, so that way Jace, Darius, Kha'Zix can follow up with their damage.
Yeah, the coordination for Sentinels is going to be really key, especially how their early game goes. So I'm looking at the first 5 minutes of this game, see where we're going to have Sentinels land, because if they're behind, walking into Fog of War with this kind of team composition, it's be incredibly difficult. Like you said, not a lot of Galio delivery systems, but if they're ahead, if they're already in position and they're waiting for No More Ego to come to them, which, I mean, they have a Jarvan, they have a Lee Sin, this is probably exactly what they want to do. The Galio ultimate, used defensively, is perfect against them.
Aggression or defensiveness, which one will Sentinels take? And how does enemy want to go forward with their engage combo composition as well? Game number 1, load it up, everybody, for our lower bracket finals. Winner of this gets to challenge Immortals. Could we get the rematch for Sentinels, or will enemy get their shot at the title? A lot of it, like we said, can come down to the early game, so let's keep our eyes on this early game. Jungler starting on opposite sides of the map.
And I love this already. They're just saying, hey, look, we're fighting. We're going out of range for. Molly's trying to take advantage of the range versus melee matchup here. And junglers, like you said, pathing away from them. We could see an early level 2 gank here if the bot lane enemy pushes up. And in that case, we might see Sheesh get a pretty explosive game. We get to determine how fast the Kha'Zix is going to be effective in the game.
The Kha'Zix is unspotted, but it looks like Ty might be spotted topside. There's that ward of the tri-bush, and we see that DJ's having a difficult time already. MTS has a freeze up there, so DJ's getting XP, but not too close to the gold. And maybe Ty looks to try and help him out a little bit here, but no, actually paths away. So MTS will not spot out Ty.
This is just the unfortunate matchup. I'm sure if we still had a Rocky Zoro, he would tell us about how this matchup is going versus Darius. Loan's got the fleet footwork. He's like, I'm helping. I'm just here to farm. If I can press my shield button, that's cool. If I get a CS, that's even better. See early trade. Molly?
Yikes! He hits a death sentence. That's just first blood. Truth had the damage. Molly punished for that. And Sheesh also very low in health. Yikes was just there to push Molly off of the cannon. He got Molly to miss the cannon, but then Molly just sticks around for too long. He doesn't flash, so he dies.
Here we go. We even get a replay of this because I do want to say, I think this is a huge respect check coming out for Yikes. He's like, I'm just going to walk up in the wave. I'm going to help my mid laner here. They know that Kha'Zix is here, and Beginnings is not in position, so Yikes says, well, I guess you're just dead. I'm going to give my mid laner a free kill, and you just didn't respect the fact that I can walk up on you as a support.
I was originally just going to say, it's cool to see a support do that. You know, just make sure that the enemy mid laner doesn't get a cannon, tilt them a little bit, and you can help clear the wave. But hey, a kill feels even better. So first blood for enemy to start this one off. And we talked about how pivotal that early game can be. Well, how about first blood on the Akali in that mid lane?
I know the thing that's most tilting for a lot of streamers, if they're like playing Wild Rift or any kind of MOBA, is as soon as they miss the cannon minion, all of Twitch chat just erupts into -1.
Yep.
-1.
Yep.
It's happened to me. Sam does that when we duo. He's like, oh, I think you just missed that cannon. And be like, nope, I did not do that.
See, that's why it's fun to be a support main. In League PC, I'm a support main, because you don't have to CS. But then you can tilt your AD carry by, like, accidentally CSing their cannon away from them.
Oh, accidentally, yeah. Especially in this game with the auto-execute. Yeah, accidentally.
Accidentally. That's an excuse every single time. But now back on the map, Tide level 6 here. And just power farming on the Lee Sin. Doesn't have a big item advantage over Sheesh. So honestly, if you're the Kha'Zix, you should feel okay about how this early game has gone. Lee Sin hasn't really gotten up in your business so far. But speaking of business, enemy looking to make some happen down here. Nicely set up onto Rest, who doesn't even have time to use the summoner spell. And they get Beginnings now. That is flash out of Galio.
Yet again, another positioning mistake punished by enemy. We're seeing Rest is walking up to a river that he has no vision of, and he knows that the bot lane is resetting. Has to know that there's going to be either a lane swap that we see here with Jackie in mid, or that the jungler could potentially be here. So, really great call.
Ooh.
Barely misses it. Truth.
And he's stuck.
He's out.
Flash. Okay, Molly doesn't actually commit to the river push, so wants to wave instead. Yeah, that was a cute little series of events right there. Sentinels trying to find something, but now they could just get played on again here. Oh, Beginnings completes the back. That was close.
They knew that Galio was in there, and I'm sure Beginnings is like, Just channel the recall. Just channel it. Do not stop it. If they stop me, it's doomed anyway, boys.
Yep, I don't have flash. I'm not making it out anyway, so might as well do it. But Sheesh actually on this Rift Herald right now. The objectives has spawned. Tybe will start up the dragon. How much does Jackie want to be a nuisance? How much does DJ want to contest this? Because they could just trade objectives, and they will.
It looks like they are. Luan's like, maybe we could go for something. I'm sure in the comms he's like, Jackie, can you move? Jackie's like, I could throw some bombs, but I really don't want to have to invest my flash. So, like you said, they're going to make the trade. And we're going to see what we saw yesterday more than likely, which they're just going to drop the Rift Herald, remove top lane from being an influence in this game. We'll have to see if this comes back to bite them, because ending the early laning phase here against Jarvan, he's going to do the same thing on one item that he is going to do on two, and having this lane be so far up, I wonder if MTS, how are they going to protect this lane? How are they going to protect such a long lane for Darius?
Yeah, oftentimes when I see top laners call for this kind of play, or junglers make this kind of play, it's then, all right, well now we'll have quicker rotation to invades. If you're Sheesh now, I think you should be looking to get in the business of Tybe.
Oh!
Baron laner. Speaking of, Tybe in some trouble here. Molly doing damage, flash away, didn't take the lantern, and he's down, but Molly's traded right on back. Truth in some trouble, has to flash, still in the cloud. Oh, and Sheesh with the reset. Jumps in and makes an even trade rest. That was a flash right there over the Dragon Pit wall, and now wishing he still had it, but it's actually Sheesh that's engaged upon. Rest trying to trade out of Yikes right now. Jackie's here for damage. DJ's here for damage. Yikes with a shield. He's fine. An enemy walk away with a net positive kill trade.
Enemy making the best out of aggressive looks from Sentinels there. Rest flashing over the wall like you said, and Sheesh, I love the confidence. I love the fact that we're just jumping in as the Kazakhs trying to find kills, but I can make the safe assumption he doesn't have the reset on his jump. So at that point, it's looking a little dicey. An enemy with a really great punish. I don't know if they'll be able to get anything here.
Ooh, this
One's
is big
dead.
from Sentinels. That's the pick. That is DJ down.
He's
Oh,
out!
he's not. Oh, he lives through all of it, and now it's a trade.
Yikes!
The assassin Thresh, fear him! Yikes, can maybe get Molly too. Ah, the Ziggs bomb will clean it up, but enemy with two more on the board.
Perfectly timed from No More Ego, and my prediction might be looking a little cursed. Tybe, he has to invest the Dragon's Rage to get away. He's like, okay, I just want the Krugs, man. You ain't got to do all that. But
Tybe, you ain't having luck there, man.
yeah, that was a little rough. We'll see. Sheesh can get the kill. He finds one. And this is just looking still incredibly strong for enemy. They go a little too aggressive. It's one step forward, two steps back. But still, the fact that Luan not only saves that play and is able to survive, Yikes is there. This may be another fight.
Tauntant land. Truth is actually fighting. He dashes around the Justice Punch. Truth, that was some incredible mechanical play right there. And now Molly could be in trouble too. Stuck in the Cataclysm. No flash available. Easy peasy. Oh, rampage for Yikes. That is what you want from your support.
How many times we have to say this? You just can't give up Thresh without some kind of recourse. Yikes.
Man, 406.
I know, he keeps
100%
doing
KP.
it, man. Every time.
What?
I mean, if we get enemy versus Immortals, we're going to have two players who are really sick at Thresh. So this should be a very fun matchup, but still, man, what are Sentinels? They're just running in. They're like, oh, can we maybe find this kill? They're probably a little dizzy after this. They need to slow down the game, make sure that it's not getting away from them, because they're kind of just going in one by one.
Yeah, it's falling apart for Sentinels right now. They need to find a way to stabilize. MTS is the one with a big lead right now, but I mean, even then, it's not even a lead anymore because of DJ's ability to participate in kills. 1 kill for himself, 4 assists means that even with first turret over to MTS, they're dead even. And that means that Sentinels, they don't really have like a powerful side of the map to play around. Right now, they're potentially looking at Truth. Difficult to get onto an Akali, though.
Remember, they invested the Rift Herald into the Baron lane, and we see right now that MTS, he's fighting him. He's got the Hemorrhage stacks.
If he can win this is big. Ultimate's available. Protobelt forward. DJ Flash! Ultimate under turret. Tybe with a kick, and the turret is still aggroing MTS, so it will be traded. Nicely timed from Tybe.
Again, they put so many resources into ending the early laning phase that it then turned into Luan picking up a kill bot lane. They did have Tybe on top, so this should be their dragon. Inferno Bomb goes wide. Ooh.
And Tybe's going to try and take the Rift Herald for himself now. Yeah. Sentinels will not contest it. I think Sentinels had time. They should realize this and run up to that Herald, but they're going to stick around and maybe go for a dive. They want the turret. And the death sentence, it's actually going so wrong! That sheesh down. We talked about how squishy the bug is, and he just got squashed. Yikes, flashing forward. Guiding Truth in. Molly looks to go back in. He's getting very aggressive, exhausted! And that means you don't have the damage anymore. Nicely done by Jackie throwing out the summoner spell.
Kangas, everything for enemy. They're pass and go. They're collecting $200 right now. They're going to grab this bot lane turret with the Ziggs. They invested the Rift Herald as well into the Baron lane. Everything is coming up heads for enemy. Whereas Sentinels, they're losing the hands trade. They're not making good on cross-map plays. And everything is falling apart while enemy, they're capitalizing.
You know, I'm just going to say it. I think Truth might have heard me in the pregame when I said that Molly is arguably the best mid laner in the league right now because he's trying to make that a false statement with his performance. And I think so far he's got a strong argument. 4-1-4. Jackie caught out, though. This is what you want as Kha'Zix. Find those isolated members.
Taking greedy paths, being a little too long on the reset. The rest of his team had already hit back into the base. Jackie was looking for some timers to get back, maybe pick up a couple items. But Sentinels, they're still trying to get this bot here to tier 1 turret. Yikes comes in, uses the Proto Belt, and
he hits it! That's a death sentence. Now how much more do they have? The Zonius is used. Stasis.
MTS is here.
It's the front line, though. They can't get through him. Now Truth diving onto the back line. Who's going to peel for rest? It's actually MTS that's buying space now for Sentinels. 1-for-1 trade so far because Jackie was still down, but he's back up. And he's going to start running towards this bottom lane. Sentinels, they're sticking around. They're staying for this. Not yet resetting, and now they're realizing, okay, no wave, we got to back off.
That was the one good fight, I think, for Sentinels to take, as they had a numbers advantage at the beginning of that fight, potentially looking, hey, Jackie's already dead, let's try to punish onto this bot wave. But enemy, not only using the turret as a defensive structure, but also just how resilient their team composition could be, make it out alive. I was a little afraid there, Kangas. I saw MTS start putting full stack hemorrhage onto 3 members. I was ready for some Darius dunks. But unfortunately, just didn't come on through. Enemy still looking really far ahead in this one.
Ooh, now MTS finding Truth in a 1v1. Once that smoke's down, MTS should be able to win that trade, but Truth will walk away. So, yeah, MTS is going to be the big maker, difference maker, rather, for Sentinels here. Still has both Summoner Spells and ults available. If this Darius can pop off in a fight, that is how I see Sentinels going back in this game.
This is the game... Reminds me of last year during the Summoner series where against Immortals, Sentinels, they had MTS on Riven and in basically a 30-minute game saved it for his team. And now again with resources...
Ash arrow. Wait, Truth goes back in? Now it's to flash out. Okay, that was a little cute.
It was mechanically nice. That's definitely going on the highlight reel for his escape. Beginnings caught.
Oh! Flashes, but Beginnings flashes in response. So the Dragon's Rage does not land the connection on Beginnings back into the team. And both teams are backing off, but you look right now, Alec, they are trying to find these picks. Both of these teams are looking to get kills.
They need a 5-on-5 for Sentinels, and for enemy, just accentuate the lead.
Oh, this is massive.
Taunt lands.
That's the taunt. They can see him! They know exactly where Truth is, and that's a stasis out.
Lee Sin's behind the turret!
Truth is still going forward. Lee Sin with the flank. Doesn't have the Dragon's Rage, though, so he's not a big threat, and now maybe himself caught out here. Molly doing some damage onto him. That sentence lands on the Beginnings. They're just toying with each other right now, Alec. I mean, neither team is fully committing to the dive or to the engage. They're just kind of trading health bars right now.
Ooh, Molly, need to be careful. Don't get hit by the death sentence here. But this is basically like boxing, Kangas. This is where both fighters are just pawing at each other, trying to figure out what the striking... Exactly. They're trying to figure out what the jabbing distance is. Hey, are you in reach? Can I kill you? Can I find lethal? No? Okay, I'm going to back up. We're going to assess the situation. Enemy are constantly testing those. Ooh, Sheesh just barely gets
their
out.
paws up right now because, yeah, Sheesh is playing at that edge. Dragon started right now. It's about down to a 2/3 health. An enemy, they have the Ziggs to try and zone off Sentinels, and now the front line's just walking forward. Sentinels, Beginnings, and MTS. This is looking pretty good to start off. Beginnings is just distracting everybody while MTS does all the damage! This Darius is massive right now, running through everybody. Rest has this beautiful front line to stand in front of him, and because of that, enemy are just all pushed away. MTS, misses the apprehend there, but still gets out to safety. Sentinels push enemy off the Dragon.
Kangas, this may be the turning point here. Enemy did have a lead, and the Dragon finally falls. Someone has to smite it. Please do not let the Ziggs bomb steal it from Jackie. But that is the team fight that Sentinels needed to find their way back into the game. They should be able to assault this mid turret. Get at least a couple plays. Yikes is straight up dead.
Oh.
Rest.
Yeah, that's the poke. That's the range of the Ash Jace.
I mean, he just had no HP. He just walked up there thinking they weren't going to do it. So now we get a reset of what this fight looked like. And we're talking about backlines. Galio lives for so long. They use so many cooldowns on beginnings. And now MTS gets to walk in here unabided. He's like, hey, cool. Hemorrhage stacks onto 4 members. And people like Jackie cannot step up into Darius. If he's in the range, he is going to find the kill, especially with the Force of Nature completed. So, fantastic fight for Sentinels. Enemy, they lost their grip a little bit here. Let's see if they can find it again.
If MTS had gotten that reset on the ultimate, that fight would have been a little brutal. So Enemy feeling good that, hey, at least they walked away with their lives mostly intact. Now they're looking for a pick here on Molly. Got the spell shield. Who procs it first? Tybe walking up, and now it's a trap actually laid by Sentinels. The Ash Arrow misses, but Beginnings is here. Truth dashes around, still dodges out on the taunt. He's going back in, though. He has the stasis. And Truth, how can he survive this? Rest is walking up. Tybe trying to do what he can. Rest flashes now into stasis. And Enemy are winning the fight. Beautifully played mechanics from Truth there to stay alive.
Oh my god, Tybe's kick there is completely game-changing. We thought it was a more even fight, but as soon as that kick comes through, it interrupts 2 different members, and it stops them from being able to protect Rest as he comes into the fight. So, Enemy now, again, these mechanical firing offs of their players. Tybe coming in with a fantastic Lee Sin performance. It's another fight where MTS is not there. That's the majority of your gold lead if you're trying to stay even in this game, where Enemy are still 3,000 ahead.
It is only 3,000, though, at 15 minutes, 50 seconds. This is late game. This is when we start to see teams run away with a lead, and when you see 8-kill advantage, you expect that team to be pretty far ahead.
Yep.
But props to Sentinels for actually keeping it this close.
Yeah, they've got the turret. The turret count right now is 3-3. You have the dragons in their favor. I think specifically what's helping them a little bit is this Infernal Drake. It is the buff that is going to give them a little bit more combat damage to maybe match some of the item discrepancies that we see lane to lane. But now this is the Baron dance. Enemy, they don't exactly have the fastest Baron, so I think they're going to want to use this as a platform to start a fight for Sentinel's hand.
Oh, Ash Arrow, they're ready for it. Sentinels just want to start the fight
He's
immediately,
dead.
And they get a pick! Truth is out, and MTS has now joined in. It's a 5v4. Sentinels have full control over this mid lane push and can establish control of the top jungle.
They haven't been able to find Ash Arrows plentiful throughout this game, and it finally lands. Yikes. Potentially walking into Fog of War. They're here to hover. They can just ghost right into the bot lane. MTS is here.
This is scary. Sentinels, they want to push bot turret instead of going to pressure the Baron, but Enemy read it, and they just go into answer. MTS getting some chip damage onto DJ, and Sentinels do not find more for that. Truth is still down for 20 seconds. I guess Sentinels can take that Gromp, but they're not going to get too much off of that pick. Oh, there's another arrow, but yeah, it's too far forward.
If they can sync up their mid and bot waves, this would have been a fantastic play. They can coast on over, take a bot tier 2, but resetting before the dragon, it is going to be the Elder Mountain Drake, and this here Kangas will just break open the game. Enemy find the win, they close out this game, they can go to Baron. Whoever is able to take the first objective should, in all likely manner, immediately take the Baron afterwards.
Sentinels with a pick are now only 2,000 behind for that Baron fight, but there's also Dragon spawning, and that is Elder. So there's going to be 2 big objectives to fight over at this point, and I think we can both agree that these teams are looking at this Dragon, or at least Enemy's going to force Sentinels to answer. MTS walked topside, but he's got to hoof it.
Again, they don't have exactly very high DPS onto the Dragon, so
Yikes.
immediately looking for a pick.
Ooh, yikes. Really wanted that one. What an arrow onto Truth.
Oh!
Hand onto 3 from MTS. Shisha still alive, and Molly's down. Enemy, they're somehow bringing it back from the brink, but MTS! He's got 1 reset. He's got 2 into the GA. A double kill over to Truth, though. Enemy are still alive. Can Rest stay up? Beginnings is frontlining. Rest is DPS, but DJ says, who's the frontline? I just go through him. And that is a double kill to Jackie.
Doesn't matter that Galio's setting in front of you, he rolls right back into Rest. And Jackie, chasing off MTS, finishes off Sentinel's chance of fighting for this. Beginnings, he's going to be a nuisance.
Desperate.
He's going to stop it, maybe if he can stall it out for 10 seconds before the TPs come in. We get to see them in the picture-in-picture while this happens. This fight is looking decent. It's a 50-50 as we see MTS rip apart this backline. But Lawan is doing a fantastic job of being that Jarvan tank, taking all of rest damage and then nullifying it.
MTS almost turned it around, but the second ult was on the GA. I believe he had a second target he could have opted to go for instead. Maybe that changes things, but in those crazy, chaotic moments, it's so tough to make that call and to hit the right target with the controls. Very close fight, and very impressive by all members, but as of right now, it is enemy walking away with the lead, and now with this Dragon buff, looking like it could be GG.
That Baron, the Dragon buff is going to be really, really dangerous to deal with, and now coming back out onto the map, the Baron is all enemies. Sentinels, they can maybe walk into Fog of War, but again, they're waiting for more than one member of Sentinels. If they can find a pick beforehand, it'll secure their win here in Game 1.
Yeah, they need this Ash Arrow. They don't have Flash in beginnings, they don't have Flash in MTS. It will come down to rest. If you can land that Enchanted Crystal Arrow on a squishy member like Jackie and just blow them up, then that's probably your best shot at finding a way back into this game. But enemy, they're not actually going for the Baron. They're not going to give Sentinels free damage onto them from the objective. Instead, they say, all right, we're just going to walk into your jungle. If you walk up onto us, we will kill you.
That's how dangerous some of this poke can be as well. They can always fish for something, right? They've got the Thresh Hook, they've got the Jarvan, they can even go in with Lee Sin. And look at this, they're just death rushing. They're like, you're playing in Fog of War, we know you don't have Hawk Shot for a little bit, so might as well make you walk. They didn't clear this, and there's a whole Scuttle Crab here, so Porent.
Oh, this is actually
Time!
big, massive pick! Time's down!
Oh my god, they did it, Kangas! They got right into the back line, they gave him the front line to fire off. Beginnings, the ultimate is huge, and it stops enemy from being able to get right in and kill some of these carries on the side of Sentinels. No Baron is taken, it's 2 kills after a single pick onto Tybe. Enemy floundering to try and close out this game. They need to find picks. They have almost fully melee champions, so it's so difficult for them to try and siege onto these turrets.
And a crazy fight from Sentinels right there. It's right back and neck here, Al.
Yeah.
We've got reset. We'll fight. That's the arrow to Jackie. Rest is doing it. Jackie has Flash. He's going to have to use it. Actually, the Lantern to safety means that Flash is still available. Can Jackie up with the damage now? He's trying to front line, but he's down as well. That is a massive pick for Sentinels.
Miscommunication there from Lawan DJ. A lot of support players, if they've been playing Thresh, they're like, just take the Lantern. It's a button on the Wild Rift. Just hit the button. And Lawan DJ, he's like, okay, I'm going to go in. I'm going to protect my marksman, my Dragon Lane carry. Ends up with him going down. Really critical picks. These are small things, small leads when we're talking about the gold lead. Slowly shifting in favor of Sentinels. They're playing around their carry and rest. And they're utilizing the poke damage from someone like Molly, cleaning up with their top duo.
I literally was saying going into this game, it will come down to rest. Can you find the arrows? And rest has not been disappointing. These arrows have been hitting the targets that need to be picked right at the correct moments in this late game. And because of that, we're at a 22.5-minute game here, Alec. It's not the longest of the day by far, but we are into this late stage where one pick could be the game.
It's getting to that point. They still would have a lot of work to do. I think if you're on either side, as soon as that Baron is taken, the clock is ticking. You're put on a timer there as to how fast this game can end. If it wasn't for this Ziggs, I would say enemy would have a tough time, even with the Baron cracking open the base. But you have the Demolitionist on your side. And I love this flank from Beginnings. During the Baron call, he was sitting in that Tri-Brush, and he's looking for something now. Has Flash.
Oh, does he want to go for it?
He's there!
Not spotted. He's in directly onto Jackie. Has to chase his Flash away. MTS trying to do what he can. Rest is down though. Sentinels have lost their AD carry. Enemy are doing it. A double kill to Truth. The Akali putting in work. As Beginnings will secure the shutdown, but I think the damage is done already. Jackie's still alive. Enemy can make their AD carry on a rampage. And with 4 members strong, chase down Beginnings and Sheesh, who are in full retreat mode now. Sentinels in fight or flight position. Can they get out? They do, but Enemy, they might just be able to end.
That's it, Kangas. They've got the Ziggs, the bombs are coming down, they have a wave here. Can Sheesh and Beginnings hold on?
It's desperation. Sheesh is going for it. Beginnings is there too, but Sheesh is low. Focus the Nexus. Jackie's got the autos, but the minions are gone. They have to back off.
Oh my god,
Okay,
Beginnings.
Next wave.
Next
4
wave is
seconds
here,
of MTS.
Sheesh!
Oh, Sheesh is down. Arrows up. It lands. Tribe's in trouble. He's got the GA. Is it going to pop? Tribe jumps away. Game is still going.
It's so close, but the minion wave gets evaporated thanks to Beginnings. Sheesh using the Void Spikes to try and clear it out a little bit, thin out the wave. We have a few more minutes. Sentinels barely grasping back into the Wild Rift game here, but Enemy are poised to take game one, and it is all on the kick from Tybe. He finds rest in the back line and just completely eviscerates Sentinel's chances of winning this one. It's close, Kangas. The inhibitor has been taken. This could be the final
DJ's looking
fight.
for the engage. DJ was looking to force that. Has the barrier up. Maybe you thought, hey, I can survive long enough with that and my GA, but the rest of the team's now on the Baron.
Teleport here for Sheesh.
Gage Poke isn't even doing damage at this point. Arrow lands. It's only onto Yikes right now. Beginnings goes forward. MTS is taking a lot of damage already. Enemy are positioned pretty well right here. They've split up Sentinels. Now Tybe's just buying space so that the rest of his team can take down MTS in the Guardian Angel. Tybe's still alive. Enemy get the first kill. Dominating Beginnings with the taunt, but there's no damage follow-up from the rest of the team. They can't walk up past the Ziggs.
Oh my god.
Ooh, Sheesh will get Tybe at the end of it, so it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Tybe was playing
All
super disruptive in the backline there, stopping the rest of his team, like you had said.
Sheesh wants more.
They
Sheesh
want
wants
it.
More.
Teleport.
He's on him. He got Yikes.
Resets.
He's gonna get Jackie. Nice stun immediately onto the teleport of DJ into the Guardian Angel. Rest in trouble. Beginnings is down. Actually, it was Molly that went down, and Sheesh will fall as well to Jackie. Enemy holds strong.
Are they going to go and try to end the game? Rest is here.
They kill Rest, that's it.
They can just kill him. He doesn't have flash, he doesn't have heal. He's
Zig's
gone.
gone.
They can just end the
Okay,
game, though. Who
He's running.
cares?
He's buying time. DJ's walking forward. He's about to have Cataclysm. He's about to have Flash. Rest will fall here, so it's up to Beginnings to clear out the wave. That's Flash from DJ. He gets the kill off screen, but the minion wave should be enough. Jackie's autos do a lot, and that is game one to No More Ego.
Sentinels falling. Enemy fighting a really hard-fought victory after a few teamfight blunders. And Kangas, it's only game one, but this is looking like a hell of a series already. It's
Look at that
gold
gold
lead
graph.
constantly for them. And you could just, I mean, even the kills, right? We're fighting back and forth.
Constantly until that dip. Sentinels were fighting a way back into that game. They got multiple picks, multiple team fights won, but they weren't able to establish a massive objective. They couldn't get something like the Elder Dragon. They couldn't get something like the Baron after picking up these big kills. And because of that, Enemy holds strong, and they're just always back on the map, always ready to fight again. So even once the gold was even, like you said, Tybe and Truth just had that really good fight in the late game. That damage. Oh!
Jeez. It's all about getting into the backline, man. As soon as they got anybody back there, Lee Sin, Jarvan, the Akali, it's Dunzo. Rest. What can you do?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I keep saying it. That little Yordle Ziggs keeps dishing out way more damage than everybody else, and it's something that just, yeah. I mean, look. The other thing that I see is in the fight back that we saw from Sentinels, No More Ego not doing a great job of holding them down. There wasn't one focal point where the gold was all going to, right? You had the Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming from the bottom side of the map, but then what? Who was the one that was leading off and constantly dishing out the damage, whereas on the opposite side, only one death there on Jackie. He was always up, always in the right position to dish out damage. MTS a couple times came very close to getting resets. I remember one specifically around the Dragon Pit where he ran up mid and almost got away, but a bouncing bomb from distance was what did him in. It's those small margins that prevented the snowball from countering in the way of Sentinels here as we take a look at the highlights one more time early game. Who you got for star player?
Thresh is insane.
Yeah.
Yikes' Thresh is nuts.
It's
I don't know if
pretty
that's my star
disgusting.
player necessarily, but like he had such a good game.
Well, I think this is the perfect time to start our discussion, right? Because we're talking about who's our star player. I think the first 15 minutes, I would definitely give this to Yikes for being a really proactive support. But it's those last couple fights where it gets a little hazy for me. Obviously, we have a bunch of different people. I want to give this game to Truth for having such a standout performance in the mid lane. But, I mean, you have Jack, who's obviously just firing off of the backline. I'm going to lock it in. I'm going to say Truth for this game.
All right, I'll back you up on that one, Alec, because the big thing for me is that this game was so close at the end and it went so late that a lot of what happened in the early game didn't end up mattering. It didn't actually impact those final fights, so it comes down to who was the catalyst in those final fights, and Truth picking up that double kill, almost the triple, staying alive for so long at the end there, that was big. And Dion, I believe that was one of those fights where it's like, if MTS gets the right resets going right here, it's clutch. But then resetting into the Guardian Angel, and then, yep, Jackie with the kill.
There it is, just that one empowered auto jack, the passive that Ziggs has, just to knock him down. And Jackie's free hitting. Look at this. No one touching the guy doing the most damage there. You know, I guess that's more on like MTS. Hey, you want to get resets? You're excited because you got the first kill on the Thresh, but target selection, man, very important as. You see our boy here in the mid lane picking up all the kills here.
Yeah, this was the fight. I mean, you watch what happened to Rest there. It was like a triangulated strike from the side of enemy. All three members said, dive the Ashe, she's alone, kill her, Cataclysm, Ashe, Lee Sin, everything used to kill Rest, but it worked out, and then Truth got the kills off of it. So, yeah, I think Truth, it's close, but I think he deserves it.
I called this vote. I'll take it. You know, we're rocking from my boy Truth. Even though I still have voted for Sentinels to win this series, I think they can bounce back. And Truth, if they're gonna do it, they gotta find a way to get around Truth. They did give him counter pick, so we'll have to see what the adaptation is coming into game 2.
What do you want to see the adaptation? I'm putting you on the spot here,
Sure.
Dimitri. What are we doing here?
Okay, so adaptation here for Sentinels. I want to see what they can do in the mid lane. Like, they've been, for the most part, prioritizing being on blue side for most of these drafts. I do want to see how they counter the mid matchup, just because we've already seen them attack some of it in draft. They've gotten rid of the Diana, the Fizz, the Zed, but they're not exactly accounting for Akali. They could take it for MTS, but obviously he's having a hell of a time on Darius. Do they say, hey, we're going to drop the Darius and give you the Akali, or look for a better matchup, maybe empower him? And that's not even maybe attacking what we're doing in the jungle pool, because Kha'Zix is still here, and maybe not exactly what we want to see.
That's what I was going to focus on next, because if you look at the draft order, going for things like the Darius Jace first, and then the Kha'Zix Darius, it was all physical damage. And then they go for Ashe. It's like, all right, so you don't have a lot of engage. You have only physical damage. They had to grab the Galio, which more felt like a pick away because they didn't want to deal with the Galio Jarvan Ziggs combo. And it just felt like they had an idea at the beginning of the draft, but then Brand getting banned away. It's like, well, now everything's kind of falling apart from there, and it's really tough to put the whole draft together. But that being said, Rest still had an incredible game on the Ashe. Like, those arrows were actually enough to engage those fights and find those picks. So it did come down to the wire. I would just say maybe find something that can pull the trigger a little bit faster, or multiple trigger pulls as a secondary option.
Yeah, I want to see, for No More Ego, I want to see them continue to challenge Sentinels into hands battles. Like,
Please.
if the other team's going to take these fights, keep giving it to them, because you're winning most of them. Generally, you're winning most of them. Surprisingly, in my opinion, because Sentinels showed earlier they've got great hands, but I think the team that has had the best hands and the best decision on when to go aggressive and when not has been No More Ego. And if Sentinels will continue to give them those fights, take those fights and continue to take those incremental leads and then turn them into a big enough lead where they can't come back. Now, be careful, because we saw that graph. It was going, it was pretty good. It was pretty good. And then all of a sudden, went like straight back up. I was like, oh, hey, you know, like maybe a little bit too much there. Jackie's like, hey, I've got all my items. Please just sit on me. Like, that's all I need. But,
can we just win, guys? Can we end? Okay, fine.
I know you want this MVP truth, but like, come on, like.
I need a couple more kills. Just feed me a little bit more.
Just a few more.
I need a more impressive performance.
Need the
Also want to give quick shout out to DJ in the Baron lane, actually holding back MTS. That's a tough top laner to go against, but despite losing that first break, having the Herald drop down, I still think had a very impactful performance on the J4.
Yeah, J4 into Darius. We saw it earlier. Not the greatest, not the easiest matchup, especially not one to outright win, but to be a disruptor. That's something that he's done well, something that Araki Zoro, who's waiting in the finals, did a great job against MTS. Will they be able to do it again? Let's find out. Game number 2. Is it the decisive one for No More Ego? Or will Sentinels battle back? Let's do it.
Let's get into it. Alk, it could come down to this. This could be the end of the Sentinels run here. They've looked like a top 2 team in North America all year so far, and Enemy have been punching up lately. This would be a big match for Enemy right here, a big game for them. So let's see if there's any adaptation. Sentinels already banding away that Lee Sin, so they're given respect.
Yeah, I like the idea that Degon had proposed. Hey, if we're gonna take hands fights, let's just win them. Like we'll win 60 out of the 4. Like if we take 100 of those, we'll probably win like 60% of them. And putting a lot of trust in Rest. Speaking of which, they're gonna give him the Morgana, which could still be here for beginnings. We've seen them play the Morgana brand bot lane, so wondering if they're going to get that away from them. And Rakan for Enemy, we'll talk about it later if it's actually a more relevant pick.
True. I suppose we don't necessarily know where this is going as of now, but interesting choice right now, as the Black Shield can stop the Rakan engage onto one member. Rakan, of course, can engage onto multiple members, though, so oftentimes you're going for those big team fight engages rather than just for lane, and paired with the Corki, so a little bit of scaling. Enemy already, in their first 2 picks, look like they could have a very scary mid to late game team fight start to their draft.
Yes. Wondering what exactly they're hiding here, just because we're going to have the Riven come out here for Sentinels. This Corki should be going into bot lane for Jackie. It's been one of their more favorite looks throughout the tournament, so this means that Enemy, they're going to safely pick a pretty good bot lane, specifically the Corgi who can farm by himself while Yikes roaming into mid lane and helping out Truth. See if Beginnings can match that and what they choose, because Thresh is still available. And as a double matchup in a bot lane, that's a killer start.
Yeah, that would actually be pretty terrifying. But no, they want to go for Darius. I mean, we've talked about MTS has been popping off on this pick lately. They highly prioritize it in the first rotation, so no surprise to see that be locked in. They do not want to give that up and then have it banned by Enemy or even picked by DJ later on. So is it back to the J4? I mean, that's what Enemy did last time. They just said, all right, we'll take the kind of ranged matchup and just let Darius farm the wave and then have a more impactful engage later on.
Yeah, it looks like Enemy immediately say, hey, Kangas, you got the right idea. We're going to make sure that we grab the Jarvan here. And so for Sentinels, now we have a really important part of the draft for them as to what exactly their composition is going to do. You already have the Morgana. We're just going to say that this is for Rest for the time being. Does that mean that we put additional focus in those assassins that we've been seeing on their second phase of the draft? Or do they then pivot into another carry like the Ashe? We still have Varus available to them. Do we see those kinds of champions come out?
Right now, it's a ban of TF and a ban of Brand from Sentinels, so Sentinels might not be convinced that that is the Corki going to Jankie's hands. Still more options left that could be flexed into those lanes. The Lulu ban from Enemy, that's kind of surprising to me.
I think they recognize, hey, there's a lot of good Lulu carries for the Sentinels draft. It is a little bit strange, I will admit. I agree with you. Brand as well, it's like, we already know Corki is 9 times out of 10 going into Jackie's hands. I don't think you really want to give that to Truth. It has not been my favorite champion for him to play, even back in Summoner Series. So, wondering exactly what Sentinel sees, because I think both teams in the second phase are kind of running out of ideas as to what they want to get rid of.
Yeah, it's the Diana ban as well. There's a lot of jungle options for Enemy. I mean, still, they could maybe put the J4 there, but oftentimes we're just seeing that into the area. So I'm expecting the Enemy will lock in a jungler here. Okay,
Yeah.
Wukong is the pick.
Tybe on Wukong definitely gives him some skirmishing power. They have a lot of team fight. I don't exactly like Enemy's draft just because it is pretty low damage for the most part. Like, Corki will start to get higher and higher damage numbers as fight goes on, but really not as much as I would like to see. And for Sentinels, they are very receptive to all of these melee champions coming into them, especially the Rakan versus Morgana matchup. The Dark Binding alongside the chains coming out from Morgana will be really dangerous to deal with for No More Ego. So for Sentinels, they take the Thresh like we noted earlier, and now they have to show it. What's your mid lane pick? What's your jungle pick here? Because this is more than likely going to be Riven here for Molly.
Okay, it's the Akali locked in. Sentinels,
Okay.
a lot of melee champions, the Morgana, Black Shield to help them out so they can go in. And okay, Enemy, they are flexing the Corki into the mid lane, and they lock in the Xayah. So Lovers Duo in the bottom lane. That is a very defensive AD carry when you're looking at all these champs that are going to try and dive on top of you. She can keep herself alive against the likes of a Riven Akali.
Yeah, and she'll be able to survive at least one look if they decide to kind of go for a dive utilizing her Feather Storm. I think Zaya's going to have a little bit of problems keeping up with her team, just because her whole team's going to go in. You're going to have Corki packaging forward. You're going to have Wukong and Jarvan, Rakan all jumping into the fray. And Yikes is or Jackie's coming in with the flag like, hey guys, yep. I'm here for the party. Let me lay down some feathers. Let's see what we can do.
This is the Ziploc bag comp. It's like Corki goes in, is one side of the bag, Zaya's on this side the other, and then you got like the J4 as the zipper to connect them. There's an analogy in there somewhere, but right now, trying to make lunch out of Sentinels. And we have an interesting look for the draft. See, I brought it together at the end.
Yeah?
But is this going to be enough to get them a 2-0 sweep? Because one win, they're on match point right now to make it into that finals and go up against Immortals. This would be huge for No More Ego.
And for Sentinels, it's the last look, right? This is the third place match. We're already in the lower bracket. Loser takes third place, and they get to say, goodbye to the WNS until the next major. And winner goes on, like you said, going up against Immortals, who are looking incredibly scary and are for sure watching this game with eager eyes as to who their potential opponent is. For Sentinels, it's 2 games now. Every game from here on out, you need to win if you want to continue your dreams.
Backs against the wall. Everything on the line here. And looking at the lane assignments, no crazy early games happening, and Sheesh starting on the bottom side of the map. Interesting choice there, as that means that you'd be passing towards the top half if you want to go for something early. Wouldn't be necessarily the lane that I would look to. I look at Rest at Beginnings and say that's actually a lot of gank setup for the Riven.
It's a lot of gank setup for Riven. Specifically, I think what's going to happen here is we're going to see after the first 3 waves, the supports go to move into mid lane. Once both junglers start to get closer to that lane, then we'll start to see that. And I mean, Xayah is super, super safe by herself, especially against Morgana. She won't have too much kill threat early on, so she can just use the Tormented Soil to farm the wave at a pretty nice distance.
Yeah, not in a lot of danger. And already Yikes starts that path.
Yep.
Running up through the river here. Beginnings will be a little slow on the rotation. I don't know if it'll amount to much, though. Sheesh is spotted. Jumps forward. Doesn't engage onto Truth, though. Yikes and Beginnings seeing each other here. Beginnings with the Flay. Death Sentence will miss, though, so let me get out safely.
I like how Yikes is initiating the challenge versus Sentinels. He's saying, look, I'm jumping into Fog of War, which means Beginnings, you either have to follow me or risk your mid laner losing out on a summoner spell. The Baron laners will be fighting. They're trying to protect for this top scuttle here, and they do drop the Ignite on Tamali. So important summoner spell, a killer one to have if they want to go for any kind of picks.
Little awkward from Sheesh here, spending some time dancing between mid lane and the bottom river. Will get that scuttle. So it's a little bit of tempo or gained for Tybe right now.
Wait a minute.
But because of that Ignite down from Yikes, he's fine. Sheesh gets out.
Okay, I was worried there.
Does Jackie get out? All right. Beginnings just walks up with the Flay. Nice Black Shield to stop the root from coming through, but Beginnings does take a big chunk of damage.
Just some aggressive looks from both of them. Jackie recognizing, you can't exactly step up on me when you don't have Flay or the hook anymore. So, like the look there from No More Ego, but just a common reset here. And for Sentinels now, let's watch where the supports are going to be going, because right now we're seeing him both path into the bot side, try to maybe grab some vision. Control around mid is the name of the game for them. Especially when you have the Corki into Akali, it's so difficult for someone like Molly to find a kill pre-6 or pre-5, especially without Ignite. They want to have mid priority whenever they can.
And Yikes will have that Ignite back up relatively soon. There's not much for these teams to fight over in the early game, so a lot of this game will come down to that first Dragon, the first Herald, and which team decides to go for which. If we have to get a little predictive here, are we favoring either of these teams? Because I'm having difficulty actually deciding who I think wins the dragon fight if they want to go for the bot vote.
So thankfully for Sentinels, if they go for the dragon here, they have a lot of ways of kind of fishing for an engage or going into Fog of War without many wards. Whereas enemy, they need to be first onto the play. You do not want Jarvan walking into Fog of War versus a Thresh versus Morgana. It is so difficult at that point. And honestly, I really want to see how Truth utilizes the first package. I think package use so far has been a mixed bag of results, and I think an explosive one for him will allow his team to have an amazing team fight, obviously.
Heavy trading between Molly and Truth right now. Truth does actually win out slightly on that. Both will go for resets because, yep, objective spawning in 10 seconds. Truth trying to time this around the package himself, but it is Sentinels with the vision control early here. There is that nice ward, though, from enemy in the river, so they will be able to spot about as much vision as this scuttle will provide.
Resets come in, and Kangas, it is now time to do the dance. Do Sentinels partake in it? Are they going to take the lead? Are they going to be the partner in this case? Because right now, it is just time to fight mid. It's time to fight for Dragon. Even if it's a mountain, MTS and Luan have reset and come back out onto the map.
Oh, okay, never mind. Sentinels, they path mid, but then they actually say, all right, give them Dragon. We don't want to fight into the Corki package, especially when we do not have control over the river, because enemy was there slightly earlier. So, straight up objectives early on, Dragon over to enemy, and the Rift Herald over to Sentinels.
So now the problem here for enemy is they're going to have to find a way to have a really good setup on a side lane, because now, with how even this game has been, it's literally tied up in gold. Do you want Corki to side lane into the Darius, or do you want him to side lane into the Akali, who has a ton of magic penetration in her build thanks to the garage sale that she has? So neither of these are favorable. It looks like they're going to send Xayah to be able to match, and that's going to be a little bit risky, so we'll see how Ty paths around. It looks like Rakan will be the friend of Truth, while Tybe is trying to help out the Xayah and make sure she doesn't die.
We do see Truth passing down there too, so maybe this is just Jackie catching one wave. And now they're both dancing around. Yeah, it's awkward. It's awkwardly timed right now as who's supposed to get which wave and who's safer in what position. Thankfully, though, Molly does actually reset, so I don't think it'll be that big of a deal.
For now, it's going to be dangerous. I like how right now Jackie is just sitting in Fog of War like, I can't show up on this wave. I don't know where they are. I know that Beginnings is in mid lane, but if Riven is here, I'm dead. And there's really no reason for me to show up on like in the middle of a wave. I should just sit under my turret, wait for the wave to come to me. I love this. This is so much more fun.
Yeah.
They know this game is happening. Like, this is 6 minutes. There's no kills. Not a lot has been spent in terms of the summoner spells. So they're just like, look, we just played a 20-minute game. We played a 40-minute game earlier today. Let's just have some fun.
Exactly. Let's just let this one be a little more calculated. MTS baiting out DJ as long as he can. Now Sheesh goes in. Yikes here on the defensive. Good CC, but maybe for not, as DJ was not ready to go in. So that is Rakan ultimate down.
This is like watching two tropical birds just like keep doing their little mating dance. They're like showing off their feathers. Like, oh look, I could do the quickness. And then
flapping their wings.
Yeah.
On one foot.
The Sentinels, on the other hand, MTS is like, look at me, I can fully stack Black Cleaver on you. Awesome. I'm just gonna walk away now.
And nobody dies. No action is happening. But obviously, enemy can be comfortable in this kind of position. If we look at their composition, I do like some of their scaling options. I think that Truth and Jackie can be feeling good about this. Like, okay, we both hit our items. We can even get toward that 2-3 item spike. We're feeling really good as the ranged AD carries. So, enemy, I don't even know if they're necessarily feeling like they're pushed to do anything right now when they're up in the series.
You say that, but right now the international community for Wild Rift is being torn asunder at the thought of Black Cleaver Corki. Many thoughts going on, especially from a couple of the casters over at our European friends for the WREC.
It does feel weird. I'm not going to lie.
Sure.
I'm not the biggest fan of it, as you already have Armor Shred in your kit, but you know what? It's alright. As enemy are now just looking to push this wave in. Molly could be in trouble. This is a dive setup from enemy. Beginnings has the lantern, but gotta be careful because then enemy can just engage onto you. And Molly trying to buy space.
It's the button.
Charmed under the turret, but gets through the lantern.
Okay, Molly, he has learned the greatest skill that you can have when you have a Thresh on your team. Just hit the Thresh button. That's all that matters. And in the meantime, they got a top tier 1. They're gonna crash this mid Rift Herald.
Dookie goes.
Here's a fight.
On to Beginnings, and now they engage onto the turret. Turret's down. MTS trying to be that front line, buying space as Jackie's fighting his own battle down here. Has to flash over the wall. And at the end of the day, it's just yikes picked up for Sentinels.
They could not find any kills under their own turret, and they lose 2 in the trade. So Sentinels, even though it is a rather bloodless game for the most part, they're playing the map correctly, which is exactly what we praised them for during their time in the Summoner Series last year, and now coming into 2022, I'm glad to see that they're continuing to play to that style.
With only one more outer turret left up, and it's also the side with Dragon, I feel like their job should be pretty easy, but actually, again, Sentinels are not playing to the bottom half of the map. They're giving over this location to enemy while they're on the Herald, but even as I say that, they still have a couple of members in the area.
And now enemy are in a super awkward position because they're like, oh, we're going to lose a lot of mid priority. We don't really want to lose our mid tier 2. Tide caught.
Death Sentence on a Tide.
Oh!
He's trying to run away right now. Let's see what MTS can do here. Sentinels fighting a multi-front war. An enemy, they're just guerrilla warfare back into their jungle. Throwing out these pot shots with the Corki right now. Truth trying to get that poke in. Not fully landing it though. Yikes with the spooky ghost. No flash available anymore. Again, over the wall. This is what a Corki needs to do. Just poke him out if you can. But enemy, hey, nope. Retreat. Give him Dragon.
The only thing Sentinels lost were maybe a few minions in the Baron lane. And now they got not only the Dragon, but they also got the Flash. Engage.
Oh, the engage comes in from Yikes. He looks for it. DJ's in there too. And that's a kill picked up. Make it double for enemy.
Whoa,
Truth. But they will go for the fight afterwards. Now over the wall. Time's looking for it. Molly says, all right, let's leapfrog each other, but Time's not going down. He's just barely alive right now. Molly's still dancing around this
Hit
one.
the button.
There's the lantern. He's out. Jackie with the ultimate. Molly's dead. Jackie the hero. Beginning should fall as well as Yikes continues the chase. But Flash from Beginnings, he's out.
Enemy, they look to punish immediately. We're talking about having that killer instinct for them. Well, there you go. You get to see it. It does end up biting them in the back as they, after the fight, you see Truth go over the wall with Valkyrie. We're like, whoa, that one hurts a little bit. He ends up going down, but it allows for more aggressive looks. They not only grab the kill onto Molly, but they get so much more, and it was a little bit of an awkward dance. Remember that Yikes did already use the Flash before that Dragon fight. And if they had not gone for that, if they not found kills, Sentinels would have again gone out for free.
Now it's a fight at the Herald. Sentinels are here first. They've started it up, but everybody from enemy are ready to answer. There's package in the base. If Truth can make it back, but she says we fight now! MTS in with Molly as well. Sentinels won in the fight, but a killing spree to Jackie. It's going in favor of enemy! They've kited back successfully. And now Truth stopping the flank. Getting around them. Truth's popping off. Do you believe it? Double kill over to Truth. And the objective should belong to enemy.
Oh my god. Kangas, I think they're doing it. I think they're about to 2-0 Sentinels, who are looking mighty fine throughout the rest of WNS. They're taking down the Giants. And our predictions may be wrong. After looking at this replay, is going to be pretty hectic. Molly goes way too far.
Yeah, watch Jackie here, able to flash back, holds the ultimate the whole time, but this Zai is just doing damage the entire fight.
We talk about this all the time in a bunch of other matches. It is which members are able to deal damage and which of them are not. Are they just kiting backwards? Are they unable to do any damage? And in that time, Rest, the most they can do is invest the ultimate, invest the Tormented Soil, but if Jackie's able to fire away for free with the Zaya, with impunity, that's exactly what you want to see if you're an enemy fan.
3-0-2, had to blow the ultimate there while we were looking at the replay, so we'll not have that for this next fight potentially, depending on when that dragon will spawn. But yeah, enemy are on the precipice of making a major finals, of having a chance to go into a best of 5 against Immortals, arguably the best team in North America right now based on the recent performance of the team and their standings.
And quickly,
and this would be just huge for enemy.
Before we get to any objectives, I just want to talk about the importance that this would mean for enemy. We're talking about the changing of the landscape in North America, where you have Tribe who have not even made top 3 in this event. And in previous events, when we're talking about the Summoner Series of last year, it was always a constant fight of, yes, Tribe is number 1, but enemy are always the ones to find them in the finals. Always the one to either push them a few games, take a few, but ultimately lose out to Tribe. And now they have to face a whole new demon in Immortals. Enemy, in a different kind of style than we saw last year, are still showing that, names change. We may have, traded out a few players, but we're still looking to challenge for number 1 here in the region.
They've had an incredible run. They've taken the game the series off of Cloud9. They took a series off of Tribe. And now if they take down Sentinels, that's just more names off their list here. Let's see if they can do it as Sentinels. You have the inside track of this dragon, control over the river currently. Enemy will have to approach through the choke point without the package. Truth has not backed for it.
Looks like he's just going to forego it. Binding lands on the Tide. That's a lot of damage.
Oh, Death Sentence. He's dead.
Nope,
Time's
it's
out.
the decoy. You've been fooled, Kangas.
Oh, I was fooled. I was the fool.
He does have Rift Herald, so they can drop this. Look at how he's going over. Maybe just kind of smite.
Oh, he smited for
He
health.
does have it. It
That
will
means
come back
it's not
up.
going to be a 50-50 for Dragon. They have to go for the fight. Enemy are going for it. It's a two-front fight
Okay.
right now, but Truth picks up the first kill. Rampage for Jackie. Into the meat grinder goes Sentinels. They got to fight their way out of this. Maybe MTS has enough in the tank. He's got the ultimate, but it doesn't land the reset. MTS is down, and the carries just keep getting fed from enemy.
That's it, Kangas. They're going to grab the dragon, and enemy have landed one great haymaker because it has just sent Sentinels into a tizzy. They're just completely lost in this game. Look at how they're moving throughout the map, and you're just seeing enemy completely punish them. Multiple different fights on all different fronts throughout the river. But they're just walking around. Look at them. Sentinels are like, do we go for this? The target selection from Sentinels is unable to match that of enemies.
Yikes and DJ right there. Insane engaged. The Rakan with the double knockup, the double flag and drag knockup, layer into CC, just blowing up Rest and Molly. Big stuff coming in here from the engaged tools of enemy. No More Ego are impressing me so much right now with this level of coordinated play. I mean, I've seen Tribe at the top of their game struggle to have coordinated engages like that.
Yeah. Look, they already lost, man. We ain't gonna take digs at them. I'm sure that they're feeling
Not
pretty.
a dig. I like last year when they were dominating.
Sure, they were
still
1v9ing
not
everybody.
necessarily
It was
looking as clean, yeah.
pretty good. I want to look at how Jackie positions in this fight because this is a Baron and this is the last fight. They have the package, and all of Sentinels are starting to converge.
It's an engage. Another double
Oh!
knockup from Yikes. How many times do you have to learn, Sentinels? MTS goes down. Oh, enemy are just too clean with it. When they pull the trigger, everybody commits to the fight, and they've picked up 4 members. It's only Rest alive. Enemy can close this one out. They don't even need the Baron. With this minion wave and 28 seconds on every member of Sentinels, Rest is going to have to pull something crazy here to stop this game from going down. The wave is actually low here. Enemy might not commit. They're pulling back.
They're going to go for the Baron. They're going to let Tybe reset. They may even let Lawan go for a reset here. The vision will be here to see from Sentinels. You see teleports are coming through. Sentinels are going to want to challenge this. I think they're going to go for it. Everybody's trying to...
Sheesh has teleport. Ollie has teleport.
We're going, boys!
They got to get in, but it's too late. I mean, Baron's
Okay.
secured.
All right, they sold all their boots. Everybody you can see in the item trays. It's just constant refund, refund, refund. Give me back my proto belt.
Undo.
All
Get
right.
back to the good stuff.
All right, we're not going to go for it, but this should be the final touches for enemy. No More Ego to send them into the grand finals. 2-0 over Sentinels. A pretty important statement win, and one that we'll have to take a look at as they close this out.
The story of this team, the story of these players is incredible. They've been mainstays in the community without an org behind them. Now Sentinels getting a little desperate for these engages. Beginnings, yeah, you gotta look for them, but this is how punished you get when you're that extended and the enemy team is this far ahead. Jackie just does not care and is flashing forward for these kills. Enemy have done it like that all the way. They've taken down Cloud9. They've taken down enemy. Or rather, Tribe and Sentinels. Now enemy will move on to the grand finals to face off against Immortals.
Fantastic job to the guys over at No More Ego. I'm sure Yikes is like, one more series! One more series! They had a banger of one against Immortals, and now, this is just a crazy game at this point, Kagus.
Yeah,
I'm getting tripped up.
They're checking every name off their list right now, Alec. Literally, all the top teams in North America are falling to enemy, and Immortals are awaiting them in this best of 5. And if they're not sweating, they're not giving respect the enemy are earning right now, because this is a terrifying looking team.
We're talking about guys going undefeated or unkilled in throughout the games. Jackie died once in these 2 games. He didn't die on the Xayah game. He died once in the Ziggs game. And now, them against Lamont, against Immortals, we've got a crazy grand finals ahead of us.
Yeah, we definitely do. Especially given the fact that now everyone is firing on all cylinders here for this unsigned squad. Again, coming into it, you had the big guns in the top 4, your first qualifiers from day number 1 qualifiers way back a couple weeks ago. And then you had No More Ego that was right on the cusp of greatness, but not quite able to do it. And now, multiple players stepping up. Who's your star player for this one, Kangas?
Oh, star player. I got to give it to Jackie.
Yeah.
That performance was insane. Always doing damage at any point during either of those games. His positioning is a thing of beauty. Like, every AD carry main should be watching Jackie right now and say, okay, that is how I need to play Wild.
Yeah, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling definitely like Jackie is one to watch, especially when you think of not only this game, but the game he had before. I'm sure a bunch of people in chat were like, wow, Jackie really did get robbed of MVP in game 1. Well, here we go. We're going to award it to him, deservedly so, for his performance in this one, because it is just every single one of these fights, he's pumping out damage to the best of his ability.
Yeah.
It's moments like this fight. If you're a Xayah, my first instinct is ult. When they engage on you, you ult so that way you get away and you save the flash cooldown. But he realized, no, I need a flash because I need to keep doing damage. If I'm ulting, I'm not DPSing. But if I flash, I can still keep getting my feathers through everybody. And that difference legitimately won them that fight.
And here's another showing of that after they've had the pretty big gold lead. And, you know, it's a team effort. This is a team win here. Even Tybe, who gets slowly chunked out here, doesn't go down, but was baiting out the opposing team multiple times, even faking out our own Kangas on the call. With the
A little bit, yeah.
That one hurts.
I mean, like, look at these engages. Yikes has hit multiple double knockups this game, and there's always somebody to follow up, whether it's DJ or whether it's Truth. They have so much trust in each other and their comms. I just want to hear what they sound like when we're in games. Because whether it's chaotic or it's smooth, I don't know what their personalities are on comms, but they're clearly telling each other, hey, engage here, and then everyone's following up on those calls.
Yeah, and turning back to our star player, Jackie, we got to see the Recon side of the Lovers duo a ton. We've seen a lot of damage from Jackie on Corki. You're long distance, you have rockets, you scale, you stay safe. On Ziggs, again, you're throwing down bombs, you're in the back, you're staying safe. On Varus, you're in the back, you're shooting arrows, you're staying safe.
Yeah.
This is the first time we got to see Xayah show up here and look fantastic, weaving in and out of these fights. And that is why he's our star player of the game. And again, if you were upset about it, you didn't get in game number 1. Deservedly so. This is another level that this team is hitting on, and specifically Jackie hitting on in the duo role. Angus.
2 points. One, Xayah is a champion that's entirely built around positioning correctly, which the hardest part is that you're not the longest range AD carry, so you have to be relatively close to get all that damage in those team fights, and your autos go through people, so you have to position so that they go through at the right angles. So incredible that Jackie was able to do that. Props to him. Number 2, I have lost my 100% success.
Yeah, because you flopped, man.
What happened? That should
I
have been
did
our hair
flop.
bet. That was our hair bet.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah, I am sad about that.
All right. Hey,
But congrats, Degon, because hey, you actually beat the casters.
Yeah.
congrats aren't on
Congratulations.
us. It's not on us. It is on No More Ego for getting it done and now slaying the Giants one by one. And you know, again, we cannot only celebrate those teams that are here in the top. We also here in the Wild Rift North American Series want to celebrate players that have been participating and growing. And that is why at the top of the show, we talked about it, our most improved player awards that we're going to be giving out right now. Again, our side prizes, we'll be doing those 5 on the right there with our Baron laner, jungler, mid laner, duo laner, and support. And so let's go through those right now. You'll see them there on the bottom. Starting with our 3 going in order. Extirpate from Reflection.
This one.
Dominant Baron laner.
Yeah.
He's the reason why that team was there, Kangas.
Extirpate had an insane performance. I remember watching the Fiora game, being like, I've never seen a Fiora survive this long in like 1v3 scenarios. This is absolutely insane. I'm very happy that Extirpate got this, because that was like one of the big players that just came out of nowhere for me. I'd never heard of this player before this this major, and or rather the second qualifier when I was watching those games. And I think this player is absolutely going to have a long future ahead of them if they keep up this kind of performance.
Yep. I would say amongst other Baron laners, X-Raid is looking really solid. I'm sure that there's a growing class of players there, so I'm excited to see what else we get from them.
Hulk, I'll give you the next two. Bundled together our Cloud9 members in both Tarzan and Meals. And then also we'll celebrate here Family's duo laner in Lin and KT at support for Reflection.
So quickly going over the Cloud9 duo, obviously Tarzan with his Riven performance, and throughout WNS I think has had a little bit of a rocky performance, all things considered, but all of those games that we got to see from Cloud9, really awesome stuff coming out from them, specifically Meals as well. So I loved what we saw from them, and I'm glad that they improved throughout just from the qualifier play to now. And talking about these two, I mean, the fam, if we're talking about family, we're talking about this bot lane, I know that family tends to go a little bit long in their games, but Lin's positioning in the marksman is just so good, man. It's so damn good. And it's awesome to see another, again, we're talking about the guys who are in the lower side of the bracket. What else can I say? It's just fantastic play.
Congratulations to all of our most improved players. $1,000 per position here, Kangas. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's pretty good. I was just going to say congrats to 2 Reflection members for being on
True.
there, too. I think that they definitely had a standout performance in this major.
All right, now let's turn our focus back to the bracket as we have 2 teams left standing after all of the day's actions.
We're here.
The lower bracket finals is done. The upper bracket finals already completed a while ago. Just the grand finals. And look at the run from the lower bracket. It's no more ego. Taking down Tribe, taking down Sentinels. They already beat Cloud9 and now have one more big boss to handle. And it's the team that has been number 1 coming into the 2022 year of Wild Rift here in North America with Immortals. You see the roster right here. Had the interview with the Rocky Zoro. We've said the praises about Lamont in the jungle. Hoon, we know the potential he's had. Gume and Charm have taken turns stepping up for the bot lane. This is going to be a huge one here, Alk.
Yeah, especially since Immortals have already been enemy, and they were the team that a lot of people had their eyes on coming back into 2022. They made some of the least amount of changes alongside some of the other teams. So exciting stuff to see, and we're already making history here at Major 1 for the new season.
Kangas,
Yeah, no
more
drive.
ego.
Not even top 3. We got 2 new teams here. No more ego. The challenger. Everybody, send them your energy. For some reason, still no org behind them. They don't need it because they dropped the ego too. I think their logo is fitting because it's that skull, and I imagine their story so far being that meme of the Grim Reaper going door to door. Took down Cloud9, took down Tribe, they took down Sentinels. One more team lies in front, and if they can make the miracle run, that would put the entire North American Wild Rift scene into chaos, because all the power rankings, throw them out the window, all the expectations, throw them out, because enemy, if they reign supreme, that's fantastic news for the region, because it shows just how close all of our teams are.
Yeah, and the focus has to be in the jungle role between these squads. Lamont has been a savant. And on the opposite side, Tybe has come in at the right spot at the right time multiple times for this squad that have ran out of their extra lives. You've been in a loser bracket run. You have no more times for mistakes, but Tybe has not relented yet here, Out Battery.
Yeah, we're talking about extra lives. Well, they got 100 coins, they got the 1-up, so they're good. They're good to go at this point. They're in the grand finals already. They've done the work. Now they need to finish it, submit the coursework, get their A+. We're talking about 2 guys who are super smurf on Lee Sin as it is, and we're talking about aggressive jungling. Well, Tybe's Camille versus Lamont's Olaf, that's a matchup that I really want to watch.
Ooh. Yeah, that would be pretty nutty. Or even the Lee Sin, because Tybe's been loving that one too. The jungle will be explosive, though. I don't think you give Lamont the Olaf. I know we want to see it from an entertainment aspect, from a strategic. That would be scary. There's a lot, though, that enemy need to look out for here.
All right, we started with the 8 best teams here in North America. We're down to the the grand finals of Major number 1 coming up after this short break. You're watching the WNS. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first grand finals of the Wild Rift North American Series, powered by Riot Games and Wisdom Gaming. Degon, Kangas, Alk Battery, all here in a front row seat to the upstarts against the Goliaths. It's Immortals taking on No More Ego. It has been a long road to get here, but now it's time. Let's hop right into it. Predictions. Who do you all have taking it all home? Oh!
Let's go!
It's Alk
Let's
Battery
go!
that's taking the safe pick here. All right, Alk, explain yourself.
Look, as Degon said earlier in the tournament, you got to do it for me, boys. You You've already beaten them once. Immortals have shown time and time again that they've beaten down some of the top teams here in North America. I don't expect that trend to be bucked here.
Angus.
So, Immortals is the brain answer, but today we're going with the heart, because I doubted Enemy once already, and I'm not going to do it again. I think they got the Cinderella story in front of them.
No more ego, trying to pull off one more yikes, this time at the expense of Immortals. Will it happen? Let's find out. Game number 1 of the grand finals starts right now.
This is it, Elk. The first major taken first here is a big prize pool, fantastic seeding going into the second major, but most importantly, it means that you are definitively the best team in the region as of right now in this moment. That is a lot of pride on the line between these two teams. So let's see what they bring to the table. Immortals on the blue side, banning Rakan, Camille, and Zed. Enemy on the red side, banning Olaf, Varus, and Fiora.
Okay, they recognize, they're like, we're not going to make the same mistake that Sentinels did. We're just going to get rid of that Olaf. We're going to not even deal with it. Take that away from them. So I like this idea coming away from Immortals as well, taking away the Camille from Tybe, and Enemy sticking with Luan DJ. So expect for more carry plays, more carry styles coming out from the Baron lane.
Was playing the J4 a lot in that last matchup, obviously because of MTS's focus on the Darius, but now locking in the Baron laner blind here means that Immortals can answer, but they also get that Ziggs, very high priority pick here. So overall, I'm okay with these first two lock-ins for Enemy. I think that the Renekton might still be a little ambitious, but you're taking away from Iraqi Zoro, and outside of that, he doesn't play all too many other carries in that lane. Okay.
Oh,
we got an Akshan in the finals of the major, everybody.
We have not seen Akshan for a little bit. The last time that we saw this was, I think it was the Reflexion match, if I recall correctly. It was Tyrant that was the one picking it up. That was it was a different matchup, but here for mid, they want to secure the Hoon some priority, picking up the Akshan. It is a little bit weaker than I would prefer, so Immortals going with a really squishy composition, and some champions that are, it's a mixed bag here.
Yeah, it's a lot of range to play around with. Even the Lee Sin, you can look for engages, or you can just play for follow-up and execute damage after the Akshan and the Corki throw out the damage. And also just the Lee Sin Akshan combo is a terrifying roaming duo if the Akshan gets out of that mid lane, which he is apt to do. But Enemy going for a very defensive style with this third pick here. The Gragas can go for engages, but often against things like the Corki package, the Lee Sin can also just play bodyguard frontline for something like the Ziggs.
Yeah, so we're going to have a Ziggs Gragas bot lane, so how does Enemy attack this? It looks like they're focusing at least one ban into the Baron lane. We haven't seen Thresh taken away from Charm, so I wonder if that's the next look. If that's the case, Thresh is still available for IMT. They can also pick up Braum, which I think would not do too bad into No More Ego.
Yeah, they actually could go for the Braum, which we have seen coming back into popularity recently, but Immortals banning away those big engage tools in the Diana, and then also the Assassin of the Kazakhs. And we have yet to lock in a jungler here. We've seen those highly prioritized early on. It won't be that Camille that Tybe's known for. It won't be the Lee Sin because it's taken away. What else does Tybe want to lean back onto? Is this all the way back to the Pantheon? I'm starting to struggle to remember what he's been playing outside of these ones.
It could be Jax. It looks like we're going to go for the Wukong from last game. So for Immortals here, I think they're lacking a lot of engage, which is typically of what we see here from Immortals' second phase of bans. They recognize, look, they're missing a lot of people who can be that tank frontline for their team and go for an engage. So the Braum, like we talked about earlier, is picked up here. We still need to see who the Baron laner is going to be, and we're thinking really deep into the pool, is Iraqi Zoro going to pull out a Darius, which we haven't seen in a really long time, or maybe take that Jarvan matchup yet again?
I mean, honestly, I would like to see the Jarvan right here. I like Iraqi Zoro on Facilitator.
He's playing
Looks like Zoro on the Akshan. And then Morgana Braum with Corki mid. I mean, they can still be a little flexible here. We don't actually 100% know where all these are going yet.
Yeah. I think this takes a little bit of the killer instinct out of Hoon, who has been one of the more aggressive members for his team as a secondary carry. And there it is.
Oh,
It's Yasuo. We're getting a spicy draft game 1 of the grand finals. Oh man, Kangas.
Yasuo paired with Gragas
and Wukong.
And Wukong. These are two incredible setups for the Yasuo and very squishy members on Immortals.
Yeah.
They are going to be thrown into that blender and grinded up. Good luck, Charm. It's all gonna rest on your shoulders. Be that front line, buddy. Hang in there. You got this.
Oh, this one's gonna be tough. Immortals wanting to do a little bit of skill checking, which is where we've given enemy usually the advantage of, hey, better hands wins. And look at this matchup. They're giving Luan DJ. We talked about the Baron lane being the carry matchup. We don't typically kind of associate this style with Araki. But he's like, I'm done playing Malphite. I played the Malphite Darius matchup. My coach, I got my coupon. It's my one free let me carry card. And he's cashing it in, Kangas. He's going for it.
Is one time. Yeah, in that interview, I was like, I don't want to play the Malphite into Darius anymore. All right, lock me Akshan this time around. Imagine being DJ in this position, though. You're subbing in for the final day of the major, and now you're playing carry matchup against Iraqi Zoro. Look, I've seen teams put in the right prep and fail. I've seen teams put in the wrong prep and succeed. Prep's out the window. At this point, it's performance. Who's ready in this moment, in this series, to step up and take the first major? Immortals versus Enemy.
So I like this for the top lane matchup. The mid lane matchup is a little bit different. Corki more than likely shouldn't be able to find a kill too early on, but you're playing Renekton in it versus Corki. You're never going to have access to the mid wave. It just means that it is a more killer 2v2 duo, which we were talking about earlier for Lamont and Hoon. For Truth, if he ever goes in, if he ever stuns somebody, Wukong's right there with him. The Conquer stacks are going to be rocking constantly, and you got a lot to deal with.
But in the early game, the Corki can do exactly this. Bully the Renekton out. Truth will have a rough couple early levels here, but you're not playing for the first couple waves. You are just playing so that when you're ready to set up those ganks, you can find them. But also in the top lane, DJ not necessarily having the best early trade against Iranki Zoro. So we're going to have to keep track of these health bars, because already Lamont and Hoon are looking to trade onto Truth as Yikes roams up here too.
Look at that. Yikes being the first one onto the play, making his first movement into mid lane. They want to try and get control here. Araki Zoro, I mean, Luan plays that with a lot of patience, recognizing, hey, I just got ignited. There's potential here for a kill. And Lebmont now, I guess, being called over after taking the scuttle. They should go for a dive here. They should be looking to try and punish this and force some kind of advantage onto this Yasuo.
Currently, Yasuo still has the barrier up, but you're right, there's multiple members up there. But Jackie also getting engaged on in the bottom lane. Doesn't flash away, but now an invade. Yikes has to flash. Immortals getting aggressive with their early strategy.
Okay, dropped into Fog of War. I like this look from Immortals. Luan has to back up, stay under turret. Yikes understands this as well, so they're making multiple different calls saying, hey, how are we going to cover for our Baron laner? How are we going to protect them from this dive? And instead, Immortals, they play a little bit of a death brush, and they try to punish. They get the flash out of Yikes. It is on the Gragas, so we'll have to see how effective that really is in come time for the Dragon. It's a look. I'm just not sure of what the effectiveness of it is going to be.
The Ignite's about to be back up right now. Yeah, all right, Immortals back on the map here. They're going for something topside, though. Enemy, they find the setup! The ultimate engage comes through from DJ, but Iraqi Zoro barely enough health to survive it.
Okay, no Ignite here as well coming up. It's going to be a pretty pivotal summoner, but taking that away from Iraqi Zoro without the flash, now level 5, already using the ultimate from Luan. It's going to give a small advantage over to Enemy in that top lane for the time being. Relieve a little bit of pressure for the matchup. You already see here, Boon's moving over Jackie.
Ooh, Jackie could be in trouble. Yeah, flashes. You have to, because Charm was right there.
That's such a dangerous one. Even gets to stop the recall here. Truth is
This
on the
Truth's
way.
coming.
It looks like they're pulling off from it, though.
Hype's here too. Unspotted. Flash available. Ult available. They can look for Charm. Rom does not have his ultimate either, so he'd have to flash away, but you don't want to hard commit.
Okay, Boon is in the river. It's 30 seconds before the Drake. Multiple members. They need to push out this wave. Goom just trying to find something. They're going to stay for this bot wave before hitting up a recall. The first one is Infernal Drake, and I'm sure both of the teams are eyeing it up.
Tybe's just jumping in, maybe trying to bait out the Valkyrie, bait out a flash, but also help push in that wave. 10 seconds on the objectives, and as of right now, the resets have come through for Enemy, so they can get back on this map. Doom will be a little slow on it as Lamont and Tybe trade some blows in that bottom river. Nice of Lamonto to pick up that scuttle.
Important to note here for enemy in terms of itemization. Truth has just now finished the Blade of the Ruin King Solari Charge Blade, but here for Tybe, look at the difference in the jungles. 500 gold down, already picking up the stone plate for this Wukong.
Yeah, he's trying to frontline. He realizes, all right, I set up the Yasuo, who's now joining in as well. We have a full 5v5 setup at this dragon. Immortals, they're inside of the river. They're controlling the choke points. Enemy have to walk up through those choke points, but right now it's just a battle for these lanes instead. Oh, nice pick from Yikes! That gets the package out of Hoon.
Okay, I'll take that, but that's a lot of damage onto Yikes, so your support, your primary engage, is missing out on a little bit of HP.
They still have time.
The package
They still
is
have
there.
flash ult from Wukong.
He can't recall. They don't have this completely warded out. That is a decoy going down. I got you, Kangas. Want to make sure that you're good, but good poke damage going on to some of the engage members here for enemy will take away their ability to do the dragon.
Yeah, Tybe getting chunked there is big, and also now Jackie low on health. That is Hoon jumping away too. It's still so close. I mean, the health bars are kind of low on both sides. Who needs to be careful here? But Immortals, they should have this secure. That's a flash engage from Yikes. The Ziggs bomb comes through. Truth's in there. Now the engage! Combo from Tybe and DJ. And that is enemy just slaughtering Immortals at the dragon.
They got him. They'll find this kill potentially onto Goom. He walks away, but bloodied and battered. Immortals find the Drake. They'll get the Rift Herald now, and that is the combo that we're going to see throughout the game, and it is up to IMT to withstand it. Let's watch this again. I love the patience here, mostly because Yikes goes in, and it only really lands onto one member, but it's here where they make their mark and find multiple different picks. Lamont is able to kick away one member, but, I mean, that's a lot of kill, specifically a lot of gold now in Truth's hands.
At least Immortals get the dragon. They can say that's our consolation prize. The objective secured. Even though we're down gold right now, Hoon could be in trouble here. Truth, is he all in? Didn't have the dominus. If he did, that might have been a dead Gorky right there. But yeah, that's the difference. It's gold versus the stats of the dragon.
Yep, that is going to be name of the game here. And Immortals now coming back out onto the map. Getting this Rift Herald would definitely be a huge boon for them. They don't exactly have vision. Getting it sweeped right now. Potentially another team fight.
DJ has ult. They could just go for the same combo again. Lamont is low on health, and they don't even need it. They just get the kill through the raw damage that they pack because Tybe didn't even have the ultimate available. Thanks for the leash. They're onto the Herald now.
Oh, it's resetting.
And I think they're still fine with this, though. Now they're going back in for the play yet again. Tybe, the combo twice in a row! And Jackie, the recipient of the kills this time. Enemy! This is beautiful gameplay.
Lawan's like, I don't even need my Gragas or my Wukong. I'll do it myself. I'm a self-made man after all. They get the Rift Herald as well. Not only that, but Truth was splitting on the dragon side of the map. So as another turret, they'll get 2 plates. Not even 2 plates. I think there's one last plate. Thank you, observers, for showing us this. Yeah, that's just 1 plate. They only got 1 plate for that. So that is what we call a Korean or the WCK Rift Herald. But, I mean, look at this. Lon just sets it up for himself. This is beautiful.
Oh, that was incredible. He's feeling himself right now. Again, the sub coming in for the team and coming in huge. 2-0 and 3 on this Yasuo. A full 1,000 gold ahead of Iraqi Zoro, who, again, picked this carry pick. Not necessarily something that we know him for. And Truth's also got a trap.
Ooh.
Watch out. Arms in the river. Okay, they're fine.
Sneaky crocodile waiting in the bush. It's like Discovery Channel. We're waiting. We're gonna start getting Kangas on the what is it? We've got Mazel on the. I totally forgot.
Well, my name is Steve,
yeah.
so Steve. Irwin,
okay,
I can
I like it.
Be a spiritual successor.
Yeah.
I'll hold that mantle. I haven't quite earned it yet though, but right now what we are witnessing on the Rift, EJ split pushing the bottom lane still, shoving that in. And maybe a dive in this top lane. Lamont realizing, so sticking around here.
They are just fishing for anything at this point. Scuttle might even be the next platform for them to fight, as literally no smites. They're like, let's see if we can look for something. Let's maybe go for it. The really important thing for, I think, for enemy here is if they can keep mid-push, if they can continue to shovel waves under this turret, eventually Ziggs will just be able to walk up to this turret and throw down a satchel
Oh, it's
bomb.
in range already.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, if he can get any wave to walk up, even I don't even think he needs a wave. He can just walk up and do it if he's feeling confident
I think it
enough.
may be a little weaker in this game. If I'm not 100% on that, maybe we could get some other casters or even Twitch chat
Yeah,
to give us
so-
the answer.
Somebody let us know.
Yeah.
500 health.
Yeah,
Seems
539.
like the
I
break
think
point.
it might be 450, but I have not played enough Ziggs myself to have that number stuck in my brain.
Well, the one number I know is the 8 seconds for Dragon, and
Uh-oh.
Lamont making the play on the truth. That's massive for IMT. Lamont picking up that kill, and now everybody's collapsing onto Yikes. The tank is tanking.
That's
though.
one.
He's still alive. That's another
Wukong.
kill. Time now diving onto Hoon. The damage from Wukong is felt by Immortals, as now Charm should go down as well. Time wreaking absolute havoc
Iraqi.
right now. Iraqi Zora is now joined in, but the fight's over. I think you're a little too late to the play at this point. And enemy can walk away with the kills and the dragon.
Yeah, Lawan again. The solo laners for No More Ego are just constantly doing stuff in the dragon lane, whether it's taking a turret, getting another dragon for themselves. The Mountain Drake will be felt as this game goes on. We're talking about how low some of the damage for IMT can be, especially when we look at the Baron lane. It has been neutered thanks to the play of Tybe and Lawan DJ, just smashing the laning phase and making sure that we don't really care that you have a carry in the top lane. We're just going to make sure that ours is much more well-fed.
Exactly. The team fight setup for enemy is just so much stronger. If Charm doesn't have the perfect shield, then they're just dead. And even then, it's so hard to stop them from diving past you as the Braum, because all you need is Wukong on anybody, or a long-range Gragas ultimate onto anybody. And then suddenly DJ says, that is my ticket in. And this is a continuation of last game, last series, where enemy, they have this synergy. They're able to pull the trigger together.
And I love the patience as well, because we've seen in 2 different fights that Lawan has had multiple different times to ult, but going for the one that has the most value. And now IMT, I think that package right there is indicative of the state that they find themselves in, where enemy are constantly aggressing, and they kind of just have to take whatever they can get. The package, not going to be used for this next objective. The Rift Herald should be theirs.
They're just going for the fight. It's that easy! The Gragas ultimate, followed up by DJ, and that's 2 kills over to enemy. They've already won the fight. Jackie might go down here. Pops the stasis, and Ty will throw out the ultimate just to stop anybody from jumping in. So enemy win the fight. Oh, they're even going to get Iraqi Zora. Oh, truth. This is just bullying at this point. Spin to win, baby. Doesn't even need it. Just the autos will get the kill. Enemy are on fire.
Look at that. They said, look, you wanted to kill our solo laner. You just didn't exactly remark who. We get to choose the terms of the battle. And now they're going to get so many different turrets. Rift-tailed available for them if they want to use it mid. But I imagine they're going to wait for this next dragon to spawn and use it then to take that down. So mid-tier 2 not quite falling since it's just Yikes and Tybe. But at any point, Jackie will just walk in. He'll throw a bomb, and he will knock it down, putting his team in a massive advantage state right now. As we're 12 minutes in, Kangas, and it's looking dire game 1 here.
It's 11-1 in the grand finals of the first major. Immortals were coming in hot. Immortals were coming in as tournament favorites. Based on recent performances and what we've seen from this team, they looked like the best team in North America, and they are being run around the map right now by enemy, who are, again, coming in, checking names off their list. This is a big one, though. Lamont pushes back Truth, and Iraqi Zora's here. Big pickup for IMT. They need to find a couple of those, but enemy, they don't want to give it to him. They're looking for their own play now. Yikes could be in trouble here. He's still pretty tanky as this front liner.
Whoa!
And the cask,
Yeah.
interesting throw there.
Enemy.
But Immortals, they only get 1.
Enemy, I think, just getting a little too dicey there. They're like, hey, can we fight? Can we fight? And really, you don't need to look anything. You just say, look, Truth, cut our losses. You ended up going down. Let's just wait. We do have the Baron spawning in 5 seconds, and the Dragon, more importantly, in 45. So I think that right there was just them pressing a few buttons on their screen, kind of wanting to see what would happen. And right now, all we're going to have, Kangas, is resets coming back in, and hopefully Immortals saying, look, we finally found a second kill. Hopefully this gives a little bit of room beneath our wings so we can hopefully start to fly.
Yeah, I mean, it bridges the gap a little bit. Now it's only 7,000 differential. Dragons coming up soon. If they find the right engage with a package, they can still turn this around, but Hoon actually doesn't opt to pick it up, which makes me think he wants to push another wave, maybe hit a different item breaking point. I mean, Dragon's up in 10 seconds, so this is usually when you see people go for it. Truth in a 1v2. Stun comes in from Charm. Now pushing forward. Lamont and Gume are here. Truth has the turret, but under it, he will be hunted. Lamont hard focusing this Baron laner, or mid laner rather, in the Baron lane and getting rewarded for
Okay,
it.
IMT, I think, have recognized that they may not win this game through objective play, through going for team fights, since at a whole, they are completely behind. Really good catch there from Hoon to stop that Rift Herald from getting anything. So now they've made two different
steals
plays.
this.
Yikes.
Big cast from Yikes. He's trying to keep him out right now, and they're succeeding. Lamont can't
He's
get
out.
in. Tybe's getting this. They're just winning the fight as well. Tybe flashes the wall. He jumps onto the carry. Iraqi Zoro could be in trouble here. But Tybe doesn't have that much damage, so he's actually not winning that
Hoon!
one. Enemy. They get the... Oh, okay. Turret's down.
Yeah. Okay, Immortals, we haven't been able to talk about it because they've been getting slammed for most part of this game, but they've made now two different plays that has excellently gone well for them. We're talking about the Baron lane, where they've now killed Truth twice up there by supplying some more members and overloading onto that side of the map, and by trading over this dragon, they've not only stopped the Rift Herald, but also gotten a mid-tier 1, so Enemy maybe getting a little sloppy, but IMT are definitely not asleep at the wheel here, and looking to still be poised in this game.
And that's one of the biggest things about Immortals. Even if they're behind, they still find plays. They are still active on the Rift. And now it's only a 5,000 gold differential between these two, about 5.5. I mean, they're coming back. I mean, Immortals, if you give them an inch, they will take a mile. And I like their focus. Just go for picks in the side lane. Find somebody isolated that isn't the Yasuo plus Gragas plus Wukong and try and take them down. So Truth needs to be careful because there is a target on his back.
Hoon silently carrying his own weight in this game, and I like how they've been kind of deliberating on who's going into a side lane. Obviously, Akshan, now that the gold has somewhat gotten back to a more stable spot for him, is able to be very dangerous here. And we're talking about how deadly this duo could be with Lee Sin. If they're both playing Fog of War, you never know where either of them are. You'll know, hey, Akshan could be here, Lee Sin could be here, but until I see them, they're anywhere.
And now Truth sees them and says, yep, of course, they were on my side of the map. So
Yeah.
good thing I did not walk up for the wave. Playing a lot safer. I think Truth realizes what's been going on.
He understands. He's happened twice to
Things.
him now. On a charm
And they're
here.
going forward. Tybe looking at the Braum, but it is the front line. That's the one member from Immortals that can face check and not get punished for it.
And I like this from Enemy. They say, hey, look, we should be able to look for fights. But obviously, Charm is not exactly the ideal target you want to use your Yasuo ult combo on, so good patience there. But they cannot have Yasuo split on a side lane, as they find Jackie.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Jackie has to flash now, too. And Tybe also got chunked out there. So Immortals, they just have this killer mentality, man. Like, they will always look for something, but Truth says, wait, I see a jungler that is not in my lane. Give me kills! Nom, nom,
He's
nom,
dead.
nom, nom, nom. But instead, Lamont makes it in time and has to kill over to Charm through the Ignite.
It is constant survival here for Iraqi Zoro. Yes, he was battered. He got completely put down at the beginning of the game. But now, it has been 3 different times where Truth has gone for a solo kill, and Charm and Lemont show up, save the day, and find that kill. It is giving them room to breathe in this game, Kangas. And I'm a little bit worried here if you're No More Ego, because Immortals, they have some really good scaling options, and unless Luan DJ is there for a fight, that's their whole team.
And he's here now. They do have the ult setup combos. But Lamont sniffs it out. Charm walks away as well. So Immortals still in this game and showing you exactly how to come back in a game of Wild Rift. Play away from the strengths of the enemy. You've noticed they have not gone anywhere that Luan DJ is. Anytime they see Yasuo, they say pull the play off, walk away. We're only going to go for something if we know the Yasuo isn't there.
They're also just playing on different sides of the map, right? Like you were saying. They have Akshan sitting in the Dragon lane. You have Hoon that's picking up waves in Baron lane. And Luan then has to go over there and pick stuff up. And that means Immortals get a little bit of time to do what they want on the map. We've got the Elder Drake spawning here.
Yeah.
And the package has been
This
picked
is,
up. So Immortals want to make their mark.
This is what enemy need. Something to force Immortals into them. Force them into a 5v5 because Immortals cannot just give over this Elder Dragon. They will have to try and make a play into you. And now we can see the combo set up. Tybe is resetting. Wukong goes for a back here. Picks up the Sterix. Very tanky on this Wukong. Can survive a very long time and offer that disruption. So it's going to come down to Jackie and Luan DJ to do the damage. Little bit to Truth as well. How do they approach?
Truth has recalled, has the Guardian Angel. We're talking about resetting for items. Neither team wants to make the play. That decoy is getting completely destroyed in front of that, but it's just going to get out.
Setting a little slow. Lamont goes in for Luan DJ. That would have been massive, but Lamont gets out. He's knocked away. That wasn't the combo they were looking for, but now Type goes in for it. Luan DJ now goes in, but only onto Gume. Luan DJ still alive, but he's stunned. He's still doing damage, though. Hoon gets the kill. Immortals are still in it, but just barely. Enemy clean up the kill onto Hoon. Iraqi Zora and Goom will have to do something crazy here. Jackie's taking damage, but he's just buying space. Good stun from Goom, but it's not enough. Enemy! They find their team fight.
They just are unable to survive the onslaught from No More Ego. That'll be the Elder for them. And with the timers that they have right now, they could go to Baron after this. So, No More Ego, they finally, you know, it took a little bit. They were looking a little rocky there. And we get to see this replay of this fight. Again, Luan waiting to find his timer. And another fight where Jackie's just throwing bombs.
Yeah, exactly. This was not the Yasuo winning that fight. Like, Yasuo Ultimate did not actually get that much done. It was mostly Truth and Yikes, just throwing stuff out there. Tybe shredding everybody with the Ultimate, and then Jackie throwing those bombs from range. So the composition is not only Yasuo. You have to respect that, but you also have to realize, look, we can't take these long fights, especially if we're not on Jackie.
Luan is more like the cherry. He's the little sprinkles on top of the ice cream.
He's the garnish.
Exactly. It finishes off the meal, but everything else, you still need everything in between. And right now, Immortals, they're going to need to find a little more material for them to come back, because it's not just gold that they're behind in now. They have a Elder Drake buff that they're going to have to deal with for the rest of the game, and this Baron is not helping things.
Oh, 6 damage. And this turret is not long for the world. 16-5 on the scoreboard, 9,000 gold advantage, and that's about to balloon to 10 right here. Enemy, they will not stop their relentless pursuit forward. Truth even diving under turret onto Hoon, and he finds that kill. This game is over. Enemy played a clean, engage-style composition, and now it will come down to one final engage. No inhibitor turrets left. Immortals under their own nexus, and Enemy just don't care. They say, we will go forward regardless and start this best of 5 with a victory.
They crumble under the weight of the grand finals in game 1. Immortals, it was a spicy draft, right? Like, if we're looking at the entirety of the tournament, that was probably the most unique draft from both of these teams that we could have gotten. It just was not enough. Enemy were constantly ahead, whether we look at the Baron lane, whether we look in the bot lane, everywhere. After those first couple objective fights, you see it on the map there, the Rift Herald, the Dragon, was everything No More Ego.
It's so hard for Immortals to pull off this comp into what Enemy drafted. I'm so happy that we're seeing Enemy go for this kind of style. Very unique, really cool combos they can pull off. Everything combos together except for arguably Truth. Like, that's the one that it's like, okay, what was the reason for this? It can still just jump onto the back line and do DPS in a team fight. It still, you know, pairs well enough with what everybody else is doing. And Immortals just couldn't stop it. Charm was not enough on the Braum alone. You need something else to help prevent those kinds of engages from coming through, and Immortals couldn't find it. So Enemy up 1-0 right now in this best of 5 L.
Story of that is just the fact that the pick did not pull off for Immortals, right? Like, we put a lot of weight for Immortals. Hey, you have this Akshan pick. It needs to come and bear fruit for us. Didn't end up being the case.
That was spicy.
Yeah, exactly. I love the pick. I'm glad that we're seeing some Akshan. I don't think it's particularly strong, but it is definitely a lot more fun to see than Check's notes looking for Malphite versus Gragas top. No, we're not even...
I will say,
exactly.
Akshan is a very different matchup into Renekton
sure.
than he does into the Yasuo, so that is one thing to know. But I gotta say, we talked about all the different combinations, everything going on. I don't even know who to give star player to. You could make an argument for DJ because he's the one that like was the key to the combo, but he has to be set up, so I'm almost leaning Jackie again because of just how well he was able to position and do DPS in these fights. What are your thoughts, Alex?
I want to give this to Luan. A lot of the early game was set up for this. We could have given it to Truth, but it was that mid game where they started to stumble, where we saw IMT constantly find picks. And I just want to say, Luan, and a lot of his patience, I remember talking about this guy as a substitute for this team coming in for Louis. he's been performing. I think I haven't really seen a bad game for Luan, and this game I think really started to showcase some of those strengths.
Yeah, that second replay that we showed there, where he doesn't even need the Wukong or the Gragas to engage for him, he was able to find it himself. All right, I'll back you up on that one too, Al. Luan DJ, our star player of Game 1 for the finals of Major 1. And no surprise, I mean, this composition was so fun to watch. I think it's so cool when we see this kind of creativity out of teams and being able to just navigate the draft so well that now my question goes, what does Immortals do to answer this? Obviously, I think Iraqi Zoro, this was his one card that he got for the series. He got to play the carry. Maybe they give him a carry if it's counterpick on red side, but I think going forward, they're probably going to try and give him more, facilitating frontlining picks. Because as blue side, it's hard to not do that when you can get counterpicked like they did in that draft.
They also picked it really early on. Remember that. They picked it in the first phase of the draft, so it was a pretty early on look that they were going to say, hey, look, let's go for this topside matchup. Let's do something a little bit different. Luan, it's just so insane what he was able to do. And again, coming in as a substitute for day 2 after Louis played game 1, I'm looking forward to what we get here because it is just a clash of styles, right? Like you were saying, do we go back to an engaged look for someone like Iraqi Zoro? Luan is here, and we're getting stuff thanks to Lena here over at Giant Slayer. We've got stuff with Luan DJ being in all of the victories.
100%
7-7
rate. 100% win rate for this Baron laner for enemy. The sub coming in. Wow, what a performance. And again, early in the esport, this is season 1, everybody. If you have performances like this can set the pace for your entire career. So already, big performances coming out from the No More Ego squad. And I mean, I'm feeling decent about my predictions so far, Alec, I gotta say. You're the one that was leaning towards Immortals while me and Degon were voting with the heart. So what do you have to say for yourself?
It's fine.
It's fine.
We believe.
It's winnable.
Faith.
Winnable.
Dude,
we
I'm surprised you're not the one that's going for Immortals here. I mean, Great Lakes, Minnesota, you guys are hanging out in Twitch chat constantly. I would have thought there would have been a little more love for the boys back at home. But
I do love my home region, but I also love a good story. And Enemy just have that story right now, man. I don't know what to tell you. Because they're now 2 games away from taking the title of top team in North America. Now, of course, they'll have to defend that in the next major when it comes around. They're already auto-qualified into that along with teams like they're up against right now. Tribe, Sentinels, Immortals, all going to be joining them there. But, I mean, winning feels so good because that is like, now you're the top seed going into the next one. Everyone's going to be looking at you as the team with the style, with the players to beat.
They still need to win. Let's start there.
True.
We are
Yeah,
in game
yes,
1.
yes.
It is a best of 5. We're like future sighting over there. We're like, okay, they've already won. Immortals definitely don't feel like that's the case. They're saying, look, let's go back to the drawing board. Let's go back to something a little more traditional for us. That was them experimenting. I love the look, but coming back into game 2, I think we're going to see stuff that is a little more in their wheelhouse. Talking about the bot lane, the Baron lane specifically, but also maybe we get a better matchup if we are, we are on blue side. There's a lot that we can do. We got Lamont his Lee Sin, which I still think he was doing, admirably on. Maybe we find a different matchup in the mid lane because, as I said at the beginning of the draft, I'm not a big fan of Corki. I know TJ's been a big hater on the champion, and I might just buy a ticket myself. I think that this champion doesn't do a lot, and specifically in the hands of Hoon, who has looked like a secondary carry.
So who do you go for instead? Because Diana was banned in the second rotation. Do you just lock in an earlier Diana, something like that Hoon can actually be more aggressive on? Is that kind of what you're looking for?
So we could go for that. I would prefer that as a Diana. I think it gives your team a little bit more engaged, and obviously a tankier mid lane matchup versus Renekton is always appreciated. But if we're talking about comfort for the champion, then I think Hoon is more than likely going to reach for the Ahri in a lot of instances.
Okay. Yeah, I do actually like that a little bit more, because we have to remember, there's no way that Immortals guessed that was going to be Renekton mid lane. That last pick, Yasuo, was the counter pick, so I don't think it's fair to say, oh, let's draft something into the Renekton here, but drafting something that we can be a little more facilitating on, that I can get behind. Because the packages, it's a very small window where you can be the one to make that play. So you have something like a Diana, something like an Ahri. Now you have these other tools where you can actually make the play, set it up for your team, find that pick, and then suddenly you're back into the game, because that's what Immortals had to do in that last game anyway, find those picks and those sidelines. And maybe they go for that style again, but if they have a better composition to do so, that will help set them up for success, obviously. But it's always fun to theory craft in a best of 5.
Yeah.
So much.
Of course.
So much can change. And now we get to see what is changing right here.
We get the draft. Oh, ooh, Renekton hits the table instead of Camille. So keeping it different, Immortals say we want blue side again, and more specifically, we want to get rid of the Renekton this time around. So first pick Lee Sin was what they chose for in game 1. We'll see how that changes as we go throughout the series, but
I would still lock it. I think if you're IMT, I actually do like the Lee Sin first pick because it's taking it away from the vibe. We're first picking Yasuo. That's the play.
I don't like this.
Malphite.
As funny as it is.
Lock it in, enemy.
Yeah.
Lock in the Malphite. Put him mid. Put him Baron lane.
Slam it.
Wherever this Yasuo is going. Slam it down right now.
As,
might be too early.
Yeah, as funny as it is, I really dislike this knee-jerk reaction from Immortals here. I don't think this champion is first pick worthy. When you think of all the different champions that both of these teams share across their champion pools, not taking Lee Sin, not taking Ziggs, not giving some of your star carries some really important champions, I think hinders your ability to win here. So we'll see what they can do. Enemy already taking away the Gragas to get rid of another knockup.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the Ziggs. Okay. I was wondering if they would lock in the Lee Sin here, just because it's another of the knockup setups for the Yasuo that Lamont does like to play, but I'm also happy with the Ziggs because this is a really strong combo that can pair with that Yasuo too, and it's just a good pick on its own. The thing about the Yasuo, you need a draft around it, and you ideally want your opponent to have drafted something that already makes your Yasuo a value pick.
Yeah.
So locking in this early means that an enemy can answer with tankier picks, things that can deal with the Yasuo, less of that range that the wind wall will stop, despite already having that Ziggs. But it is back to Lee Sin for Lamont.
Yeah, Renekton is gone. IMT could go for the Diana here for Hoon. Again, it is another melee matchup that would be pretty nice for themselves. I wonder what matchup we also just get in the mid lane in general, just because we do have 2 players who can go for assassins. I know the Thresh was picked up here for IMT, but Enemy, they have a bunch of different looks that they can go for with Truth.
Okay, this is a cool pick because if it wasn't picked up here, I imagine Enemy would have wanted to go for this, so it's almost like a takeaway. They have a very strong support pick. Also can arguably still set up that Yasuo. You can flay 5 champions if you get the right one, or just pick off one member, kind of like the Lee Sin can do. So it still synergizes. Draft is coming together for Immortals, and Enemy will go back to the Wukong.
Very, very similar draft here. I think almost the exact same, actually, here for No More Ego. Well, IMT, they're just shaking it up. They're like, we're in Grand Finals. We got a whole best of 5 to try some different things out. I like it.
Yeah.
More than likely, this will not be a top lane matchup. That this Yasuo will be going over to Hoon. So let's see what they get rid of. I think if I'm IMT, get rid of the tanks, like you were saying. And Enemy, they're like, we're gonna do the same. We don't want to deal with Malphite Yasuo. That's a little too free for us.
Oh, they banned the Malphite. Okay, sure. They already have a decent amount of AP, though. I was actually hoping Enemy would still keep that on the table so that they could lock it in, because that can completely shut down a Yasuo in that 1v1 matchup. Can't really kill the Malphite, and then he's just going to be more impactful later on. But you're right, off the table. Akali banned from Immortals, so they're focused on some of those mid laners that Truth likes to pile.
Get rid of the mid laners, and specifically ones that can kind of dodge out a little bit on the Yasuo matchup. Do a little bit better, make it so that the wind wall isn't as effective. Now, Kangas, I want to plant this seed just in case it may come true. This could be a Yasuo bot with Thresh. It's not very popular, and I'm not exactly giving it a lot of thought, but I do want to make sure that that is in the back of our minds potentially.
Sure. I mean, theoretically, yeah, you can stop Ziggs from wave clearing an entire wave. If you just, like, wind wall while he's trying to clear it out, you can actually block a lot of those abilities. I could see a potential argument for that, but it'll depend on what enemy go for. They go for the Corki. I actually think this is a decent matchup for the Yasuo. Okay. So, Orianna locked in. It's not Yasuo into Corki, then.
This could
Unless
be...
it's Orianna Thresh bot lane?
Yeah, so Orianna Thresh bot lane is possible. Hoon's also a really good Orianna, so we'll have to see what this last pick is, because it will just completely show us the draft. So it is a Darius top, and we will wait for the lock-in. Enemy, what is your response? You have a lot of squishy members here. I kind of want to see another engaged tank, and there we go. It is the Jarvan for Lawan, his most favorite throughout the WNS Major 1.
Okay.
And now we get to see where this Yasuo is going, because if this is Yasuo Thresh, you're putting a lot of eggs no longer in the Iraqi Zoro basket. We're transferring over them to Gume or Hoon and saying, give us the win, set us up for victory in this best of 5.
Take it. Take the win. I still think that there's an argument where it would be the Yasuo into that core.
Yeah,
instead,
it's probably...
he can block a lot of that damage.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be cool if we saw a bot lane with the Thresh, but I think this makes a little more sense given what enemy is locked in.
Yeah, it makes me sad, but it makes a lot of sense, like you were saying.
Would have been fun to see.
Yeah, Orianna bot lane has kind of fallen off a little bit as we've seen the rise of stuff like the Morgana and the Brand. So glad to see that, you know, she's making her way back out onto the stage here. But it is going to be a tough matchup. Again, a lot of eyes on Hoon this time around. He hasn't had too many carry performances so far throughout the WNS. We've seen his Ahri. We've seen some other looks for him. But I think this right here is a really important game for IMT. If they win this, it shows that they still have other carries other than just Gume and Lamont. I want to see this style come out from Hoon.
Unique adaptation in the draft phase from Immortals, locking in that Yasuo first pick to make sure enemy didn't get it back. And honestly, I still think that they had a decent lane matchup for it.
Not
now,
this, man.
Already blows the barrier. Hoon blows the ignite. Wow.
Okay, really aggressive. And playing in the minion wave is exactly what we like to see when you're playing a Yasuo matchup. Typically, one of the hallmarks of a really good kind of melee player is how can you fake out the range player into saying, okay, he's actually just maybe going for lethal on me. This is a little bit scary. I can't do this.
It's dancing on a knife's edge.
Yep.
And with those health bars this low now, Truth actually hits level 2 first, so Hoon could be in some trouble. Decides to back off and get that plant, as we can see on the minimap in the mid lane. And Iraqi Zoro also taking the poke from Luan DJ here, who, I mean, we've seen this matchup already. J4 into the Darius, very safe for the J4 early on, and then you can just be that engaged late.
No longer having fun. They did see Tybe on this ward here. And yikes.
Boom.
Wow.
Be in trouble. No ignite popped by Yikes, though.
And look at how they're also moving as well. Hoon got the push in mid lane. He recognized, oh, Truth actually took a recall here, so I'm going to move into bot side river. Charm getting ignited. Oh!
All right, Ignite's on both supports. There's also junglers pathing towards the mid lane, checking each other out there, too. They're testing. They're limit testing right now. Oh, Charm stops his back because of the ward.
Ooh, should be fun. And we can actually take a notice to who really is going to be a pretty big carry on this team for No More Ego. I think a lot of eyes are obviously going to be on Jackie, but I'll hold that as Lawan has to blow both summoners to get away from the full hemorrhage stacks of Iraqi Zoro. Jackie has Font of Life Ziggs. Now, this is something that we've seen, and I don't even think I'll be able to get to talk about it.
Oh! Yikes! Bodyguard support, you have to expect him. This support will never be in lane. He will always back up his homies.
He's done it every single game now that we've seen from them. Enemy! Their
Yep.
support. Yikes is like, I'm coming back mid lane, buddy. It's never just a 1v1 in this lane. He was on vision as well, so Hoon was definitely pushing the limits on that. And good call from Yikes, even without Ignite, because of the trade earlier on. Fantastic find.
Yikes' journey has been so fun to watch in this major. Lane swapping, going into the support position, and honestly, already, just making it to finals is impressive enough, but he's making an argument that he might be one of the top supports in this entire region, and he just started playing it. Like, it is insane what he's been able to do in this role.
He obviously already has a lot of the fundamentals that a jungler typically has, which is, what are my timers? What can I do with my jungler? What timings can I look to go for mid? And obviously, a lot of it is predicated on having a really good marksman. Roaming mid means nothing if your marksman is just dying when you're going to gank your mid laner, because then you're just going even, and you're also probably losing a plate in the meantime. So, really good, just props to No More Ego's bot lane. They've been fantastic so far.
Ooh, nice setup from Lamont there. And Hoon dunks it down.
Clean.
Yeah, enemy had a pretty good early start here, but Immortals are starting to pick up the pace. Also action in the top lane. Luan jumps away.
That was just a clean setup there from Lamont. So good early find, and getting the barrier out before the dragon. Important stuff.
True. That is a cooldown that will not be available now. And also an awkward time to die, because now, I mean, Tybe's catching this wave. You have to run in here. Package is about to spawn with these objectives. So ideally, you would have wanted to die like 10 seconds later. I know that's weird to say, but It kind of made everything awkward now.
Well,
for Truth.
Kangas, I don't know about you, but typically people don't have a lot of agency as to when they're gonna go back to Fountain Grayscale. If I did, I would just choose to never dive.
In an
That might just because
ideal
I'm better.
world, though.
You know, it
You know what?
happens.
Maybe that is the better option. Maybe that would be.
Just don't die.
The hope and wish. Yikes. Not quite hitting the ultimate he was looking for there. Hoping to find multiple members knocked back into his own team. They're just disrupted around, so no more explosive cast for this next fight at the Dragon.
Okay. And just kind of sitting around mid. Ultimate is used. So Shockwave here for Goom is missing. An important
If that
team
hit
fight.
Jackie, I think Hoon goes in,
Yeah.
but it didn't quite land onto the Ziggs.
Look at how they're splitting this as well. The damage dealers have no more ego here to stop the Rift Herald. Maybe try to provide some assistance. Tybe is here.
Oh. Charm gets aggressive, and Truth just jumps.
Oh, he
past
stole it!
Truth! He steals the Herald! He'll die for it, but I mean, job done. Well done.
Oh my
Yikes,
god.
now goes for the engage onto Goom, gets flash and barrier out there. That was big.
They traded the kills. Yes, it's one for the Rift Herald. And maybe they can get this dragon.
Okay.
Rocky?
This could be big. He's in trouble. Has to jump away. That's the death sentence. That's a hook, and Tybe will throw out the Cyclone and disengage.
Okay, now watch what enemy do here, because Truth will not be here for this fight. Immortals, they can contest for this dragon, but they will more than likely lose a Baron tier 1 turret if they go for it.
Is it worth it for Immortals? They have all members here. They're pushing enemy out, or rather enemy decided to walk out. That's bold of you, Yikes. Walking up into that rush. That sentence lands, jumps to safety. They now know everybody from Immortals are there, so Truth, he's got free reign of top lane.
Yep, there it is. He says, look, we see all 5 members there. I'm going to take this turret. So, good call there from enemy, and Immortals obviously knowing that, hey, we're probably just going to give this up. Lamont, look at how aggressive this guy is. He doesn't even know where other members of enemy are. He's like, I'm just going to go in. I'm just going to go safeguard and
He
see what
doesn't even have
happens.
his Dragon Rage. Like, it was off cooldown. Now it's up. But, Tybe, oh, he goes in. Lamont, you're a madman. Decides to flash away, realizing maybe too much. Exor is here. The Ziggs damage in. Immortals, they're diving between turrets.
Jackie's
They're
here.
getting real aggressive with it. Jackie walking forward. Lamont's so low. Goom's so low. Iraqi Zoro misses the upper hand. Yikes goes in. Yikes is down. Lamont's still alive.
Oh, no.
Are they going to get out? Double kill over to Lamont DJ. Lamont will live. Enemy and Immortals trading kills between the tier 2 and tier 1 turrets.
It's a mess. It's a little bit of Armageddon going down in the just across the map, because there's also a play in topside during all of this. The mid laners for both teams fighting, duking it out, and this right here, if Jackie's able to pick up a few more kills, it's just slow, small, bouncing bombs that just don't land. Eventually, they get this kill onto Lamont, but it is just micro mistakes from both teams that stop them from just making this a disaster of a play.
That was a very funny interaction. Lamont goes out. Jackie flashes in, says, "All right, fine. I'll just
Fine.
That's you can leave. You can leave." But yeah, kills across the board for both teams. Gold relatively even, slight lead for Immortals. As now Yikes and Jackie are sniffing something out up here. They know that they don't have vision. They're expecting members of Immortals to be here.
Jackie, really dangerous positioning there. He knows. He's like, okay, I can't exactly melee range there. That's the shockwave going down.
Hoon wasn't in range to follow up. That would have been big if Hoon could have been there. But now it's Lamont going far forward, maybe too far forward. Very aggressive from the Lee Sin pilot, and is punished for it. Enemy getting a kill in their own jungle. Now they're going forward. Low health bar on Tybe. Has to back away. Hoon can still do a lot of damage here. Still has his ultimate. Who can set him up? Look to Charm. Look to Iraqi Zoro. Apprehend or Flay are still big teamfight tools, but looks like enemy don't want it.
Aggressive looks there for Lamont. Ends up kind of biting back at them. They end up losing out 30 seconds before this Rift Herald spawns. We have a lot to look at, Kangas, as they reset. Important items are going to be finished here. As it's kind of funny that you look at Iraqi Zoro and he's like, oh, I'm getting all these hemorrhage stacks, but like, it's against a 1v1. If this is a team fight, that's where it starts to become a lot more critical.
Also against a J4 who's just not taking damage right now.
That is true.
So you're not accomplishing as much in the side lane. You do want to get into those team fights and get those big highlight play level resets as that Darius. Exor will be fishing for those. Building up the items. 1.5 completed. We got the 2-item spike, though, on Truth already here, so this Corki is ready to fight, and would you look at that? No Black Cleaver.
Yeah, oh my. Wait! Truth! He's learning. We're adapting. They heard us from game one. They saw the Twitch chat. They saw Twitter. And they're like, okay, we're not building it anymore. We might just give this other build a try. See what happens. Rift-tailed Corki packages up. Let's see if Truth can get it done.
They're on it already, and Immortals paying a lot of respect. The problem is, you respect the Herald take. He still has a package, but now they're going forward under the turret here. That's package from Truth. Enemy are answering the play. Time's buying space for everybody else to position. He gets kicked back under the turret. Time goes down. It's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Immortals. They got Jackie too.
Hoon did so much work in the backline there. Constantly applying pressure onto Jackie meant that enemy really couldn't step forward. And now they've invested the flash. They've invested the package as well from Truth. So even with this Rift-tailed, unable to use it, the Dragon will go over to Immortals, and they can't even get anything done in mid lane.
Nicely done by Immortals. They played that very well, finding the pick during the rotation. Enemy, they were a little split. Watch this. Jackie's not next to anybody.
He's done. He's just dead. Even through the package, or even through the Zhonya's, Hoons is like, I'm going in. I'm going to find this kill. I'm going to stop them from having any kind of advantage. And obviously, this is the part of the fight that we got to get to see. Tybe just being separated from his team and taken out.
Yeah, Tybe was trying to buy space. He was like, all right, I got ult. I'll just knock them all up and distract them while you guys kill everybody diving onto Jackie. But the problem is, it took too long.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Tybe's not quite tanky enough right now. Going for more of a damage build this time around.
I mean, Jackie's also going to be really, really good at supplying his team with heals because of the Font of Life that he has. So as long as you're applying Font of Life, people like Truth, his entire team will start to heal, especially with how much AoE damage Jackie has. So this will be really fun to see, and specifically kind of more of a supportive build here. And here's Yikes yet again, walking into Fog of War. This man knows no fear. He did it in the game versus Cloud9, and he's like, whatever, I may have gone caught. Who cares? I'm just going to keep doing it. They can't punish me.
It's kind of your job in this game, I suppose, as the Grog. He also has a lot of armor, so there's not much you can do against him currently.
Now we'll have to see, because we're talking about the mages and how they'll be able to survive a lot of these fights. Watch Truth here.
Truth. Look at Truth. Lamont's up here. Valkyrie is used. Truth does not have flash. He's just dead. They just walk up and punish him for overextending in that top lane.
They thought that he was safe. Truth thought, it's just Hoon. But really good look there from Lamont, using the safeguard over the wall to try and find an angle up against them.
Oh, he's looking for more. Oh, Lamont is hunting right now. This jungler is upset.
He does not care.
He is looking for kills. He's got that eye of the tiger, baby. Lamont will not let this game get out of hand. And now Immortals have a firm gold lead yet again.
Constant control of the mid lane, thanks to Gume. And then moving into the side lane, once they take care of Truth, there's not a lot of damage to mitigate against as Immortals. So enemy now find themselves in a bit of an awkward position, Kangas, where they're kind of waiting for some more items. Like, Tybe is going to be finished his second item eventually. He does have the Rift Herald for them if they need gold. But Jackie has not finished the Seraphs, and that will make it really difficult to kill him. As you see across from him, Gume, with this already finished, is really difficult to take down as a mage.
Also, as the stasis right now, Jackie had to burn his because of Lamont's aggression in that top jungle. If we see a fight break out here, we have to favor Immortals, but shouldn't expect one for quite a bit. 20 seconds on Baron, sure, but a little early for that. And Dragon won't be up for a bit longer either. Enemy do have a little bit of breathing room if they want to try and grab some gold, but Hoon's not looking to give it to him. Lantern to safety, and Hoon's out.
There you go. Just look at how they're utilizing Hoon right now. As a one-man army in a lot of circumstances. It's so difficult for them to kill. And yet again, Shockwave goes.
Shockwave whiffs. Arachazor's going in. He misses the upper hand either. No knockups for Hoon. The Tornado also goes wide. All the engage from Immortals used there. Lamont has the Dragon's Rage, but it's enemy that are going in. Tybe starts it off with a Cyclone. The Rift Herald charges forward, gets some damage on the turret. Immortals low health bars. But I think that might be the play.
That was a fight simply just for it. Lamont, I know you have Dragon's Rage.
He's insane.
But that
He's
is
insane.
way too dangerous right there. If they were able to crowd control, that would have been a potential kill 30 seconds or 40 seconds before the Dragon. Man, this guy is super nutty when it comes to looking for any kind of play whatsoever.
He's been picked off maybe like once this final so far in an over-aggressive play. But most of the time, like 9 times out of 10, he gets crazy aggressive and he lives. Like, he gets out of those situations too. He is just so entertaining to watch as a player. His mechanics so crisp and his playmaking, trigger pulling ability so quick. And now Dragon's up in 3 seconds. Immortals will need that. They're still up in gold, but enemy, they have a scary composition to deal with.
Yeah, and they don't have a lot of damage. Remember, it's all about, can Jackie land poke? Can the Corky land poke? And they haven't been really given a lot of room to do so. So now going in, Lamont.
Rage. Lamont, he's CC'd. That's a big kick. Followed from whom, but it only lands on a yikes. And now the chaos is just raining down. Lamont in trouble here. Truth as well.
Oh, no.
Position. IMT are losing the fight. Enemy! They're doing it, but Arakizoro gets one set. That's a double kill. That's a lot of work done from Immortals. Baron Laner right there. Maybe keeping Immortals in this. They still have Goom. Still ultimate available.
They just can't do all this. I mean, Immortals, that was a really aggressive look. Let's see, can Charm find a steal? They're going to get this Dragon uncontested from IMT. No mid lane turret for them to take. Charm, this might be dangerous, buddy.
Yeah, he's probably going down. Flashes the wall. Ooh, Death Sentence close. Not quite.
Okay, so looking back at that fight, I mean, Lamont just gets immediately singled out in that last kind of condition. And it is all on Hoon to carry this, because Araki is starting to get some damage down, but the stasis coming out makes it really difficult for him to start putting down hemorrhage stacks. And without Truth going down early in the fight, it's really difficult for IMT to find wins. So now they find themselves again in a position where the game is teetering. Yes, they have a small gold lead, but the team fights are just not as clean.
I want to look at that replay at some point again today. That was so close. Lamont only lands the kick onto 2. Hoon only gets the ult onto Yikes and is then ulting on the Corky package. So he just gets burnt down to a crisp. That was sad. But still, Immortals are in this game. I mean, they have a gold lead regardless. They have 2 dragons, so they're up in the objective count too. Immortals still have the game in their control here. Enemy, they can feel all right about that one, but that's not going to bring them back into a lead yet.
One pain point for Enemy that IMT are certainly exploiting is the fact that this Orianna is making it difficult for these Ziggs on the opposite side to really match wave clear and take down these turrets. They're throwing out any kind of engage they can, but without really the Gragas to find anything, and Lawan obviously having to catch side waves, an Enemy really don't have any chance of dictating fights. We're talking about tools of engagement. Charm is a big factor in that for IMT.
That was nice, though, to look for that engage from Yikes that's flashed out of Goom. If they can punish that Orianna having no flash now with something like a Wukong ult, even maybe like a cheeky Ziggs explosive grenade, then that could work out for them. Because Goom could be the target here for Enemy. Or maybe Hoon. I mean, he's just walking up right now on a dive.
I think it's hilarious that there's with the bot lane here for Enemy is just explosive everything. You've got explosive cask. You've got literally all of Jackie's kit has some kind of explosion somewhere named in it.
Truth shoots at rockets. It's all coming together. Flash from Tybe! Looking for the engage. Charm does not flash from earlier, but it's about to come up, and now Tybe's about to fall here. And there's no GA. He's just dead. Yikes as well. Big plays. Arakizoro pulls in Truth.
Oh,
not enough time to flash. Jackie hit. Oh, this is massive. That was such a good hook from Charm under the turret. They'll fall. Yikes. Trying to stay alive. Luan as well. This turret putting in work for Enemy. But they've lost 3 members. Immortals coming up big.
2 huge plays coming in from opposite sides of the map there for Immortals. Arakizoro finding Truth, and Charm with a legendary death sentence onto Jackie. Creates space for Immortals to win a team fight. Gets them the Baron. And ultimately should net them a win in Game 2 of the Grand Finals.
No contest from Enemy. Clean objective take from Immortals after a cleaner team fight. You're right. Arakizoro and Charm were the big playmakers in that last one, finding key targets. Truth and Jackie, you were just saying, in a relatively low damage composition already, need to be doing the damage. And if they're both dead, surprise, surprise, they're not going to have a great time of that.
Every single team fight, I want everyone to notice how team fights are going for either team. When Enemy win, it is when Truth is allowed to do damage and be unmitigated in his stance. when they are losing and when IMT are finding victories is when they're either able to separate Truth or find him early on into a fight. Jackie is not putting out the same amount of damage as his mid counterpart right now, so it is so important for Enemy to make sure that this Corki is in a good position.
Insert maneuver from Immortals. Look at Hoon on the flank. They just need the engage. They need something big here. Hoon goes forward
Jackie's
himself,
dead.
and everyone's split. Jackie's already going to go down, has to go into the stasis. Truth in trouble as well. Charm's just 1v1ing him on the side, while the rest of Enemy are slaughtered as well. Lamont goes down the long journey onto time, and Luan DJ, and the turret will not keep him alive for long. Everyone from Immortals is still up. The Baron's still up. Immortals are still in this series, and we'll tie it up 1-1 on the scoreboard with this push here. Jackie and Luan DJ do not have the damage. They don't have the wave clear. They don't have the hope. And Immortals focus the Nexus. They'll take game 2.
They did it. They did it with the Yasuo first pick. They found a victory in game 2. It's a little bit longer than some may have expected it to be. Maybe when you saw the draft, maybe a lot of people in chat were like, "Oh, IMT are just doing some funky stuff. Okay, I'm gonna go get me some popcorn. I'm just gonna wait for Enemy to 2-0. But here we are in a game that, despite how close it was for a majority of it, always felt pretty firmly in Immortals' hands.
Well, still go get the popcorn.
Yes.
'Cause this series is just getting started, everybody. Luan DJ still didn't die, by the way. But that is the first loss that he has suffered, subbing in for Enemy. Clean from Immortals. Really strong performance in a odd draft, I will say, but still, they were able to make it work. They got the pieces to come together.
Yeah, Orianna down on the bottom side of the map. Again, we've talked about it multiple times here with the mages in the bot lane. Now Orianna coming on in. We've seen a couple shockwaves miss, but a couple Bs. So a good priority here for Tybe on the Wukong. You take away the Yasuo. Will it still be as effective? We'll find out here in game number 3, but no more ego coming to play, and Immortals striking right back. This is the making of a championship bout here. In game number 2, who you got for star player, Kangas?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I'm leaning either Lamont or Charm. I think that both of them had really strong performances. Charm was landing some clutch hooks, finding the right engages when they needed to, but Lamont's just so aggressive. Like, he just walks in to enemy's jungle when, they don't even have vision. They don't even know where they are. And he's just like, I got this, guys. I'm going to live. I'm going to be fine. Don't worry about me. So I kind of just want to give it to him for that alone.
Yeah, I'm still going to go with Hoon on this one. I think the Yasuo pick just requires a lot of resources, and he took control of the mid matchup. He removed Truth from the game pretty early on with his team, and every single fight predicated on whether or not Hoon was able to deal damage to some of the other backline members.
Yeah.
So we're going to give it to 2 Yasuos in a row?
Yes.
Is that really
Well,
what's
it depends on what
happening here?
Deacon's saying. Depends on Deacon.
I think I want to give it to Hoon, but I think it goes to Lamont here just because
Okay.
All right.
Lamont was a massive facilitator here. You see this one. Oh, first blood on there on Hoon. Whoop, my bad, that happened.
Yeah.
The fact that Hoon was there, and you see how important it was to take away this Yasuo. And I remember the fight in the mid lane where you saw Hoon dive, take out 2, I believe it was Jackie and Truth. And then on the opposite side, Tybe tries to dive, takes down 1. It was a 2-for-1. It was those types of plays that really Hoon provided value. But again, this sneaky
I give it to Lamont for
here
this.
by Lamont.
This play
look at
alone.
this.
Yeah.
This is comedic, but also amazing. Goes back in and then gets away. Jackie, gets okey doked. Like, come on.
Oh, that's comical. This play was massive for Immortals too. Finding Jackie here. They had really good target selection in a lot of these fights. Finding the one person that they needed to get onto that didn't have peel around them. And like Alex said, low damage composition. It's tough if you can't keep the few damage dealers that you have alive.
This is why it was really critical for Enemy to make sure that Truth is able to deal damage. And something that we had noted in the draft, it was a little bit of an awkward one here for Enemy. I think they ended up kind of getting a little too much into the headspace of, oh, IMT first picked the Yasuo, maybe we should take away some of their tools, and didn't necessarily give themselves the same kind of leeway to win this game.
Yeah, there was a lot of different strategies that enemy could have tried to employ. They went for that, all right, let's take away some of the things that can enable the Yasuo, like the Gragas that was locked in very early for them, which I still think is a fine pick in and of itself in a microcosm. But the other strategy is just, you know, go for something that can just dive on top of the Yasuo and kill him. You know, make his life miserable.
Yeah.
They kind of ended up with more of this range poke style with the Corki and the Ziggs, trying to stay away from the Yasuo, but then you're squishy, and then he's, if he can get on you, will kill you. So, yeah, I still think I like the Lamont player of the series, or rather, star player, not player of the series. It's too early to call that one, obviously. I'm satisfied with this.
You know, one thing I like here is that Yikes is now going to be under the microscope because we talked about in the previous series this improvement and this emphasis on Gragas being both an engaged tool and a disengaged tool. Now we see Charms Thresh chasing out carries on the opposite side. So what is the answer going to be here? Lots of different draft questions. With the Wukong, is it still going to be important? Tybe not really dishing out as much damage as Lamont, and the couple times where he had huge knockups, the rest of the team wasn't able to get in and help him out, so he ended up having to use the decoy to escape afterwards rather than constantly chase here. So without the Yasuo, not as good. We've seen Jace before. We've seen 80 carries in the bot lane before. Are we going back to that? We got to see the standout performance from the Lovers duo with the Zyra Khan down there. There's a lot that enemy has shown, and landing here in a variation of what they did in game number 1 is something that I think is a very easy thing to look at and a very easy thing to change for the Squad Kings.
Best of fives, man. That's all I can say. It's like that this is why they're so fun, because we see all these different avenues, these different decision trees that teams can go down to ultimately decide what do we want to address here. I still would be a fan of I think Yasuo's a little overhyped. I still not sure if it's blue whatable. But
2-0, baby.
Thresh,
It's
2-0. It is 2-0. I will say I think the Thresh is going to be really highly prioritized from both of these teams. I would not be surprised to see that blue one.
Yeah, I just want to see what they pick for the side selection here, because obviously Immortals have chosen blue side time and time again. So let's see if they go for it yet again. It is the exact same sides I'm hearing from production, so it looks like for the rest of the best of 5, we're just going to see IMT on blue side, we're going to see enemy on red side, they'll have counter pick.
Are we going to see a Yasuo ban?
Are
we getting a Yasuo ban?
I hope not, because I don't think this champion necessarily deserves it. When you look at the landscape of some of the champions, we're getting rid of Olaf, Varus, a lot of important champions need to be taken away before we get to the Yasuo.
And I feel like it's just one of those things where they're like, hey, they're comfortable on it, let's take it away.
Yeah.
Unless you have a very clear plan on how you're going to work around it. We've all had those Yasuos that feed, and all of a sudden, they're like carrying the game and they're 1v5ing. It's like, how did this happen? The 1 in 10 power spike is a real thing for these squads. And both these mid laners, they've shown, you don't even have to talk to them, they've shown their confidence and maybe ego between them. I don't know if you want to get out Yasuo'd out of anything.
True.
We've seen Zed come into play. I feel like that's another ego champion that could hop in and be an answer to a Yasuo, and it's a skill matchup.
Well, Digon, I mean, their name is No More Ego, so I think that they've dropped that already. I feel like it's a strategic pick when enemy
I see.
You need those enablers.
Yeah.
What you're saying. What you're saying is Immortals is going to get Yasuo. All right, well, let's find out here. Game number 3 of our grand finals. 1 game apiece. Now it's just back down to a best of 3. Kind of. All right, let's see how it goes here. Game number 3. Let's get into it.
Tied on the scoreboard, Alec, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I know I predicted enemy, but I did say it would be a 3-2 at the end of the day. I think we're going the distance here. These teams both look primed and ready to go in peak form.
You know, I was going to agree with Digon. It is basically just a best of 3 from this point out. Like, we got the 1-1s out of the way. Now it is literally the first person to 3 makes it. It's Yasuo first pick again. I'm feeling like this is just a North American thing, just because if we cast our minds back to Summoner Series, like, literally our finals had Ahri come out of 0% presence to almost every single game. And then it was also the Janna that kind of came out of nowhere for Tribes, so we're getting a bunch of wacky stuff. It happens every finals for if you're the first time coming into North American esports.
So again, the strategy that Enemy employed last time was have a couple beefy members that Yasuo can't kill, take away some of these engaged champions that pair with Yasuo, and then ranged damage. They're doing a similar start to the strategy with the Lee Sin and Gragas. I still think that, honestly, Zed, like if you lock in Zed into this Yasuo, you can just try and kill him before he can kill you. I do like some of these strategies that focus more on, hey, just dive onto him before he can dive onto you. But okay, maybe that's not viable anymore. Maybe that's not the strat.
We're picking Malphite, boys!
And Alistair!
Hopefully Araki Zoro, after that last Malphite game, he's like, look, it was an anomaly. They won't pick Darius. IMT, I praise you. You're gonna ban Darius so that we don't have to get an Araki Zoro interview where he's like, my coach told me this was the best possibility for us to win. And be like sitting there with like us or like Degon's just there. And he's just like, so what happened in this matchup? I don't have to worry about it anymore. This matchup's unplayable.
Hey, you got the Darius win. You got to win on Darius. That's great
Yeah.
for Araki already. Now it's back to Malphite duty for the champ. Let's see if he can pull it off here and what the answer from Enemy will be. Banning away Ziggs and Morgana. They already go for the Corki themselves, so they're not going to opt for the double like long-range poke. But, I mean, once you see Alistair Malphite, I understand the Corki. And I'm a little more on this side. He can still do that DPS. Actually, the Black Cleaver might be valuable at this point in time because the Malphite would presumably be armor stacking.
Yeah,
so
this
I
is
understand.
also a really cool game where we've seen it a little bit around the world where Corkis start to build Knight's Veil just to have that spell shield available to you as an AD champion. So wouldn't be surprised if you see that. Can obviously still itemize for a Banshee's Veil. We'll see what Twitter says about that one because I know they're up in arms about that. But Zed has been taken away, and Enemy have now taken themselves the Garen for Lawan DJ, which just means they don't have a lot of damage. Again, a composition that is really low damage, and this is a kind of a spin on the Assassin's comp that we've been talking about, where if you have these long-range poke champions, what do you do to it? Well, you just have someone who can ignore all of your tanks and kill that one carry.
And the Garrett into the Yasuo is actually not too bad. Because if you're
Just
able to get on
silence
top
him.
of him, yeah, you just silence him and then just spin and try and kill him as quickly as you can. So I actually do kind of like that one, but the Orianna paired for Immortals, it's still AP damage mixed with the AD of the Yasuo. Another champ that can set up this combo.
Okay.
And ooh.
Okay, alright, giving
okay.
Lamont an aggressive champion, and typically what we like to see with these long-range or assassin comps is you let the Yasuo comes in, and to supplement his damage, you also have Kha'Zix. They'll feed off of each other. It's very symbiotic. You'll give Kha'Zix a reset, and obviously, taking away members who can threaten the Yasuo is always key.
And Kha'Zix is a really good Orianna ball delivery system. If they time that correctly, she puts the ball on him, he jumps in, shockwave, Yasuo goes in at that point. So this still combos with what the team wants to do. It can reset, it can finish off members. I actually do kind of like the Kha'Zix here, but okay, Enemy they're doing a little bit of both. They have some range, some defensive play from the Corki. You can reposition away from all the engage, but also the Diana, Garen, Lisa, and Gragas. We can just go in on this Yasuo and try and blow him up before he can do anything in the fight.
Yeah, it's going to be important for target selection to be on point here for No More Ego. If the Garen silences the Yasuo, but goes a little too far, you obviously have the follow-up engage of an Orianna and a Kha'Zix, which is very, very messy to deal with. Very tanky members on the side of No More Ego. It's going to take a while for those HP bars to get whittled down, but the Diana, it could be a little dicey here in this matchup.
What a weird meta that we're finding ourselves in for the finals.
Definitely
Going
different.
into a best of 5, if you told me that Yasuo was going to become like the defining champion, this is an entire composition built around Yasuo. Very similar to what Enemy did in their first game. They just picked him red 5 as opposed to blue 1. A little bit different. A little bit different between those two. But here we go. Game 3 of our grand finals for Major 1 of WNS. It's been a great start to the season so far, and I'm happy that these teams are giving us this performance to close out Major 1.
Oh man, this is such a dangerous position to be in, right? Like, you have another Yasuo pick here, and depending on what happens in this matchup, we could see the potential change and the ripples go on throughout the series, right? Like, if this is another Immortals win, have to take a look. Immortals or Enemy, do you just ban the Yasuo? It'll be definitely cursed. We will live in a different timeline if that is the case. We'll have to see. as already, you know, we're seeing a little bit of different stuff. The mid lane matchup is a bit tougher for Diana. She can be very tanky, but obviously as a manaless champion, you can push this wave really early on as the Yasuo.
Yeah, and Hoon's taking full advantage of that, pushing the wave out, going into the fog of war. Tybe is on the top half of the map. Will it be spotted on that ward dropped in the river line brush is the question. They spot that Lee Sin, that gives a lot of information, but here's Yikes. Classic Rome. He does it every time.
1 minute 15 this time around. He's like, I'm here, guys.
That's a record.
Yeah, he's like, Truth, I'm here. Corki, play safe. Jackie, I believe in you. You've done it time and time again. I've already shown you what it's like to play by yourself. And Alistar recognizing, hey, let's just get bot lane priority. Let's try to push in this wave and secure ourselves a scuttle. So it's a bit more difficult for enemy.
Yeah, and again, sometimes I'm confused when teams opt for that hard of a force right there, because what do they realistically get out of that other than just sharing XP between a couple members mid lane? Oh, maybe they go for the engage. All right, level 3 fighting. Let's go! Immortals and enemy both opting into it, and Immortals get the first blood. It's traded right on back as Lamont's in trouble. Jackie's joined in. Hoon flashing for the engage. Yikes, sidestepping the tornado, and Hoon goes back in. He's CC'd under turret time, gets a kill. That was almost an ace at 2 minutes for enemy.
The Yasuo is actually just a smokescreen. It's all Lee Sin all day. This is the real champion that is making the matchup. As you get to see this again, no ultimates in this fight. Everybody's just barely level 4. Lawan DJ on this Garen is pumping out a lot of damage with that third ability, while Hoon is trying his damnedest to find a kill. I mean, it is just Tybe on this Lee Sin pushing limits. We talked about the matchup between these two junglers before the grand finals, and you cannot give Lee Sin to either of these guys.
I think we've learned. Blue won the Lee Sin, everybody.
Yeah.
This is the champion. Tybe loves it, Lamont loves it, and it has been popping off in every victory so far here. Now very accelerated. At least Lamont got first blood. I mean, that's the one thing that Immortals can say, like, kind of went their way in that, is that the Kha'Zix is not too far behind of Tybe right now. But the implications of this is that now enemy have a bit of a gold lead before this next dragon fight, and they can spend that gold. And already Black Cleaver on Lawan DJ, who got 2 of those too. That is actually going to be terrifying.
And I want to see what Lamont does from this point on, because you are Kha'Zix. It is a champion that is pretty feast or famine, right? Like, you don't have the same kind of mobility that someone like the Lee Sin can have, who can jump in and jump out using the safeguard. Once you're in, you're committed. And so we'll have to see what he can do with finding kills, because his options are pretty limited now, especially now that Tybe has finished the Knight's Veil. You can really only go for maybe someone like Truth, but Truth is going to be very deceptively tanky with Rod of Ages and just the Diana shields. So you have to find an angle onto Jackie, and that might be a little difficult, especially with his front line.
Yeah, interesting timing on that. Because Truth wanted the Rod of Ages early, it forces now Jackie and Yikes to lane swap into the mid lane, but now they don't have package. So they're a little offset on the timing. Jackie backed, has to go to mid lane, then his package spawned. So he'll have to go for another reset here, and this actually gives Immortals a window to take control over the river.
Going in, sweeping up the wards. They already know that, hey, we have the scuttle, so don't have to do all that much. Jackie is not also recalled here, so Tybe going in.
Tybe! Oh, trying to kill Lamont. And almost does so. Lamont will have to smite heal off of this. And now the engage again. Hoon going forward. The ultimate not enough. Charm gets onto Yikes, but that's the tank. He's going to survive just fine. Enemy winning the health bar trade.
One way to get objective priority is just force out some abilities from the opponent. And so getting rid of Lamont early on, taking away his HP, and also getting the Yasuo and the Malphite ult are pretty key here. So enemy, they say, look, we're dropping the dragon. We just want to stop you from getting anything here.
I love it. I absolutely love it. They know that they have more ultimates. Lawan DJ can go forward here, and now they just gotta go for the kills. Lamont low, Iraqi Zoro out. Charm, Goom, and Hoon all retreating. This Garen is so scary. Early game Garen's already strong. With the Black Cleaver completed, he is shredding through all members of Immortals.
Ooh, and they're trying to protect
Wait,
for
Jackie
this.
stopped.
Watch Charm here. Jackie's pretty low HP, and also Lamont has reset here.
They're back. Yeah, they're back on the map. Enemy are taking their time with this. All right, they got the Herald, but can Immortals sneak this dragon?
So they can fast back here, not only with the recall coming in from Tybe, but they also have package, so Corki will get here on time for this. Hoon's ultimate is up.
Lamont's taking damage. Truth goes forward. Ulted, Truth's down, the combo from Immortals, and Iraqi Zora with the engage, Charm as well. Oh, beautiful
The
from
kick!
Immortals. They did that perfectly. Now Jackie goes forward with the package. Hoon goes down. The kick from Ty was clean. And enemy equalized the play.
Hoon, he did not exercise the same patience that we saw from Luan DJ. Ulted one member, and that stops Immortals from being able to find more kills there. Good job from enemy, utilizing different parts of their kit, getting the free recall from the Rift Herald, as well as utilizing the package from Jackie to get back out of the map and start this dragon up yet again. This should be their dragon, and now we have to watch how Immortals will enter this fight.
Are we killing it
Charm.
again? Oh, Charm's going forward. Doesn't have ultimate as the Alistar, so not nearly as tanky. Rakizor doesn't either, but Hoon does. Charm can actually set this one up. If Hoon's there, and Dragon's still not taken, half health, we're still fighting over this. Charm with the flash engage. Hoon doesn't go in
They
for
stole
it.
it.
That time Lamont steals the Dragon! Lamont gets the objective! Now Truth goes to the re-engage, but the rest of the team's not there because Irakizor's front line. He's silent.
Hoon's
He's
alive.
down. That's a kill over to time. The shockwave only lands one, but it's damage, and Jackie falls after. Immortals, they steal the objective and win the
They
fight.
could not find multiple kills. Goom is staying so far safe in the backline, and Charm doing an excellent job protecting his backline as well as setting up for his team. We didn't quite see the ultimates here. Hoon still has the last breath. 4 men kick to
Gotta
save
clear
the
the
wave,
wave.
and it will protect it, but this mid lane should go down on the next wave.
Yeah, Immortals, they want this. If they can crack this, that gives them a lot of room on the map. And enemy have yet to crack any turrets themselves. Not going to fall this wave, though. Immortals do go for a reset. Even gold. Even gold after all of that.
We've been dropping waves on the sides. Everyone's just been like, okay, we're getting into that
It's
part
been
of
a
the night.
scrap.
It's been a long day as well, right? Like, we're seeing almost 7 hours of gameplay here on the stream. And so, third game in, it's like, okay, we're just gonna fight now. We're dropping the semantics, we're dropping all the niceties. Let's just start fisticuffs.
Yeah, this is just two boxers walking up, nodding, and just slamming into each other.
Exactly.
There is not a lot of subtlety here. But I'm loving it. This is a fantastic final so far.
Exactly. They're just saying, hey, look, let's try to go for mechanical outplays here.
It's another one. This is a pick. Truth flashes, still alive. Lamont does not want
Truth!
him go. Oh, Truth with the quick feet. Buys time. Time gets this kill.
Okay, there it
More?
is.
Iraqi Zoro. Yikes is trying to buy time. Lock him down. Summoner spell so he shouldn't die.
He's
Oh,
dead.
nice explosive cast. Flashes under turret. Oh, time gets the kill.
They summon the Rift Herald as well. Watch, can Charm find the engage? Gume is coming. But other than that, Lawan is just pushing on the top tier 1. They're going to grab themselves a turret. I don't know how much Yasuo can do here. We talked about this matchup before. It is not fun. And in the meantime, while Immortals are trying to recoil from this last fight, Jackie's just pushing in mid lane. So we have the Herald spawning in 30 seconds to see what they can do as these ultimates start to come back off of cooldown.
Immortals did get the mid turret, so they have an objective on the map now, so it's at least traded for that bottom turret. But now enemy have a slight gold lead for themselves, rotating up towards this top side of the map. Interesting call there. They're not really finding anything. 8 seconds now until the second herald.
Charm!
Charm's just in enemy territory right now. Looking at Yikes. Forces him to use the body slam.
He's got his team on his back. And now, I mean, Immortals just get here on the play correctly. Enemy
Yeah.
not here in time. They can maybe clean up after this Rift Herald, but Truth is nowhere in sight. Jackie had just gone for a recall, so a really good timing here for Immortals to punish.
Flash from Goom. Giving a lot of respect to Yikes' engage right there. But well done on Immortals. They had the correct timing for that objective. They pick it up very fast. Lamont can now use that. Maybe even give over this next dragon. You got the first one. You can give over the Inferno and then go for the play for the top turret instead. Let's see what their decision is.
Looks like they're going to try and overload onto this side of the map, take this turret. Can Araki survive this?
No, they're just going to focus the turret instead. He gets kicked away. Still has ult. He could look to re-engage. Where's Hoon? You got to look for this Yasuo. He's all the way bot side.
Yeah,
Fighting
it's a
on the
little
Truth.
far.
I'm not sure what's going on down there. If we can take a look at Hoon, Truth 1v1ing in the bottom tri-bush right now. Hoon still alive. Truth goes forward. Oh, the team's there from Immortals. Oh, that was close.
Truth! He's screaming right now in the all comms. He's like, you guys defiled the legacy of the 1v1. The honor. The duelists were going back at it. And then Hoon flashes into the waiting arms of his team, and he's like, my musketeers have arrived. Goom and Charm. They will exit me stage right for this one. The Dragon's alive, but with no mid laner here. Specifically, also, there's no Moonfall. So even by the time Truth gets here, it won't be up. This should be their Infernal Drake, and this sets them up really nicely for the rest of the game.
Immortals are just finding these perfect timings right now. Again, they're gifted the 1v1 kill that turned into the 3v1 kill, and now they're looking at Jackie. Has to flash away. Jackie in some trouble here. Enemy on the Dragon, though.
Boon.
They're looking for the combos. Luan's in trouble. Zoro with a follow-up, and Yikes will go down. Truth at least kills Goom. What's happening on this side of the map? Enemy still got a couple members up. 5 flashes away. Immortals with Lamont basically full health. They can just force enemy off, and now look at Dragon.
Corki, even with the Valkyrie, is not enough to withstand Charm standing in front of him the entire fight. Without your damage dealers there, enemy do not have what it takes to stand against Immortal. So now they have the Rift Herald, they have the Infernal Drake, plus the Mountain Drake. Every one of these is a really, really sick combat stat increase. So now, with another turret in their back pocket, IMT are absolutely poised to take this game. Even if we were to just look at this gold, you're like, it's even. But you look at the map, you look at what they have in their back pocket in terms of objectives, it's looking good for them.
And they still have the combo, which is relatively easy to pull off. Malphite and Alistair are not the most mechanically intensive champions to set up a Yasuo ult.
You know...
all you need to do is find grouped members.
You know, I've had a couple Alistar games in my solo queue. They make the Alistar combo look real difficult.
If you are a professional player,
okay,
playing in the finals of
That's
WNS,
true. You can land
Alistar
Alistar
put too
combo.
much pressure on Charm. All right, Charm. Don't pressure. Hey, we saw him headbutt Flash Pulverize. That is impressive. I think that we can trust Charm to land.
Okay,
these.
I believe in that part. I'll give you that, especially for someone like Charm, who's just been showing a lot of mechanical excellence from the support position. Same thing with his counterpart in Yikes, and hopefully we get to see a little bit more of that as the game continues. We're 13 minutes in, Kangas, and it looks like IMT, they want this top tier 1. They're going to summon the Rift Herald, push Truth off of it.
Track them all. Every outer turret. This gives them a lot of space to work with on the Rift here. And with that charge, it should take the turret. Oh,
yep, okay.
Okay, no, it did. For a half second, I was like, did they kill it?
Yeah, only Hoon can do
that.
that. Only Hoon can do that. Only Hoon can kill the Rift Herald before it's taken, and Hoon barely does that ever land. The nice kick to get him away from his carry, but that tornado basically was just like on the tail end of the Valkyrie there for Jackie.
Yeah, playing around on the edge of death. Package is available if Jackie wants to go back for it. Collapse onto Juan DJ. He's pretty tanky. Ambitious to go for the kill there, but they do at least pop his stone plate.
Show some respect. That's what Araki says. He's like, look, I'll ult you. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're a tanky Garen. I'm going to do it. Can't stop me.
Ooh, what about Lamont, though? Flash available. He's actually doing a lot of damage to
Truth is
Truth.
dead.
He's knocked in with the Moonfall. I don't think he is. There's no ultimate on Iraqi Zora from before, so no follow-up. Yikes. Okay, this is fun. All right. Just stops his back.
Like, Truth can do damage, but not specifically in that kind of 1v1. You need a lot more damage from Truth. The Diana needs to be kind of stuck in that fight for a really long time before we start to see that, especially when you look. Rod of Ages, going to be picking up Crystalline Reflector after this. Be a little bit
the death
difficult.
cap.
Yeah, it has a death cap, but not a lot of AP behind it.
True. This passive stats, not necessarily the most effective currently, but will scale as more items are picked up here for Truth. And okay, Stasis in the mid lane. And Flash. That's pretty big for enemy. They weren't able to capitalize last time they got Goom's Flash, but if they can find a window here, it's those kinds of plays that you want to do before an objective, because Dragon's up in under a minute.
That was a good stasis there from Goom, not only avoiding the Gragas Barrel afterwards, but also Tybe did go in and try to Dragon's Wraith kick. It was just coming off a cooldown, so definitely look for something. We just didn't see it. I like, again, going for the killer instinct. We're talking about how aggressive you can be for both of these junglers on Lee Sin. And Kangas, it's been a little bit of a slower mid-game here for enemies. They can't find kills. They're lacking the ability to really kind of finalize someone going down. And INT are more than happy to just slowly scale into this game. Yes, they're pretty one-note with their composition, but it does a lot of damage.
They're also just set up these objectives so much better. They saw Ty backing top lane. They know he's not bot here, so they know Luan is alone. Charm doing the CCs, but Luan is still tanky. Half health as the Garen. You can pick up the fruits, and with his passive, might be close to full health for this dragon fight. And package is picked up right now by Jackie, so this could be enemy going for the play. I've junked out. Watch for the package. That will tell a lot of how this play goes, but instead it's Truth! Caught out alone, looking for the flank, but Immortals spot him out and chase him down. Hoon going for the kill. Stasis used. Enemy, they need to try to find another pick, another straggler, but it's only Iraqi Zoro really with Immortals.
And that's it. I mean, they can't really access into this pit. Yes, they can go to clear out some of the members as they're leaving.
Oh, yikes. Nice explosive cask, actually. Trying to get onto Goom again. No flash, no stasis. Jackie with the Valkyrie going forward. Now knocked up by Hoon!
Yeah.
Hoon just dies past everybody. 1v1 in Jackie right now. Lamont will get the kill as the rest of enemy retreats through the mid lane.
And that right there is the last nail in the coffin here for enemy. Immortals, a fantastic fight, all things considered. They find Truth to start, and then Hoon with this solo carry performance right now. Obviously, this is a team game. They're all putting in the effort, but we are looking for Hoon to carry this game, and he is putting on that performance.
Hoon is having a great performance. Lamont as well. I want to give props to this Kazakhs. We've seen a lot of Kazakhs picked in this tournament to a lot of mixed success. This is a great showing, though, for Lamont right now, and this is the Kazakhs that you want to see actually finding these kills on the key targets in the backline. And he talked about it from the draft of enemy. You get a lot of people to go forward, and then a Corki, who can go forward with a package.
True.
If the team goes past him, then he's kind of all alone, and there's a Yasuo on top of him. So
Isolation damage,
tough.
you know? Yeah, exactly. Hoon's going to get on top of him. Lamont's going to get on top of him. Lamont will save NA Kazakhs. That's all I'm seeing from this game.
I do like that, Carm. Ooh, I like it.
He's so
going
aggressive.
Forward. No one even had flash.
Oh!
Now Lamont goes forward. Yikes! The tank takes a lot of damage. Truth with the re-engage. Immortals trying to position. Jackie has a really good spot here, getting a lot of damage out. Ooh, almost knocked up there by the tornado. Valkyrie's to safety. Immortals still chasing forward. Truth is down, but enemy are not out yet. They still have damage, and there's low health bars on Immortals.
And look at this. I mean, Hoon still has ultimate. Did not decide to go in. Could wait for Goom's ult here. Does have the shockwave.
Ambitious from Tybe. Oh, not into the Guardian Angel. Flash from Goom. Will proc it. Now Luan DJ could be in trouble here. And now the re-engage. Hoon got another ultimate off.
Oh.
The fight was that long that Hoon pulls it off. And Immortals find another kill.
Wait, that last breath has a really low cooldown. It's already almost up again. What is this CD
Yeah, I mean, my
on
man's
this?
level 14 right now, yeah.
Well, what? What is the CD on this thing? It's ridiculous. It's back up again. They've gotten the Baron. I mean, Immortals, it has been back-to-back team fight wins, even after an early game that may have been a little questionable in some eyes. They're just now almost 10,000 gold ahead. They've got the Baron. They've literally got every single Drake in their back pocket, and they don't even need the Elder to win. It'll be a nice finishing touch if they need it, but team fight after team fight, we're just seeing enemy not able to match the damage.
Team fights and also just early setups for the objectives. It's time after time that Immortals are finding the early setup and now finding picks in the late game. Yikes is tanky, but not tanky enough when you don't have the rest of the team with you. Actually does survive. Truth and Tybe go forward, but the re-engage from Zoro! And Sharp still has headbutts. He still has some words for Tybe. Package used. Oh, Jackie! The golden death. No, flashes. Valkyrie's to safety, still alive. Zoro trying to fix that. Hoon goes forward. Everyone's dead. An enemy. And Immortals. This could be it with the Baron buff push. Double kill to Hoon to close it out. And they will move up 2-1 in our best of 5 grand finals.
There it is, Kangas. Like you said, 2-1 there for Immortals. Showing off the Yasuo prowess. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They just took some different pieces to their parts and they said, oh look, the comp still works. Yasuo is still a really awesome carry to have when it gets off to a really good start. And enemy, I think, are kind of running into a situation where they're using the same solution and kind of trying to brute force it into finding more victories, and it isn't working in this case.
Enemy are really good at finding engages together. That is what I would say their best strength is as a team, is calling out, go in now, we're going to find the engage. Doesn't work as well when you're this behind in gold, though. We still saw remnants of that in this game. But the thing that Immortals have is proper timing at objectives. Again, the reset from Jackie, lane swapping to mid lane, Truth went bot with the rod, but then we didn't have package for the dragon fight. Like, there were these little timing windows that it felt like enemy were just slightly off, and Immortals, dead on.
Yeah, and that is what has made this team so dominant all year long. Macro starting to be rewarded. Hands, not quite enough yet. We're even. Araki Zoro on the Malphite. Does it for the team. Starting to have a standout performance. But Hoon on the Yasuo. It's becoming a menace now.
100%.
They drafted a massive team around it. The Alistair, the Malphite, and Yasuo. All of them, like, those are the first 3 picks that Immortals took. It was very clear what the game plan was going to be here.
100% win rate for first pick Blue 1 Yasuo in the grand finals, everybody. This is not a world I expected to live in, but it's working. I mean, at this point, Hoon is showing that he can also pilot this Yasuo to incredible success, and we didn't give it to him last time, but I think he might be deserving of a star player this time around because he was the big catalyst in a lot of these fights.
I feel like I'm like in a back alley and I'm opening up my jean jacket here. I'm like, you guys want some Hoon MVP votes? I got one for you if you want it.
All right, I'll take
I've already taken one for myself. Kangas, I'm
can only
glad
say
to be
no
your
so many
dealer in this
times.
case. Degon, can I interest you in a Hoon MVP vote?
I got a Immortals MVP vote at home, right, Mom? And then Immortals MVP at home. It's that Yasuo player. Oh, it's actually the same thing, Mom? I could just get more of it now from the
Awesome.
stranger? All right, I'm in. Yeah, send it to me.
Perfect.
Second call to Charm, because he had a really good Alistair performance.
We don't give
see a
second
lot of
place medals
Alistair.
here, Kangas. I love
Yes,
Charm.
but I want to shout out the support. He had a headbutt flash pulverize on the 3 members. That was cool.
You're gonna
I already
confuse
did my
production.
TJ impression. We're
Thank
good.
you.
We're good.
Thank
Unless
you.
he's literally 1v1ing the opposing mid laner. Oh, wait, he already did that on the Thresh.
Yeah.
We missed the opportunity to do it. This time, though, it is about Hoon getting the setups. And then even in that play right there, where he's making the play happen all on his lonesome, the mid laner stepping up, but also making Truth kind of start pushing the envelope and not have the impact that we've seen Truth have before ending the game 2-7. Here's Hoon, 5, 3, and 10.
Does this look like the face of Mercy? Because I see nothing but terror for the opposition right now. How do you stop this, man?
You don't
I
give
see
him
the face of a
Yasuo.
Yasuo player.
Yeah, that's the face of a Yasuo player. I was gonna say, this guy goes 0-10 in my ranked games and then smurfs the rest of it.
Yeah, 0-10, and then you find out he inted because he saw you were in his lobby. You check his,
Ah,
his link, and then he's
I'm getting
number
targeted.
1 Yasuo NA.
All right, well,
Yeah, that's
look,
a rough one.
Hoon's a great guy, and obviously being a fantastic streamer in his own right, he's got a lot of different people behind him being like, I want to see Hoon carry. And I saw in the losses in the Twitch chat, they're like, Hoon, get on a carry, man. I don't want to see you on Corky. Get on something we could see you just get Immortals over the finish line. And things like Yasuo are exactly that.
When you add up the 2 carries that we've known for this squad for enemy, 2 and 12 for the mid lane and for the duo lane role right now into the form of Jackie and Truth in that last game. Need them to step up if they're going to battle back. We're 3 games in, 2-1. It's match point in Major number 1 for Immortals. We're going to take a short break so the players can collect themselves. Will Immortals be able to battle it back, or will we go the distance here in the first major of the Wild Rift North American Series? Find out after 5 minutes. And welcome back to the Wild Rift North American Series Major #1 for the Circuit #1. This has been a lot of fun here in our grand finals. Immortals, no more ego. They've been battling back and forth, but right now Immortals, the #1 seed, up 2-1 and trying to close things out. Degon, Kangas, Alk Battery here on the call, and these teams have been slugging out. All of a sudden, Yasuo has become the most popular champion between these two teams, and no side swaps yet. Will it happen again? We'll find out from our producers. What do you think, Kangas?
Did we miss like a patch or something, Alk? Like, what? I'm just so confused. Enemy had the initial read. They red 5'd this, and now has been blue 1'd twice. I'm legitimately like gonna recommend that Enemy just ban this at this point. If you can't draft something that you're confident to beat it, just get it off the table, which is so bizarre to think about from a red side perspective.
Once we get into longer series, you start to think of the in-series meta, right? That starts to develop as you no longer have to think of other teams. You just think of that insular capsule, the ecosystem that we become part of. And I mean, maybe the Yasuo is something that we do have to ban. I personally am not in favor of it, but Enemy so far have not shown in the 2 games that they've played against it that they can actually tackle those problems.
Yeah, well, we've talked about it before, specifically with this team. No More Ego have an extra lever to pull that a lot of other teams don't, and it's their substitution in the Baron lane.
Yes.
And they have done that right now. So out goes Luan DJ. In comes Alui. Alui is coming back on in, who was taken out earlier. And so the dynamic of this team has been light. It has been fun. Yikes said it in that epic game that they had earlier. We're laughing, we're having fun. We thought maybe we were going to lose, but we stuck in there. This team now pulling the last thing that they can do with their backs up against the wall. We'll see the other thing that they can do, the draft, and it starts right now. Game 4, tournament lives on the line for No More Ego, and a chance to get glory here for Immortals in the first major tournament of the Wild Rift season.
No sweeps to end out the finals. Of course, it is still a game over to Enemy. Whether they win or lose right here, they can feel really strong about their performance because Immortals are looking like they're finding their groove. Alkin again.
There it is.
The Yasuo ban. There it is, everybody.
Okay, everybody in Twitch chat, myself, Degon, take a breath of relief. We don't have to watch another Yasuo game. Feeling good. The good vibes are returning. And that means that Varus made it through the ban phase, and Gume is going to be picking up his #1 champion of the Major so far.
So is this back to the Ziggs then for Enemy? They've piloted this before. It's usually the answer into that Varus pick. If you leave that up, you're just accepting, all right, well, we're going to grab the Ziggs then, and still grabbing the Lee Sin for Tybe, who is one of his top performing champions. I think that's a relatively realistic first 2 picks for Enemy.
Especially when we think of what's been happening throughout the series, right? We're talking about picking up the Ziggs and the Gragas, but this time around, Enemy saying, we don't want to do that. We want to make sure that we take away the Jace, which has been a very popular pairing for Immortals. Once they gotten the Varus, they would typically put Hoon on the Jace. So I like this, taking this away. I just hope it doesn't hurt their draft strategy, as we saw in the past couple of games.
The thing about this is that it's that secondary poke, or primary poke and then very secondary, whichever one hits first.
Yeah.
The other can follow up then, and you can blow people up from long range. So Enemy trying to take that away, and they can still go for the Ziggs now if they want to, and it's a similar to Ziggs and the Jace as well. So I actually do like this from Enemy, as long as they can play the Jace, because it is a tough champion to actually fully master. Regardless, Immortals, go for that Gragas plus the Diana.
Okay. Got the Akali. It is a bit of a difficult matchup into Diana. She could just do the Moonfall in the middle of your Shroud, and it makes it a little bit hard for you to avoid that, especially with the Gragas. He just throws the Explosive Cask in, and you're getting launched out of your Shroud. You're like, oh, wait, Akali's trying to get out. So now, what is the tank frontline here for Enemy? Because you are lacking a lot of engage from this point. You have Lee Sin who can go in, but like, where's your Alistar? You no longer have a Gragas available to you, and now you're banning Thresh as well.
I'm almost wondering, is this going back to Yikes' Baron lane champ? The Garen and the set support, I actually wouldn't hate it if you're looking at a Diana who's going to be jumping in on top of you, and then you can then just either silence her as the Garen or Set say thank you for coming into me and making my job easier.
Yes.
Just ult her away at that point. Like, that's actually a really cool option for Yikes to go towards. So I'm actually feeling like that will be where the front line lands for Enemy. And it's not the Ziggs. They can't pair with that, at least. I do like that ban from Immortals.
Okay, so what does this leave? If you're going to go for kind of like the protect the carry comps, it usually means you're picking up an Ashe in this case, but I think they're going to want to go for a much more aggressive AD carry for Jackie. Corki is available and has definitely been flavor of the month for this team. We're talking about Set, however, definitely leaves a couple of options up to you, so they want to give counter pick, picking up the Nami here for Yikes.
That was not what I was expecting, because this is not a front line. It's not necessary. Like, you can heal, but your team is very squishy. You can get bursted very quickly, depending on what Immortals lock in for their next two. This is something that can kill you very fast. So I'm actually very concerned right now for Enemy. They need something that will keep them alive for a little bit longer, but they only have an AD carry left to lock in, or a bot laner.
Nami is a really good enchanter and probably the best in class if you're trying to play a front-to-back team fight, which with Enemy you could very easily do, but this is where IMT, I think correctly so, kind of say, hey look, we're going to go and try and pick up the Kha'Zix, which will assassinate that, and even if you are Nami playing safe in the backline, our Leona can also go in and make sure that that is taken away.
Yeah, Charm flexing the champ pool right now, pulling out the Alistar, now the Leona, two heavily engage-oriented supports that are these beefy frontline tanks. I like to see this playstyle from Immortals right now. They're showing a lot of flexibility in their draft, and Enemy, oh, they'll go back to the Xayah. Okay, this is what they pulled out in the lower bracket finals. Jackie had a really good Xayah performance, so maybe this is just putting faith. Hey, we need more DPS, we need more damage in our compositions. Put Jackie on the Bird Lady.
Okay, he had obviously an MVP level performance on the champion before, so hoping to replicate that for themselves, but I just don't know, Kangas. I'm feeling a little conflicted. I really like IMT's draft. It's very clear what they want to do. With all of this tank frontline, it allows for Varus to then deal the damage. You have Kha'Zix and Diana who can play kind of flexible roles and clean up after the poke, whereas Enemy, you have some strong individual laners, and they do a bunch of things really well, but not necessarily very cohesive and coherent.
I think a lot of Immortals is going to helm on how Charm finds engages, because he's realistically the one that can go in safely. I guess Iraki's you can throw in that clump too, but like, it's tough for the Diana or the Kha'Zix to go in that early, because even though traditionally the Diana can be pretty tanky, there's a lot of damage on Enemy's team. Jace, Lee Sin, Kali, and Xayah, if they all throw their stuff at you at the same time, you might just die before your Moonfall even goes down. So Immortals, again, showing flexibility in their draft on match point right now. If they win this game, they are locking themselves in as the top team in North America to beat after Major number 1.
I think either, regardless of the winner here, we've had a tough-fought mid lane matchup here.
Wow.
Ignite's coming out from both of them. Truth coming out ahead only in the department of not having to use his other summoner spell.
Yeah, Hoon was flashing to try and get the damage on the turret and then flash away before the turret killed him. Didn't quite have the right math, though, so Truth is still fine here. And I'm not necessarily sure if I'm that uncomfortable as Truth. Yeah, you still have the Shuriken, so you don't have to use that flash defensively if Hoon goes in aggressively on you. You just wait for that Shuriken to come back up and then walk up to the wave. This could be an opportunity for Tybe to look for a gank here.
What do you mean, Tybe? Yikes! You mean?
Yeah, they're both coming in, but okay. Yikes, maybe missed a bubble or didn't throw it. I'm not quite sure. I didn't see, but Hoon gets away.
What do you mean Tybe's gonna come mid lane? He's not even the real jungler at this point. Yikes is coming up before, like, literally 115. He's 107, showing up in mid lane, and he's there to fight. And I love how Jackie's playing safe.
Yikes didn't have bubble. Now level 3 leveled it. I'm surprised that they went even go for that gank in the mid lane if you don't have bubble at that point, but regardless, it is just Scuttles taken on either side of the map, although...
Oh, I love this play here.
I mean, he's not there. Like, Louis went for the back.
Yeah, but look. They're going to see him on vision. They're trying to recall. If he doesn't show, they can now zone him off of this wave, and he's going to lose a ton of gold and experience. Oh, man, but even Tybe's here. He wants to punish.
Yeah, both these junglers in very similar positions on opposite sides of the map. And that's flash out of Aloy.
And look at this. Just look at this wave, man. It's 7, almost 6 caster creeps. and he'll get now a majority of this thanks to Truth coming over and him being on Vision. But the fact that he missed a nice chunk of that in terms of experience is going to hurt, even in gold now, but really good of helping out Iraqi Zoro in this matchup.
It's also the flash down, so Lamont could look to go for a gank there now that Zoro has that explosive cask. It can be kind of difficult for a Jace to dodge that. You don't have, you know, the easiest mobility abilities to kind of dodge away from those, so... Lamont, though, seems to be pathing towards the bottom side of the map here as Tybe goes in. Kicks soon! That's a big moonfall, though. Hoon's out. He survives the game.
The moonfall, I just love the utility he's able to use it, not only in getting some crowd control down, but also kind of redirecting where some of the members of No More Ego were. Because Tybe's behind him at that point, and the kick is really dangerous, but using the moonfall, it repositions him and gets him into a really safe position. So I love that from Hoon. Great job of surviving that gank and preventing enemy from getting a really good look.
And Tybe flashed for it, too, and Hoon's flash is back off cooldown. And look at what's spawning soon. Both objectives on the map. Immortals will have their summoner spells to fight for them. And Tybe without that, that's a really big one for these early game fights. That flash kit can be devastating if you find the right engage.
You might be able to look for, maybe not the flash, but the kick part of it, as we have objectives spawning here, and really, really good item timings for Immortals, as Rod of Ages is being finished, Goom is finished his Manamune, so it will be building up eventually. And no More Ego are in a really tough position in my mind, Kangas, because right now, they don't have a lot of ways to get into the backline, and it's going to be on Truth. How does he go and assault Gume, make sure that he's taken out of the fight before being relevant?
I would say trade objectives. Give up this dragon, go for the Herald instead, but instead, enemy, they've reset, and they're walking towards it, and Immortals are off of the objective. Okay, I guess they don't feel confident enough to go forward. They don't have any vision in enemy's jungle.
So I think they're waiting for a reset. You obviously see that Charm has come back to base. He's going to go back out and push down. He did just get his boot enchant, which actually Spooky Ghost, really interesting. Not going for something like a Righteous or a Proto Belt or even just a Stone Plate. Just picking up...
Same with the Yikes.
Yeah, exactly. Just wants to find out where everybody is. Gives him a lot more vision to work with. As Lamont starts up this Rift Herald, Tybe's on the other side of the map. He's going to make it here in time, but the enemy are kind of just caught doing nothing.
Okay, so Immortals start up Dragon, enemy try and contest. Immortals pull away. Immortals start up Rift Herald, enemy try and contest. Now we have a fight in the mid lane here. Hoon, oh, under turret, Truth! Oh,
Wow.
those gets the execution damage, but a big Nami ultimate right there, the explosive cast. Immortals! With the turnaround play, nicely positioned by Iraqi Zoro, knocking everybody away.
They get the kill, but they invest a lot there, and now they're going to start the Dragon for enemy. You still have a ton of poke coming from Goom, so watch what he can do. He has the flash. Enemy, they're now being forced to do something. Find a kill, find an objective. Otherwise, this is a disastrous early game for them.
Tybe has his flash back up. He could try and go for something crazy here, but Alui path towards the top lane. Alui's not with them. Low health bars on Immortals. That's a nice bubble to start things off. But Charm and Zoro, they're tanky enough. They can be this front line to stop Tybe from getting in, and that is Dragon secured for Immortals.
Exactly. And without Alui there, obviously, you already are at a numbers disadvantage. It'd be really good if you were to find some kind of kill, but lucky all the same. And Kangas, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it come to life. Immortals are just so good at taking control of certain objectives, making sure that they have control of the river. And, I mean, enemy, again, just look a little lost. Look like they're unable to move.
They've been second to the objectives in pretty much every objective so far in the last 2 games. Or even the last 3 games. Their last 2 losses, that was the big difference maker, is that Immortals just had this setup for them earlier. And he's still struggling to find those windows, and now Immortals looking for even more. This is a really big window. There's nobody from enemy here, and they have the Herald. Good read from Immortals to say, all right, let's just get more gold in our pockets.
No one here to punish, I think, is the really key part to point out. And another thing that we pointed out from the draft is there's not a lot of clear engage, not a lot of clear crowd control tools that you have as enemy to start fights. So unless you're going to play these front-to-back team fights, which is obviously where Nami starts to really show some of her prowess, the Nami wave is all you have.
This could be big, though. Maybe picking off Hoon right here. Moonfall, and he's dead. All right, that's a lot of burst damage from enemy. Takes in the side lanes help. Feel pretty good.
Yeah, they invest a lot here for enemy, and obviously we see that as the gold is just barely under 1k. They have to use the perfect execution alongside the Dragon's Rage kick to get Hoon, who only invests the ultimate. So IMT, while not happy about that trade, are not exactly feeling any kind of pressure to do anything. Yes, Alui is really far ahead at this point, right? Has 1,000 gold lead, is looking strong on the Jace so far, but hasn't really grouped up for the team fight.
And at the same time, there's no objectives to fight over for right now, so I'm assuming both teams will just wait for their cooldowns to come back up before going for anything anyway. The thing that I'm looking at... Oh, okay, never mind. We are going for another play. That's a tank, though. Kind of tough to kill Iraqi Zoro, especially when you don't have Dragon's Rage, so... But Truth got the kill earlier, and gold onto the Akali, gold onto Truth. They picked this Akali red 3 very early on in the draft because they trusted Truth to be the big difference maker, the hands check, as we've been calling it. But Iraqi Zora says, check these hands. Got an explosive cash right on top of you. That arrow! Oh, that did a lot of damage. Yikes.
And this entire time, Iraqi Zoro, say what you will about some of his games where obviously he's been taken down and punished a lot, he is a rock for this team. Not only an in-game leader for them, but also a really big voice for how they play the map. And this entire time, while he's getting, thrown at with a bunch of skill shots, Hoon is just taking top tier 1 and taking that away from a Louis. So Immortals, the macro is still being really clean in this game so far. And enemy, let's see what you can do. You got to be more creative with your solutions.
First to the Herald. Come on, run there right now.
They're there.
All right, enemy already on the river. So this is the first time that they're getting a setup early before Immortals can. The thing is, Immortals do have tanks to face check this. You see Charm pops the shield at Daybreak, and then just goes right in onto Jackie. That's the AD carry right there. And now Hoon on the back line finds the kill. Big from Immortals. Time kicks away, but it's over. Immortals have already gotten the fight that they needed. A lot of damage thrown out by Alui. Time flashes. Immortals with low health bars, they should still feel confident to go for this Herald.
No one to start the fight, no one to stand in front. Enemy fall, and Immortals, after a shaky game 1, are just looking back-to-back dominant as we get to see a replay of this fight. Look at who's able to stand in front. Jackie, really aggressive positioning here, and that's a double-edged sword, right? We praised him for his ability to use his ultimate, to use his flash, and abilities to make sure that he's maxing out his DPS, but if you're too far up, you do get punished in these circumstances, especially when you're behind.
And Immortals are in the right form right now. Like I said at the top of the match, it doesn't matter the prep. It matters the performance. Can they perform on the day in the big best of 5? And Immortals are performing right now with another engage. This time onto Truth, and he's down! Again, one of the carries of enemies out of the fight. Make it 2 as Aloy will fall. Time barely able to limp away, but even Jackie fell. There's no more carries left alive for enemy, and Immortals are just running away with this game 4.
Immortals said, we don't want another 30-minute game. We don't want another 40-minute game. We're going to make it a sub-15. We're going to start inhibiting, slamming on mid-tier 2. We're going to chase Time around the map, let him get executed after that dragon. And Kangas, it's got to be hard if you and D-Gun are sitting there with enemy support predictions coming on through. Immortals are just looking so good, man.
Yeah, I think Immortals, they realize, hey, all right, people are starting to doubt us. Let's silence the haters right now with this kind of performance. Like I said, they're just finding their groove. This is the Immortals that we can come to expect in North America. Oh, Truth went right into that Leona ultimate. Maybe they can actually pick off Hoon here.
He's dead.
That's pretty big. That's a kill for enemy. They need a couple of those. If they can string them together, that's signs of life.
That's a nice kill, but we'll have to see more of it, like you're saying, so we can start to believe in a comeback here for enemy. It is 6-2, but, I mean, Immortals, I feel like I'm a broken record at this point. Their comp just makes sense. It does exactly what it wants to do. You're letting Goom fire off in the back line, and then Lamont and Hoon come in, and they're able to clean up. Whereas enemy, it is just all-out warfare. They just kill certain members, like one or two members, and you have to wait for cooldowns to come back online. If they can make a pick, that's awesome. And that's where we see them now. They find Hoon, great, they get a kill. We need to have them play a little bit more, play some guerrilla warfare tactics where they're hiding in bushes, finding one member's unaware on a side lane.
And speaking of side lanes, you see that they're just sending any member anywhere. Like, at this point, they just need gold. Knibe get the turret if he can. And maybe it's another pick onto Hoon. Everyone
get the
from
turret.
Immortals is topside, so enemy realized that. Hoon goes for the 1v2. Bold move to do right now. The rest of the team should realize, hey, Immortals is topside, so enemy, can they kill Hoon? He actually forces Flash and Barrier out of Aloy when he's 1 and 2 on the Diana.
Oh!
Jackie has popped the ultimate under the turret. Charm walks up, stasis used. Lockdown onto Yikes as well. Lamont gets the kill, and Immortals again unstopped.
You cannot get killed as Jackie and Yikes on this turret. Enemy, they need to be a little more respectful, especially with how much range Immortals has. You're thinking, it's just Gragas, it's just, the Leona, but the Gragas cast makes it a lot more deceptively long, and obviously Charm is going incredibly long range.
No.
Say goodbye to Tide.
Brushes. The Death Brush setup from Immortals. Enemy are just trying to find any way back in the game, find a way to get around the enemy team. But when you don't have the vision set up, it's just so difficult. Immortals have the read, and they are setting up really well.
And that's
around
just
this objective.
that's just barren for them. Immortals are putting the nails in the coffin here to take #1 in North America. Yikes will throw out a compensatory ultimate just to say hi to Immortals.
If that stole, that's a career-defining.
If that steals, then you know what? Congrats, Yikes! You just won MVP of the series. Great, congrats. We take those.
But unfortunately, a little wide. Difficult to do those, and now it's going to be even more difficult. If you're enemy here, you just have to go for the Hail Marys. I mean, even if it's dangerous, even if Immortals have control over your jungle, you have to just go for something crazy. Find the 1 in a million opportunity to get that pick. Try and find Goom, try and find Hoon again, and then snowball that into something bigger. Dragon's up, Immortals are on it. Enemy are approaching, but I think it's already dead.
Yeah, and even with this, look how much CC they have.
Okay, this could be a good start. Not a bad setup here, but time drums away. Aloy taking so much damage already. What can Truth get done? What are
Lamont.
you doing, Lamont? Triple kill in the 1v4. Give him the quadra. He's looking for it. Oh! The long-range arrow! Pushed and prodded. Immortals deliver under pressure. #1 in NA's got a nice ring to it. And Immortals are your Major 1 champions!
From consistently being third, Immortals rise from 2021 as your WNS Major 1 champions. And man, I like the end of that call there. It does have a nice ring to it. The crown feels nice on the heads of Immortals, right? And they do it in style. The first 3 games, you could say, enemy could have had a chance. This one does not look particularly close, as almost every single member slams their lane opposition time and time again.
4 deathless, Alk.
Wow.
4 members of Immortals were deathless in this performance. Hoon only getting picked off in the side lanes when enemy were committing 2 to 3 people on top of him. This is the performance of champions, everybody. This is Immortals.
Honestly, they're also kind of just redeeming a bunch of champions in the eyes of North America, right? The Kazakhs, the Yasuo, which hadn't performed throughout the Major. Redeeming kings. That's awesome.
Say their names all the way on through. Rocky, Zoro, Lemont, Hoon, Goom, and Charm. All 5 of them have been striving for a while now. And I remember chatting with the Rocky Zoro while we were over at Horizon Cup. And he was like, we've got a pretty good squad.
Yeah.
And now they have the hardware to prove it. Not in one of the small tournaments. This is the major. And they get the first victory here. They strike first blood here in North America. Congrats to Immortals for claiming the first title of the year. Let's dive into star player here, y'all. Who you got?
Oh,
Kangas?
This one's tough. I don't even know. Can we do all of them? Just every single member?
I don't know if we can get all of them in the
Immortals?
call at the same time. That might be a little more difficult for production to do. Yeah, this is actually
I might
a tough
have to
one
give
to
this
call.
one to. I might have to give this one to Goom or Lamont are the 2 front runners for me. Although Iraqi Zora also had a really good performance. I mean,
I want to give this to Lamont. I think he's had carry performance time and time after again, and in this Kazakhs game, I think his positioning was really, really excellent.
I mean, this was like the Kazakhs performance of the entire
Tournament.
Tournament. The entire major one. All right, I'm down. Let's give it to Lamont. The Kazakhs redeemer here in North America, showing everybody, hey, this is what the champion is capable of. We all knew it, and we've all seen it. But this is it on the biggest stage, in the biggest pressure, with the biggest audience. So that is the big differentiator for me.
Yeah, and I think doing it against a team whose heart and soul was their jungler, and don't get it twisted, Tybe had multiple games where he was popping off in this series, even in losses. To still do that to your counterpart and be like, hey, you're great and I'm still better, is just a testament to how good Lamont is and how much he is leading not only all of the region, but what he did today in this whole weekend in the major. 6-0-5, another undefined KDA because it's perfect. 11 total KDA here in this one. And just, you can also throw in a couple of Kangus's chords in there, his vocal cords in there for making him pop off every single time he made a play.
That 1v4 at the end, he legitimately just jumped into 4 people. Like, who does that and gets out? This guy is insane.
Lamont, he does that. He did it on Lee Sin a couple games ago, too, where he's like jumping in. He's like, never mind, I'm going to safeguard out. Kangus is like, do it! Do it, man! I love it. I'm glad that Lamont could come back, and especially after taking a break from competitive last year. Fantastic.
Yeah, let's take a look at the bracket to, again, rehash how we got to this point. It all started 1 verse 8, and the big one there was 4 verse 5. And let's not take anything away from the run that No More Ego had, where they get the first round win, but then after that battled through every single professional or paid org and was able to work their way on up.
They only lost to Immortals. Look at that. Look at that bracket. Yep. They only lost their 2 games to Immortals.
I think you find yourself in good company if you've only lost to Immortals, really. I think that is an esteemed category to sit in.
And you know what that means, guys? There's one more name on enemies list. And next tournament, you got to imagine that they're going to come in with that name circled, written on every page. It's just notebooks full of one name over and over again.
Yeah, and if we had the opportunity to go talk to Yikes again, I know he's going to be proud of what they were able to do, but, that one, again, might sting a little bit more. That was the former jungler moving to the support role and taking this squad that was the definitive 5th seed coming into the tournament and getting all the way to 2nd, but doing it lightheartedly. I think this is a great journey for No More Ego and a great outlook for this squad moving forward. And for organizations, hey, any organizations trying to come...
Mod check? We're doing some mod check here. Just any words?
They just got to the finals and won a game.
I think it is huge there for them. Lots of players in Immortals that could be claiming that top spot. Let's chat with one of them, one of the big playmakers for this squad. It's a support for Immortals. Charm joining us here on the broadcast here at the WNS. Charm, congratulations on the victory, man.
Thank you.
Just talk me through what it feels like here to finally get the validation that this squad deserved.
It's just, we've been working very, very hard for this position, and winning the first NA Major and winning the first qualifiers, it's just the beginning of a very long season, and it's another step in our long journey. And I think the most exciting thing for me in this win is not just, the win, but basically that people know that I don't only play Rakan anymore. And with how insane my championship has gotten, it doesn't matter if teams ban Rakan anymore. I'll win lane no matter what you give me. So that's just everything that's happening right now.
Well, the team was so dominant. Can you just talk me through what the biggest changes were in terms of the mindset of the squad from last season coming into this season?
Well, last season we played very ADC bot and carry with Gume. And I think me and Gume, we showed ourselves that we were very dominant in North America, and we've always been the best bot duo in North America. And that's how we played last year. We made sure that Gume could get the resources he needs and to carry the game. And this year, we're actually changing that. We're switching it. We're still trying to keep the carry bot side, but we want to make it so Boone and Lemont can carry the games a lot more, because that's basically where the meta is right now. So, and just me walking around from spot to top to just helping and getting all the assists, putting my KDA up.
You helped a ton. Also, we saw that solo Thresh kill on the Corki, I think it was, in game like 2, where that was more than just helping, my man. That was a big part of it. Specifically in this finals, we wanted to ask about where did this Yasuo priority come from to the point where it ended up getting banned in that last game.
So the first game we forgot that they played Yasuo. We weren't really scared of, we knew Truth played it, but we weren't really scared of Truth's Yasuo particularly. But we forgot that Luon DJ was a really good Yasuo player. And I think once we figured out that that's how they wanted to play, and we just took advantage of that, and we knew that we could play Yasuo way better than any other team right now in North America. So we wanted to show everyone that this is our champion, and you can't show us how to play something that we own. So.
And own you did. Last question here, so I got to talk of the future here. Just because chatting with you and chatting with Arakizoro earlier, you all sound like you have a specific plan on how this year is going to go. So, you guys obviously being one of the best teams in North America, going to regionals and going to worlds, that's obviously the plan. But when it comes to how much better this region has gotten, who are some other teams that caught your eye by surprise, and why did all of a sudden the level of the region get a lot closer?
I never expected Tribe and C9 to get out as early as I would have thought. I think they have a lot to show and a lot to prove in the next major, and I know that they're more than capable enough to prove themselves. They're very talented players, and they have a great team environment, I think, and I believe in them a lot. And for Enemy, I think Enemy surprised me the most. I always knew that Sentinels, I was surprised by them today. I don't think they're really that good of a team. I think we're way better than them, and that's why I didn't think that the games were going to be that close against them. But we were able to, fix it and adapt, and we were able to beat them. But Enemy, I think they deserved all the credit because they worked incredibly hard. But the difference, I guess, between the rest of North America and to other other teams and us is that while other teams are working hard to become the best in North America, we're already working hard to become the best in the world. So.
Hey, I love that. Flip that right there. There's your quote for the year. Hey, Charm, thank you so much. Congratulations on becoming Major 1 champions.
Thank you.
All right, that was awesome.
Number 1 in the world, baby.
There.
Oh, thank God. Oh, man. I was talking to Charm before. I was like, you need to get in this interview, and you need to talk that smack, please. And I'm glad he's able to kind of get that off of his chest about the Rakan stuff. Makes me happy.
Yeah, he talked to smack, but also gave a lot of props to the fellow teams that he has respect for. And I think it also shows the humility when you defeat an opponent but are still able to recite their accomplishments, what he did there for No More Ego. Said all the props to them for working hard. I was going to link in Yikes there together. It's because Yikes bringing over the Immortals mentality, but hey, we ran out of time there. Huge stuff there by Charm.
Absolutely. It's awesome to hear from the players. It's rare that we actually get to talk with somebody immediately after this emotional of a moment. So it's awesome to hear him coming in and giving his thoughts on that. Taking on old teammate in Yikes is cool to see, and I still think Enemy have a great future ahead of them. But as of right now, everybody, Immortals are the best team in North America.
Woo!
Hey, let's see how long they can reign.
Yeah.
They are number 1, and a lot of that has to do with their star players racking up a ton of the star player awards, and now racking up the MVP of the WNS Major number 1. This award goes to... Revealing there.
Okay.
There it is.
Is it a surprise? Is it a surprise?
No. This is, I think, very deserved. Lamont has had an insane performance because this is for the entire tournament, and absolutely, I mean, this player stands out.
If you even look back to the qualifiers to now, I think there's been a ton of games, and you can count on one hand where Lamont does not look like an absolute MVP unit. So I'm glad to see that this player being rewarded for his efforts, and obviously has shown that he is the king in terms of the jungle when it comes to North America.
And crazy that we didn't even have Lamont like playing
No.
in last year's tournaments.
Yeah.
So it's like this is like a new player coming into the scene here and absolutely smashing everybody. It's a really cool story from an individual perspective. And now Immortals can say, look, this is our crown jewel. This is ours. We got him. He's our juggler. And now MVP level performance. I think that now expectations will be very high for him going forward. But I imagine based on his gameplay that he will still be able to live up to that.
Yeah, and remember, the scene is young, it is thriving, and we will continue to have more talent flow through here in North America, given the fact that we have a platform to show off this talent in the Wild Rift North American Series, because we've got more action coming. All right, that's it for Major number 1 as we crown our victor, Immortals, for Major number 1. They'll be moving on to Major number 2 with no more ego, Sentinels, and Tribe Gaming, where they will face 4 new challengers. Who are those new challengers? Well, it could be you all at home. You guys have the opportunity. Head on over to giantslayer.tv/WildRiftNA, and you can sign up for the next 2 qualifiers to win your chance at the $150,000 prize pool of the WNS Circuit number 1. With Majors 2 and 3 and the last chance qualifier ahead, there is so much more Wild Rift action, and you can find it all here at twitch.tv/WildRiftEsports. Join us next weekend at 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern, where qualifiers 1 for Major 2 begin. Stay tuned for more. We can't see what's next for Wild Rift North American Series. On behalf of myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, we thank you all so much for watching. Congratulations again to Immortals for winning the first major in the Wild Rift North American Series.